The story begins with an unlucky man running desperately for his life, being struck by several arrows as he tried to escape his pursuer. Amid the chaos, he ironically reflected that life was like a boiled egg. No matter what you did, it always ended the same way. And for him, the end seemed near. Now he was on his knees with a sword pressed to his neck. Surrounded by hooded men, he saw all his belongings being taken. They were about to kill him. Meanwhile, he thought that he had fought to his limit, but would still end up dead, just like in the game. Even so, he made one last comment, as if speaking to the mother of corruption herself, asking her not to be too sad about his end. Her hand, a symbol of the entity, crawled toward him, begging him to kill. But at that moment, the priest himself said it was necessary to die right there. His body lay on the ground, and his head was separated from it. In the distance, Mon, an unknown figure, repeated the word killer, as if judging the scene. The priest, however, calmly replied to the hand, saying that if she was really worried about the divinity inside the relic, then she should already know he had collected it. Right after, he grabbed his own head, reattached it to his body, and explained that for that reason, there was no need for anyone to follow him. However, he admitted that he had lost all his money, and even so, the hand kept ordering him to kill. He realized that, the whole time, she just kept repeating that, kill, kill, kill. That was when a bit of his past was revealed. As soon as he turned 30, his routine became so exhausting and busy that he no longer had the time or energy to play games like before. He began resorting to cheats and shortcuts in games, making compromises just to have some fun. He didn't even remember the name of the game or why he had bought it, but kept playing, somehow trapped in it. And it was clearly a PC game, very similar to Dark Souls, not the console version. He thought he had done all that to live as a priest of corruption, one of the hardest classes to level up, to play, and with the worst performance possible. But even with so many obstacles, his heart always raced while playing. When he finally exhausted all the resources and completed all the class missions, he managed to earn the long-desired title of Priest of Corruption. That's when he truly entered the game. Now there he was. The hand, that sinister entity slowly climbing up his body, kept whispering orders for him to kill. She screamed like a heavy metal vocalist, but deep down, it was the voice of the goddess he served, the mother of corruption. It had all started 5 years earlier when he began serving that entity. When he woke up inside the game, the only things he had were a religious item linked to the order of corruption and the mother's own hand, resting on his chest. Because of the powerful presence he felt coming from that hand, he naturally accepted that he had been transported into the game. In fact, he thought the art of that world was amazing. According to the official class description, the Priest of Corruption was a human genetically modified by drugs, which gave him enhanced physical capabilities, heightened senses, and a body that could only be destroyed by a deity. There was something strange in his mind, maybe a slight imbalance, although he had never been someone who could handle the sight of blood very well. Still, nowadays, not even the most horrible scenes disturbed him. The real problem was that his body no longer felt anything. No pain, no taste. He just wanted to eat something tasty and feel something again. Later, he was receiving his official identity as Priest Marac, or rather, Father Marac. When being attended by a receptionist, Marac asked if there was any available work while she looked through her notes. He thought to himself that, after entering the city north of Guise, he decided to pretend to be a member of the Order of Preservation. He knew that if he pretended to belong to any other order, his own deity might become enraged and mark him with a punishment seal, a mark visible only to members of the true order. Fortunately, the Mother of Corruption was merciful with his disguises. The Order of Corruption was the enemy of all others, and he, hated by all, was her only faithful follower. That was when he received his first mission, a hunt for monsters and bandits. He would be paid 30 silver coins for each head delivered. The receptionist was happy to work with someone like him, since not all adventurers could read. But Marac said that this ability was nothing special. Since entering the game, he could read and write any language of that world. Even so, he asked if it would be possible to receive part of the reward in advance. Even so, he asked if it would be possible to receive part of the reward in advance. Marac needed money. It was a small amount, but at that moment it seemed like everything. While walking with the caravan, he found himself thinking about the receptionist girl. It was just a quick thought, but it bothered him. He told the Mother of Corruption, still hidden under his robes, that he was not in love with her. He asked her to stop saying that, or he would really get annoyed. After angrily whispering this, he shoved the mother back into his robes, trying to focus on the road. The adventurer named Pierre was talking to the priest. He said with absolute certainty that he came from another city, and that if they kept following that road, they would soon reach his village. He also said he hoped his parents were still okay. Then he started chattering non-stop in Marnac's ear, just like the receptionist girl used to do. He talked too much and without pause. Marac was already getting annoyed when the expedition leader shouted Pierre's name, ordering him to move ahead. At that moment, the Mother of Corruption whispered to kill. She always did that. Always told him to kill. Marac asked why she wanted him to kill everyone. If he did that, it would create a huge problem for him. But even so, she calmly repeated the request. Then he replied that her son was desperately in need of 20 silver coins. He said this with irony, and added that if she couldn't even give him that money now, then she should shut up. Faced with that response, the mother of corruption withdrew in silence. Marac thought maybe he had been too harsh, but didn't see any reason for her to be so sad. However, she said she wasn't sad, at least not in her language. Instead, she just said, "kill." Then he asked how many fingers she would give in evaluation to those people. That was how she measured the value of souls, with fingers. The expedition leader, according to her, was worth 2 fingers. The talkative Pierre, only 1. Marac concluded that there was no one very special there. If he killed everyone and offered their souls to the mother of corruption, he would receive a proportional amount of divinity. 1 finger was worth 10 units of divinity. 2 fingers were worth 100, and so on, always multiplying by 10. If he accumulated 10,000 units, he could awaken a divine authority. Thanks to the mother's system, he had already absorbed the divinity of a sacred relic, and with that, had gained his first authority. There were only 12 relics like that scattered throughout the world. The mother of corruption said that if he could gather all the divinity from the 12 relics, all his wishes would come true. His first wish would be to recover his sense of taste. After that, Pierre returned saying that the captain was complaining he talked too much. Marac replied that it was no problem, and in the next instant, the group was surprised by a rain of arrows. Almost everyone died instantly. Only Marac and Pierre survived. On impulse, Marac managed to throw Pierre away, saving his life, but he himself was hit by 2 arrows and fell to the ground. Motionless, he thought they were probably bandits, and that, according to what the mother said, maybe it would be better to play dead and then harvest their divinity. It would be easy, but she knew him well. She knew he would never follow that plan. Marac then drew his sword and murmured that he would do everything his own way. Already rising, he charged at the first archer and decapitated him with a single blow. One of the bandits shouted that he wanted the priest for himself. He was a skinny blonde, but confident. He rushed at Marac as if he had a chance. During the fight, Marac asked the mother to evaluate how many fingers he was worth. The bandit, confused, asked what the hell he was talking about. The blows were fast. In the middle of the fight, the mother of corruption evaluated the enemy as 2.5 fingers. Marac found that strange. How could a mere bandit have the same value as the forest guard, who had slit his throat some time ago? The system seemed unbalanced. In the next moment, Marnac's sword was broken in half. The blonde guy laughed and mocked him. Marac admitted that his weapon really was garbage. The bandit said that since Marac wasn't anything special, he could just let him go. Both smiled, but Marac made a proposal. If the bandit dropped everything and ran away asking for help, he would let him live. The bandit didn't believe that would work. Right after, Marac was struck in the head by an arrow. 2 bandits approached, thinking they had killed everyone. Still on the ground, Marac quietly asked if they really believed everyone there was dead. Then he stood up, with everyone staring at him in shock. He asked why they had those faces. It was just someone who got shot in the head and survived. It seemed like it was their first time seeing something like that. He said he had given them a chance, but they responded with an arrow. He began to focus his power. One of the bandits shouted for them to shoot him again, but no arrow had any effect. Marac invoked the mother of corruption, saying her son was in danger. The bandits panicked. They called Marac a monster. The arrows did not affect him. They tried to run, but there was an invisible wall made of corruption. It was a barrier that separated the living from the dead. An authority of corruption had been activated. It prevented enemies from escaping or hiding from the divinity. Marac declared that he loved his mommy. The bandits realized they had no more options. They tried to fight, but their captain was crushed by something gigantic. What followed was a massacre. A creature made of bodies and limbs emerged and began killing them one by one. They begged for mercy. They pleaded for the priest to let them live, but Marac ordered the creature to crush them all, sparing only the heads. Later, Marac approached the remains to collect the divinity, but he thought that if he collected everything, the guild might investigate, and if the bodies disappeared, it would be even worse. He would need to think of another way. Meanwhile, Pierre was still alive, though injured. Marac said he would do what he could to save him. That would help with his reputation. So he asked his mother for help. Then, in another place, a woman was holding a chalice in her hands. It was the relic Marac had absorbed earlier. She asked what had happened to the man who stole the relic. A guard replied that he had been decapitated at the site. They only brought the object back. The priestess said he could still return, and added that from that moment on, she planned to start a pilgrimage. The priest beside her asked if that had to do with the prophecy. She answered yes, and that there was someone she needed to find. 10 10 years earlier, all religious orders had received a single prophecy. It said that the end would take the form of life and fall upon the world like an inevitable shadow. Since then, the sects and churches had lived on alert, waiting for something to start happening. Marac returned to one of the villages, carrying with him the heads of the bandits he had defeated. The guards welcomed him well, and a young woman recognized him. She said she never would have imagined he was a priest, since his appearance was strong, almost intimidating. She also commented that the heads he was carrying must be the ones responsible for the region's problems, and that they could be handed over to the guild. Marac confirmed with a calm smile, and she took the chance to say there was a place where he could rest. If he wanted, he could sleep at her house. That was when the mother of corruption, still hidden beneath his robes, began to insist that he kill the hag, as she called the girl, but Marac ignored her. Only then did he realize who that woman was. She looked different, but she was the same receptionist from the guild. The next morning, Marac woke up alone in the guest room, just as agreed. Only the mother of corruption was still there with him, under the blanket. He commented that he had no wicked intentions toward the red-haired girl. All she had said was that he would sleep in the guest room, not in the same room as her. The girl appeared shortly after, knocking on the door gently. She said he could rest as long as he wanted, but something important was happening. The local lord wanted to see him. While she was talking, the mother of corruption was showing the middle finger from under the blanket. Marac asked why exactly the lord wanted to see him, and the girl explained that Captain Galad, who had recently died, was actually the lord's half-brother. He wanted to know more about his death. Later, Marac was taken to the mansion and met with the nobleman. The man was the Lord of Guise, named Tredon Filion. He received him formally and asked if Marac had witnessed his brother's final moments. He offered him tea, but Marac only smiled. He clearly remembered when the mother of corruption first saw that man and drew an invisible X on his chest. It was a clear sign. Marac thought there was only one reason for his mother to do that. Whoever received that X was not a human being. It was a demon. Among all existences, only demons could take on human form. They were stronger than any ordinary creature, but they couldn't act freely. To participate in the world of the living, they had to make contracts with humans. That's why demons loved humans, while gods hated them. The gods saw demons as dangerous beings, who took as much as they offered, and so they declared war on them. They ordered priests to hunt down these entities. It was the beginning of the era of demon hunts. Remembering this, Marac thought about the demon contractor class, a profession despised by many and one he had used in the past, in another time of his life. It was his second class. That made everything even clearer for him. The lord standing in front of him was without a doubt a demon in disguise. Tredon commented that, thanks to the late Galad, he was now in the presence of a very special guest, and since Marac had seen through his disguise so easily, he assumed the priest belonged to the Order of Preservation. He called him Sneaky Crawler, an old nickname. Marac, in turn, introduced himself as a priest of the Mother of Corruption, which surprised the Lord. He thought all her followers had been wiped out. Seeing a child of corruption still standing was something unexpected. The Lord asked him to sit down. He said there was no special reason for calling him there. He just wanted to know how Galad had died and promised to reward him for any information. Marac explained everything without hiding any details. After leaving the mansion, he reflected that the whole thing had been rather unfortunate. He had complained about not having work, and now, because of another man's death, he had just gotten a job. The Lord had tried to hire Galad for a secret job, but the mercenary died in the process. Life, Marac thought, really was hard. Even so, he ended up accepting a pouch full of gold coins. He assured the mother of corruption that it wasn't out of greed. Of course not. It was just a symbolic reward for his desire to seek the truth. The mother, suspicious, called him a filthy, greedy man, but Marac replied with a smile. He asked her to listen carefully because what he had to say was sincere. He said that there was something that lasted as long as gold and never rusted: his love for his dear mother. Upon hearing this, the mother of corruption became all shy. He pulled her to his chest gently and said that, to him, she would always be the most important thing, that she didn't need to worry or feel jealous. But in the very next moment, she was already jealous again, because of the receptionist. Later, the mother commented that Marac could at least greet the priests of the sect of teaching who had arrived in the village. But he hesitated. He didn't want to talk to lunatics. Even so, he looked in their direction. That's when the mother of corruption whispered something serious. One of those priests was carrying a sacred relic, one of the ones he needed. The first priest approached and said he never thought he'd see a preservation priest around there. He introduced himself as Orvis. With him were a horned guy named Cornu and a girl named Patina. Marac responded with a polite greeting, saying it was a pleasure to meet them all. He reaffirmed that he was a priest of the goddess of preservation. The receptionist commented that it seemed they were there for the same mission. Marac thought that was great. It meant that, even if not now, at some point, he would have the chance to steal the relic from them. But there was a problem. Every time he absorbed the divinity of a relic, a bit of corruption escaped, and he was starting to look more like a corruption bandit than a real priest. Orvis said they needed to immediately greet Lord Tridon Filion, and that they could talk calmly another time. The receptionist then explained to Marac that usually priests like them stayed in the village for a symbolic fee. Marac asked if he would have to pay for the previous night, but she assured him he wouldn't. Then she asked if he thought she had let him stay there, because she was interested in him. Marac replied of course not. She then commented that she had her own reasons for helping him, and asked, half whispering, if it was possible for him to cast a blessing on her. Marac was confused and asked why she was whispering that kind of thing in his ear, and the receptionist also wondered that out loud, clearly flustered. Meanwhile, under the blanket, the mother of corruption was muttering that he should kill that hag. Kill, kill. She repeated it insistently. Soon after, Cornu returned alone and commented that it seemed they were getting along well. He explained that he hadn't gone with the others because, being who he was, he didn't have much choice. Because of his people, many northern lords still had a bad impression, so he had just come to pay his respects. The receptionist replied that she didn't think Lord Tridon was the kind of person who would care about that. Even though he seemed cold, he was very competent and knew how to separate work matters from personal life. Cornu said he'd keep that in mind and took the opportunity to ask more about the Lord. Later, Marac and Cornu talked more, and Marac asked why he had decided to visit the Lord. Cornu revealed that they were following the prophecy they had received 10 years ago. Orvis believed that the end of the world hidden in the shell of life could be about a demon. Marac asked if they were there because they suspected the Lord was a demon, but Cornu replied that it wasn't that. Orvis just wanted to confirm it for himself, as he had a sacred relic capable of revealing someone's true nature. Unfortunately, before they could act, Lord Tridon Filion revealed himself. He assumed his demonic form in the middle of the city. He was a gigantic creature, crocodile-like in appearance, and began destroying everything around him. At that moment, Orvis reacted quickly, summoned the scale of retribution, his sacred relic, and struck the demon right in the head. The explosion caused even more destruction. Cornu recognized the attack and said that was Orvis's power. He was definitely fighting a demon. Marac said he would go later and told Cornu to go ahead. Then he turned to Iron, the receptionist, and asked what exactly was going on. Without waiting for an answer, he picked her up in his absurdly strong arms and asked where the medical center was, where Pierre was being treated. Iron replied that she could guide him. Marac ran and jumped with Irene in his arms. Along the way, they saw the battle between the priest and the great demon from afar. Irene said the creature was right in the city center, but Marac said to forget that for now. He only wanted to know where Pierre was. When he opened the door of the medical center, he saw that his friend was alive. Relieved, Marac commented that he couldn't let Pierre die in that disaster, not after all the effort he had put into saving him. He lifted the wounded young man onto his shoulder and said that unfortunately he could no longer carry Irene in his arms, but she clung to his body and replied that it was okay. As they advanced, Irene said she knew a shortcut. She pointed to a house with a secret passage that led straight to the outskirts of Guise, but the door was locked. Marac didn't mind. He simply kicked it open. Irene commented, amazed at how strong he was. He told them both to stay there, and if things got worse, to escape through the passage. He needed to go back. Even though Irene was clearly worried, Marac moved on. Soon after, he found Cornu gravely wounded. The injuries were too deep, and Marac realized there was nothing he could do for him. He asked about the other priestess who had come along, but Cornu said Patina was already dead. Marac then asked if there was any way to defeat that demon. Cornu said yes. The white sword, the sacred relic of Orvis, had been stabbed into the demon's flesh, but it hadn't been enough. He said that if the blade were driven directly into the brain, then the monster would die. After saying that, Cornu also passed away. Marac thanked him and informed the mother of corruption that he would collect the man's body. He then received 100 units of divinity. Meanwhile, Orvis was still fighting bravely, striking the demon's skull with his hammer and sword, but the creature continued to resist. Marac realized that this was the opportunity he needed. He climbed onto the creature, digging into its flesh with effort. But in response, the demon executed its deadly spin, hurling Marac far away to the other side of the city. The mother of corruption panicked, but he soon stood up, saying he was fine. He said she always reminded him that a blessing often followed disaster, and he believed that. Looking to the side, he saw the relic right there within reach. He called it an interesting twist. He told his dear mother that he would give her another sacred relic and asked for a new authority. Upon breaking the seal, Marac felt the power flowing into him. He thought that each sacred relic seemed to contain enough divinity to grant a new authority, and this one specifically gave him exactly 11,723 units of divinity. Now that another seal had been broken, he wasn't exactly sure what had changed, but the Mother of Corruption responded in her own language. She kept repeating, as always, "Kill, kill, kill," while slowly walking through the ruins of the destroyed city. Marac said he was happy to see that his mother could still support him, even in such a distant place, but commented that it was still nothing compared to breaking the seal of a sacred relic. The Mother of Corruption grumbled at him, as she always did when she felt belittled. Marac then tried to ease the situation. He said he was full of joy seeing how much she had grown, that she could now walk on her own, and since they weren't exactly in the best of situations, he promised to stop joking, at least for now. Then, he once again prayed to his mother, humbly offering 10,000 units of divinity, asking for one more authority, and his request was granted. The new authority was called Text of Corruption. It was simple but powerful. The moment it was activated, marks resembling tattoos appeared all over his body, invisible to normal eyes but capable of drastically amplifying all his physical abilities. Marac was pleased. It wasn't a bad authority. In fact, it would be extremely useful at that moment. And it seemed that thanks to its power, his crushed legs were completely healed. A bit ahead, he noticed a body on the ground. It was the priest Orvis. He realized they had fallen practically together. He silently wished him to rest in peace, but as expected, he collected the body and absorbed the divinity. Meanwhile, the demon was still wreaking havoc through the city. And then Marac found it strange. The ones responsible for awakening the demon's rage had been the priests of the teaching sect, and even with all of them dead, the demon had not returned to its lord form. That made no sense. After obtaining another 1,000 units of divinity, Marac commented to the Mother of Corruption that he didn't know demons acted like beasts, following blind instinct. But he soon noticed something very specific. He told his mother to hold tight in his pocket and activated the Text of Corruption. Power coursed through his body, and he began to run across rooftops with supernatural ease. As he approached the creature, he dodged its tail with precision and finally spotted the white sword. The demon, however, tilted its body forcefully, trying to make him fall. But Marac was now much stronger. That was exactly what he was expecting. He used the creature's spin to launch himself toward the sword and grabbed it. The death spin no longer worked against him. However, even amid the chaos, he realized something dangerous. His body was starting to give in. Using the Text of Corruption made his insides rot little by little. If the fight dragged on, he wouldn't just die. The corruption would escape from his body and spread. But even with his body weakening, Marac finally managed to grab the white sword. That was the weapon Cornu had mentioned, the one that needed to be driven straight into the demon's brain to kill it. But instead of killing the creature, Marac pulled the sword out and calmly told Lord Filion to wake up, and that was exactly what happened. The demon began to revert, with the entire population watching from a distance. When he returned to human form, Marac was there, waiting to greet him. Trident, now in his original form, looked at him and said that meeting Marac had been the greatest blessing he could imagine. Marac responded naturally, saying that the sword, which suppressed the demonic mind, had worked well. Then he asked for 2 more gold coins for the help. Trident laughed and said it was worth much more than that. Meanwhile, a blue-haired priestess continued on her own journey. She used her blue flames and authority with impressive force, but couldn't reveal even a hint of color. A guard beside her said he was sure he had cut the boy's neck in that spot, but since so much time had passed, it was possible the body had been taken by beasts or monsters. The priestess thanked him for the help and asked one more thing. She wanted to know the names of nearby towns. Back in the now completely destroyed city of Guys, Marac walked through the rubble. Lord Trident welcomed him again after recovering, with excitement. He said he had been waiting for him. He commented with a smile that Marac looked more handsome every time he saw him. He called him Dear Demon Slayer of the city and said he had no words to thank him. Marac, on the other hand, was thinking about how Trident had spread across the city the version that it had been Marac who defeated the demon and saved the Lord. Because of that, everyone now called him the Demon Slayer, a title that didn't suit his personality at all. But since Erin herself had grown attached to the nickname, she refused to call him anything else in public, which constantly drew everyone's attention. As a result, he was embarrassed and ran away whenever he could. Marac commented, somewhat confused, how strange it was that the wooden prosthetics on Trident's arms and legs moved so naturally. The Lord explained that he only did that in front of him. He said that when surrounded by people, he pretended to limp, acting as if he were still very injured. But moving like that came at a high price. Marac asked what price that was. Trident replied with a resigned smile. Sooner or later, his hair would start falling out. He would go bald. Marac immediately imagined the scene and thought it was horrible. Shortly after, Trident asked if Marac had time for a chat. There was a new job he had received, and the client had specifically requested the Demon Slayer. The mission was related to the sacred relics of the ancient empire. The reward was 5 gold coins. But that wasn't what caught Marnac's attention. What lit up his eyes were the relics. Trident said the payment would be made in advance, and that, depending on Marnac's efforts during the rune exploration, he might even receive one of the discovered relics as a reward. The Mother of Corruption was visibly excited. So was Marac. He thought it would be worth taking a look at this mission. And, of course, he would accept the job. It was explained that long ago there had been an ancient empire that ended the era of mad mages and unified the continent under a single banner. The technology they developed at the time was extremely advanced. In current times, some of that technology has been recreated, but it is still considered sacred. The relics of that empire are now known as precious treasures, incredibly rare items with exceptional powers. In other words, many of the high-level objects and legendary equipment that exist today are actually relics from this forgotten empire. Later, Marac showed up for the mission related to these relics. The client who had requested his presence specifically introduced himself as Carmen Valtis. He knew exactly what Marac was thinking. He confirmed he was the son of Anthony Valtis, one of the leaders of the Black Wolves, but explained that he was the illegitimate son of the family. Marac was surprised. He thought Anthony, known for his strict principles, would have remained alone after losing his wife. But, as always, rumors strayed far from reality. In any case, it wouldn't be appropriate to get into that kind of personal matter. Marac then asked to meet the other team members. The woman in the cloak was Tunisa, the mage responsible for guiding the path to the relics. And the big guy with horns was Sukus, a member of the Unicorn tribe, a firm, respectful, and extremely loyal man. Sukus greeted Marac, calling him the Great Demon Slayer, but Marac replied that he could just call him by name. Even so, Sukus insisted that such a great achievement could not be ignored. Carmen then said that with the introductions out of the way, they could begin their journey. It would take 2 days on foot to reach the location, and during that time, they could talk calmly. 2 days passed, and when they stopped to rest at night, Carmen asked if Marac would stay up to keep watch. Marac said he had already slept enough. Then Carmen struck up a conversation, asking if he had any interesting stories. He suggested that a man like him surely had already found his other half. Marac said he had met many women, but had never fallen in love with any of them. When Carmen asked which one he had liked the most, the Mother of Corruption immediately became alert, watching silently. But Marac answered calmly. He said he preferred the woman who had always been by his side. Carmen agreed. He said there was nothing better than waking up in the morning and seeing his lady peacefully sleeping beside him. To him, a woman's heart was the most important thing. The Mother of Corruption liked that answer and even gave a thumbs up, but she was soon disappointed. Carmen added that the heart was inside the chest, and to protect such a precious heart, the woman's chest also had to be big. He confessed that he loved women with large breasts. Right away, the Mother of Corruption demanded that this pervert be killed immediately. Marac said it wasn't bad to have a clear vision of what one wanted, and that it could even be useful in a journey like that. But if he were to give advice, he would recommend never saying that kind of thing in front of women. Carmen replied that he knew that. He was only being honest because Marac was a man too. He admitted that talking to him felt nice, like they were old friends. The conversation continued for a while, with laughter and shared stories, but the Mother of Corruption remained grumpy. She kept ordering Carmen's death, and sometimes even Marnac's, as if she were jealous of it all. The next morning, Marac thought he knew how selective she was with friendships, but he actually liked that guy. That was when Tunisa said they had finally arrived. Now it was time to open the entrance to the ancient empire's ruin. Entering that kind of structure required a very specific sequence of actions. First, they used the keys. Then, they headed to the coordinates written on them. Next, they read a passage in the ancient language engraved on the key. And finally, the secret entrance was open. Reading the ancient language was a task only mages could do. That's why having a mage like Tunisa was essential in an exploration like that. Marac, however, thought differently. He was an exception. As a player, he could read that language perfectly, but he preferred to keep that detail a secret. Even so, in that world where he had no real connections to anyone, getting a key like that on his own would be practically impossible. Finally, they all entered the ruins. Carmen, observing the environment, commented that compared to all the ruins he had explored, this one was one of the best preserved. He was convinced they would find many valuable artifacts inside. Marac was overcome with almost childlike joy. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He was finally seeing with his own eyes the ruins he had only known before through images on his old computer. His heart felt like it was about to explode from so much excitement. Later, as the group walked through dark corridors, lit only by torches on the walls, they came upon large doors with ancient inscriptions inscriptions. In the letters of the forgotten language, it read that only those with imperial blood could proceed. Tunisia quickly warned that they should prepare for battle, since none of them possessed such blood. As soon as the doors opened, a horde of monsters appeared, rushing toward the group. The first enemies were easily defeated by Sukus with brute strength. The next ones were incinerated by a powerful fire spell cast by Tunisia. The flying ones were shredded by Marnac's sharp blades as he moved swiftly across the battlefield. However, due to a moment of distraction, he was almost struck from behind, but managed to defend himself in time with his sword. Luckily, a well-placed arrow shot by Carmen pierced the creature's skull before it could reach him. Despite the victory, Sukus was irritated. He complained that Tunisia was pushing enemies away from the front line, which disrupted the formation and almost caused serious injuries to him and Marnac. Tunisia in turn responded coldly, saying that it was the fastest way to eliminate the enemies and that, in the end, they had won, so there was no reason to complain so much. Carmen interrupted the argument and told everyone to stop the fight. Although still annoyed, Sukus sat down, grumbling. Carmen looked at Marnac and acknowledged that he truly lived up to his title. But Marnac returned the compliment, saying that the bow shot had been unbelievable. Carmen replied that he had used a bow and arrow since childhood and always trained as much as he could. Now that things had calmed down, they decided to continue the exploration. Tunisia appeared, saying she still had plenty of mana left, so it was better to move forward quickly. Sukus, tired, complained again. He found it absurd to rush everything like that. Mages just murmured spells, but he, who fought with his body, needed rest. Still, Tunisia insisted that most agreed with her. It would be better to finish the mission quickly instead of wasting time resting. She said Sukus was just being dramatic. Carmen then decided to end the discussion and announced that they would take a break before moving on. That was final. While they rested, Marnac reflected on the world of mages. To him, most of them were arrogant and full of themselves. In that world, becoming a mage didn't depend on effort, but on birth. Those born with mana would awaken naturally at a certain age. When that happened, knowledge of the ancient language appeared in their minds as a gift, allowing them to learn magic without effort. Mana, in turn, was something capable of breaking the laws of the world. Because of that, those who used it were reborn as mages. However, the excess of knowledge seemed to make them lazy. Many mages didn't like learning new things, and so they became stubborn, egotistical, and rude. Tunisia was no exception. Although, compared to other mages, she was actually relatively polite. After a while, Carmen announced it was time to move on to the next area. When they entered the new room, the doors closed behind and in front of the group, trapping them. Soon, a large stone golem emerged in the center of the hall. Marnac had already suspected the previous enemies had been too weak for ruins like these. That creature now seemed to be the real challenge. Sukus took position to fight, but Tunisia ordered him to step aside. She raised a spell and pulled a massive rock from the ground, hurling it at the golem. However, Carmen noticed the danger. The golem, with its single glowing eye, fired a beam that destroyed the rock before it could land. The beam struck Tunisia directly, crushing her before she could dodge. The impact was fatal. Sukus, shocked, froze. Before Marnac could warn him, he was also struck. His body was split in half. Seeing Carmen's condition, Marnac asked if he wanted to live. If so, he would have to trust him. Carmen, though wounded and weak, said he trusted him. Marnac then told him not to bite his tongue and landed a precise punch to his jaw. The truth is that Marnac also had a creature at his side, the great entity of corruption. He just needed to make sure the others didn't see it. The creature charged at the golem, and the two giants began a fierce battle. Marnac, watching, commented to his mother that now this was someone he could rely on. He then absorbed 1,000 units of divinity from Tunisia's body and 100 from Sukus's. Carmen was still alive, but unconscious. The battle between the creature of corruption and the golem dragged on longer than Marnac expected. The mother insisted he join the fight. Without further delay, Marnac covered his body with the text of corruption. His objective was now clear: destroy the blue gem embedded in the golem's head. The corruption giant extended its arm, allowing Marnac to climb to the top. With a single precise blow, he shattered the gem, which cracked like glass. The golem collapsed instantly. The creature of corruption let out a triumphant roar. However, the mother warned that this was not the end. 3 more identical golems emerged from the walls. Not even the corruption creature was prepared for this. Marnac, exhausted, asked how many more would appear. Hours later, when Carmen regained consciousness, he asked if the other 2 were dead. Marnac confirmed it with sorrow. He said that, unfortunately, he couldn't save them. Everything had happened too fast. Carmen commented that the moment that metal giant fell from the ceiling. The group should have activated the key immediately. Even though he barely knew those two, he felt like they had died because of his own greed. Marac replied that everyone had been hired for a reason. They knew the risks from the beginning. That was common for adventurers. He told Carmen not to blame himself too much for it. That was when Carmen asked what exactly that place was. Marac replied that they were behind the Black Gate, which left Carmen completely shocked. He commented that maybe it wasn't right to ask why he had been knocked out during the battle, but he thanked Marac for saving his life, and in the name of the Valtus family, promised to repay the debt. Marac smiled and said he looked forward to it, as he never turned down an offer. He suggested they get out of there quickly. As they walked, Marac thought that, as he had said before, after defeating a single metal giant with the help of the corruption giant, 3 more had fallen from the ceiling. To hold them off, he had to let the corruption giant fight on its own. After barely managing to open the next door, he even had to kick Carmen into the room. Still, he was confident the giant would be fine, since he had ordered it to return. They finally reached the end of the ruins. Marac told Carmen to feel free to examine the treasure. When he saw the necklace, Carmen confirmed that the stories were true. He said he wanted to keep the item and promised to reward Marac greatly if he let him take it. He explained that it was the Bloodline Seeker, an artifact that, when activated with one's own blood and focused on a specific lineage, would point towards someone of the same blood. Marac immediately knew what Carmen intended to use it for. He confirmed it, saying he was searching for the mother he had never met. Marac then asked if he could keep the sword, and Carmen agreed. Later, back at camp, Carmen said that for now, he wanted to avoid anything made of metal bigger than he was. He said that if they had taken even 1 second longer to grab the rewards, they would have died. Then, he asked Marac to bless him for a moment. Marac recited a blessing, saying, "May the goddess of preservation protect him." His mother internally was irritated, repeating the name of the goddess of preservation with disdain. After that, Carmen dropped a bit of blood onto the necklace. The jewel activated and revealed a glowing trail. Carmen whispered that he knew his mother was still alive. Marac said he was glad the necklace was working as expected. Carmen thanked him again, saying it was all thanks to him and that he needed to repay that debt. Still, he asked for one more favor. He wanted to work with Marac once more, at least until he found his mother. Since they were already heading west, they could stop by the capital too, where he would have a chance to properly reward him. He promised to cover all travel expenses. Marac thought about it. Although he liked the proposal, he clearly saw the intentions behind the request. He remained silent, watching Carmen, who was visibly anxious, waiting for a response. In the end, Marac thought that if he accepted, he knew Carmen wouldn't take it lightly. So he shook his hand and said that, if it was all right, he would help him find his mother. The next morning, Irene asked if he was really leaving. She found it hard to believe after everything they had been through together. Even so, she gave him a gift. She said it normally wouldn't be ready so soon, but she had done everything she could to finish it quickly. It was a silver mercenary badge. She looked at him and said she knew very well what he should say. Marac thanked her, but she corrected him. She said he should say, "See you soon," as a promise of reunion. Marac thought that unfortunately, living the life he did, he couldn't make that promise. But Irene said that if he kept living like that, he would never get a real meeting and would end up dying alone, so she herself would make the promise. She wanted to see him again, and even if he didn't know it, that opportunity might come sooner than he expected. She said that would be her last gift, a kind of punishment. Later, Marac met with Tradon, who commented that the side effects had arrived much faster than he expected. He was completely bald, his head gleaming. Returning to the main topic, Tradon said he had heard that Marac was going to the capital, so he had prepared a letter of recommendation. He wanted to reward him with money, but there was almost nothing left after rebuilding the city. The letter, he said, might be useful if something happened, since it came from an old friend. But he warned that this friend was hard to deal with, so he should only be contacted as a last resort. Marac thanked him for the gift. Tradon said he should see it as a gesture of gratitude from a friend and wished him a wonderful life, because life was always too short. After several days of travel, Marac and Carmen were walking through the snow. It was still half a day until the next town. Marac was thinking about how his mother didn't seem to like Carmen very much. The only reason she allowed them to travel together was because he had been evaluated at 3.5 fingers. If she managed to sacrifice him, she would gain 10,000 humble divinity units, the equivalent of 1 authority. Even so, Marac liked Carmen's cheerful personality. He thought maybe it was better to keep him alive. Suddenly, Marac stopped and drew his sword. He told Carmen that he sensed blood approaching, coming very close from behind. At the moment he struck, something appeared before them, a huge pale-colored spider. Carmen immediately recognized the creature. It was a snow spider, extremely dangerous. He managed to hit it with the first arrow, but it wasn't enough to stop it. Luckily, Marac charged in and quickly cut the creature's legs off, getting covered in its sticky blood. He complained that next time he used that sword, he'd have to bring a cloth to clean it, because it splattered flesh and blood everywhere. As he said that, he sliced the spider in half, ending the threat. Meanwhile, in another part of the region, a priestess of the Blue Flame was walking through Guays, being received by Tradon. He apologized for having to speak in a simple office, since the guest hall had been destroyed. The priestess said he didn't need to worry. Then Tradon asked the reason for her visit. It was rare for someone from the Blue Flame to go on a pilgrimage. She placed a portrait on the table, asking if he had ever seen that man. The drawing was rough, but Tradon recognized it easily. It was Marac, although poorly depicted. He asked who that man the Blue Flame was searching for was. The priestess replied only that it was a personal matter. Tradon said that unfortunately, he didn't recall anyone who looked like that, and suggested she leave quickly, as there was no time to waste. She agreed. As soon as she left, Tradon reflected that she didn't seem to have bad intentions, even though she was after the priest. In the end, he felt that Marac would be fine, even without being warned. Meanwhile, Marnac's group had eliminated all the snow spiders. Carmen was now extracting the venom sac from one of them. He explained that the venom had an anesthetic effect, and was highly sought after for use on arrow tips. It was quite valuable. Curious, Marac asked how he knew so much about it. Carmen replied that he had participated in many monster hunts. For him, there was no better learning than hands-on experience. While extracting the creature's organs, Marac observed that it was more than he expected to see. Since he was covered in venom, he asked exactly where the sac was so he could extract it himself. Carmen said there was only half a day left until reaching the city of Kelton, so he would teach him the process before they left. Hours later, they arrived at the gates of Kelton, visibly exhausted. One of the guards looked at them in disbelief and asked how they had managed to get there. Marac replied that they simply walked. The guard then explained that the city had been blocked for 3 days due to constant monster attacks. He said monsters were appearing more frequently, but the strange thing was that there were no traces or bodies at the attack sites. Carmen asked if he was referring to the victims of the snow spiders. He found that very strange, since those creatures feed on their prey's blood, which usually leaves obvious marks. Soon after, another guard appeared, saying that Lord Stren wanted to see them immediately. When they met, the Lord already had tears in his eyes. He asked if Marac was truly a demon slayer. He was emotional to have him in his city. Marac replied that he was already aware of the situation involving the monsters, but Lord Stren said the problem was more serious. He believed it was all being coordinated by a worshipper of a malevolent spirit. Marac questioned whether it wasn't an exaggeration to isolate the entire city because of one worshipper. The Lord explained that, according to the priests, there were at least 4 different cults involved, all working together to block not only Kelton, but the nearby cities as well. That confused him. He had just taken over as Lord, and if his father were still alive, he would have handled the situation much better. Even so, at least the city still had plenty of supplies, and the troops' morale was high. The biggest problem was the lack of communication. No one outside the city knew about the blockade. That's why he needed someone capable of crossing the monster-filled territories and informing the rest of the kingdom about what was happening. Marac agreed to help however he could. Later, his mother of corruption was very irritated with him for having slapped the Lord in the face, saying he had gone too far. But Marac replied that at least he had gotten a good item from the flow investigators. It was a rare item, usually found only in the western desert regions. Now, with it, he no longer needed to worry about cleaning his sword after using it. After putting it away, he thought that living to the fullest was the best way to live. He felt that the real reason he accepted the Lord's request was because it felt like a sign, a premonition that the main mission was about to begin. The most decisive factor in that was the 4 cults working together. Even though the title malevolent spirit sounded scary, in that world it was nothing more than a label. It was just a name the main god gave to the other gods, creating a stigma against them. The persecution came from that stigma. That's why worshippers of malevolent spirits were usually unstable. The cults of the main god worked together against those worshippers, but it was rare to see cults from other gods uniting. That gave Marac the certainty that something much bigger was happening. Marac was sure that it wasn't a coincidence. As soon as he and Carmen left the city, they were attacked again by snow spiders. Marac understood that the time had come. To ensure Carmen could keep moving forward, he decided to draw the attention of all the monsters. Carmen protested, saying it was too dangerous, but Marac insisted. He said that if they continued at that pace, one of them would end up being left behind. He told Carmen to call for reinforcements and took responsibility for holding the enemies back. Before jumping into the snow, surrounded by the creatures, he looked at his mother and asked if his line had been good. He thought it had sounded pretty heroic. He then focused his power and dove into into the mist. All the monsters stopped to see what was happening. The show had begun. Smiling, Marac commented to his mother that he didn't really understand what she meant by "your performance was interesting," but that he'd take it as a compliment. Since he had everyone's attention, he decided to interact with his audience. He said that after such a good performance, it was time to hand out autographs. Then, he charged at the horde of monsters without hesitation. With his new sword, the Slayer, Marac began to massacre them all. He chopped, dismembered, decapitated. Every strike was precise and deadly. When all the enemies were dead, he was once again covered in blood. He muttered to himself that if this kept happening every day, he'd have to carry a bathtub with him on his travels. He said he'd think about it later, because now he needed to move forward. He knew they were aware of his presence, but no one had shown up to greet him. Standing at the entrance of a cave, he realized that was where the monsters were coming from. Upon entering, he found crates, traps, weapons, all looted. He remembered what the people from the town of Kelton had said, that the wagons were being attacked and emptied. Now it made sense. The monsters were stealing everything. Deeper inside, he found dried, impaled bodies left behind by the spiders, cocoons hanging from the ceiling. And he said he definitely didn't like that choice of decoration. His mother demanded that he kill them all. Marac replied that she could rest easy, but asked how many humans those creatures were capable of eating. It seemed they were raising offspring. He soon reached a wider part of the cave. The space was enormous, as if several giants lived there. Marac looked up and wondered why she hadn't appeared yet. Then, high above, he saw the gigantic queen snow spider, surrounded by her young. The battle was about to begin. He asked his mother to draw the line of corruption for him, and just like before, an invisible barrier formed around him. He would use his authority. That creature was his new sacrifice. The spider descended with full force, but was met with a devastating punch from the corruption giant straight to her head. Still, she endured. She was larger than the giant, and her legs pierced his flesh with ease. Marac knew he had to step in. He leapt and began attacking with precision. He cut legs, opened the abdomen, wounded the head. He sensed a dense energy within the queen spider's body. He knew he couldn't destroy that part. It was valuable. He needed to find the weak spot. When the spider tried to land her final blow, she was split in half. Her body fell directly on top of the Slayer. Determined, Marac told the corruption giant he would help. He asked him to hold the creature tightly. Even though she was huge, a spider was still a spider. If he cut the abdomen, the weakest part, they would win. And that's what he did. One blow right in the middle, and the queen's body was split. The giant seized the opening and tore off the creature's head, pulling out her entrails along with it. As Marac approached the giant, he stopped before him. He said he regretted abandoning him that day. The giant only responded with a roar. But something unexpected happened. A figure emerged from within the spider's body. It was a woman, and Marac recognized that this wasn't just a creature, it was someone. She, surprised, asked how he knew there was a person inside. Then she wanted to know who he thought he was to ruin her plans. She said he was just another follower of an evil spirit, just like her. Marac asked why they had surrounded Kelton. At the woman's silence, he drove his blade into her shoulder, pushing it deeper and deeper. He repeated the question. Even wounded, she smiled and replied that she wouldn't speak, even if she died. Marac said he already understood, and without another word, he decapitated her. By absorbing her body, he gained humble divinity. He reflected, irritated, that he didn't know how many more worshippers he would have to kill before one of them told the truth. His mother murmured, "Kill," and he asked if she had said 30 or 3. He decided to bet on 4. As the spider's body burned in the flames of corruption, Marac returned to Kelton. Upon arriving, he realized his plan had worked. Lord Stren was dead, and the worshippers of evil spirits were arguing among themselves. The confusion he had caused was starting to bear fruit. The siege at last was falling apart. One of the women commented that the bastards who tried to protect that pig had only wasted their precious time. Another member of the group asked about the incarnation, and the woman explained that it was still unstable. Extracting divinity from living beings wasn't an easy process. The blonde added that not only was the incarnation not ready, but they had also lost some rats because of someone present. Another woman reacted indignantly, asking if they really thought she had done it on purpose. She said the monks handled the situation well, mainly thanks to a certain bastard from the sect of the teaching. She also complained that if Layla had sent more spiders, maybe they would have caught the man who escaped on horseback. Then the blonde realized that Layla hadn't returned yet, and remarked that it was because she had died along with the Spider Queen. The blonde man tried to calm everyone down and said there was no reason to fight among themselves. Since someone had escaped, reinforcements would be sent there soon. They had invested a lot in that plan, and now it was necessary to ensure its success. The woman with black hair said she couldn't take their criticism anymore. She hadn't let that man escape on purpose and couldn't stand the other yelling over a lost rat. The blonde decided to leave, saying she would check things outside. The other man then asked Parna to stop and assured that the one responsible for losing the targets would face the consequences. Parna agreed, saying that if that was the case, she would remain silent. But at that moment, in front of everyone's eyes, the other woman's head was cut off and sent flying. It was clear who had done it. Marac had already sliced another enemy in half and emerged slowly from the flames, like a zombie. He had killed the third one without asking any questions. He commented to himself that maybe he had been unfair, and that he knew his mother had asked him to question them first, but he simply forgot. He told her there was still one person alive, and that maybe it would be best to avoid a bet that would hurt him. Parna watched the scene and wondered if that lunatic was really talking to himself. Within seconds, Marac had fully regenerated from the flames. He approached and asked her what was the reason for all that circus around the city of Kelton. Later, he realized that it was even more impressive than he had imagined. Parna replied that they had invested 3 years into that plan, and there was no point in spending so much time if it wasn't to make sure it succeeded. Marac understood that she was actually answering all the questions he had asked. The truth was that the group intended to sacrifice all the residents of Kelton to form a ball of flesh filled with divinity called the Incarnation. They had infiltrated the city for 3 years, even though the plan required at least 5 years of preparation. But since they lost Carmen, they had been forced to speed things up. Without hesitation, Marac drew his saw and declared that he was going to kill that monster made of flesh and blood. Parna tried to stop him, warning that if the cocoon was damaged, it might come out in a completely unstable state. When Marac pierced the flesh, a strong light appeared, along with an intense divine power. In that instant, the creature was born from the flesh cocoon, grotesque and powerful. Marnac's mother, who only communicated with him through the word kill, said the relic was inside the creature. He replied that he already knew and that this battle would soon awaken a new authority. Before Parna could say anything else, her neck was cut and she dropped dead. That was her punishment, earning Marac another 1,000 divinity points. His total was now 8,595. He had extracted divinity from the bodies of the cultists, and also from the Lord. He knew he needed only 10,000 to reach a new authority. Still, that monster was a problem. Even when trying to cut the flesh cocoon with the Slayer, it only regenerated. If it kept getting hit, he would lose. The creature had no weak spot, just like the Spider Queen, and that left Marac with only one option. He decided to run. Not even his mother understood what he was trying to do. While being chased by the creature, he began absorbing divinity from all the dead in the city. He knew he just needed a bit more. He ran through the city, taking the divinity from every corpse he found. For him, it had turned into a game of tag. Either the monster caught him first, or he would achieve his authority. However, the creature's roar paralyzed his body. Its voice was overwhelming, like a walking disaster. He got distracted for a moment and had to dodge the next attacks. He asked his mother for help, and she responded by summoning the Giant of Corruption. The creature took a brutal hit from the giant, but even that wasn't enough. The giant was being pierced by the attacks. Marac asked his mother not to spend so much energy, promising he would soon return with more resources. He needed more bodies, elite soldiers, or at the very least, knights, to reach the amount of divinity he was missing. He ran to a burning area where charred bodies lay. Some of them were already too far gone to be absorbed. Even so, he managed to raise his total to 9,237 points. But the building he was in was destroyed by the creature's strikes. He had to react with incredible reflexes to avoid death. Even so, he was almost hit. Marac realized that the creature had evolved a lot after fighting the giant. Now it was even stronger. Tentacles were thrown at him, but he managed to cut them and create an opening. The creature, however, was faster. It created new tentacles and hurled Marac with such force that he crashed through a building. He told his mother he was fine and thanked her for being by his side. Then he remembered what the cultists had said. There was a place full of knights and elite soldiers. It was exactly where he was now. He told himself how lucky he was. Meanwhile, the creature roared again, almost bursting his eardrums. But he didn't care. He told his mother to absorb all the bodies there. Finally, Marac reached 10,001 divinity points. As the son of the Mother of Corruption, Marac asked her to grant him her power, a new authority. Suddenly, everything went dark. Complete darkness consumed the battlefield. Not even the creature seemed to understand the gravity of the new authority that was emerging. But Marac knew exactly what to do. He promised that the creature would feel a lot of pain and suffering, and he wanted that monster to understand it very clearly. When the creature advanced to counterattack, the observing priest thought that this could only be the new authority, the pit of corruption. Within that area, all living beings began to decompose, and not even Marac was an exception. He used the scripture of corruption to protect himself, allowing him to choose which parts of his body would decompose first, gaining precious time. But the creature was also being corroded and had already lost its right arm. Marac wanted to know what was faster, the creature's regeneration or the decomposition caused by the pit. So the two began fighting directly, blow after blow, while their bodies slowly broke down. The creature tried to beg for mercy, but Marac didn't hesitate. It was killed right there. Inside the creature's body, Marac found a sacred relic, a large orb. He offered it to the Mother of Corruption and asked her to release another of the seals. After an intense flash of light, the two emerged from the pit. It was already morning outside, in the city of Kelton. Beside him stood a figure, a child with bandaged hands, black hair, and eyes as dark as corruption itself. Despite the childlike appearance, Marac immediately recognized her as his mother. Even so, she could only say kill, as she always did. Still, she approached him for a gesture of affection. Marac said he knew it was her, but was confused to see her in the body of a child. He asked why even she didn't know the reason. Then he changed the subject, realizing that there were still traces of another god's divinity flowing inside the dead incarnation. He wondered if there was any way to recover that divinity. It would be a waste to let it escape. His mother then gathered all the strength she could in her childlike form and tried her hardest to help. But Marac asked her not to push herself too much. Instead, she returned to a silent embrace. He realized it might be impossible to recover that divinity now. It was truly a shame they couldn't do anything. While consoling her tears, he reflected that now that the relic's seal had been released and he had over 10,000 divinity points, he was ready to receive another authority. A beam of divine light descended from the skies, illuminating the area directly above his head. Marac asked his mother what the meaning of this new authority was. She only smiled, her expression filled with strength. He was intrigued by the answer he received. Use it as much as you want. He questioned if that wasn't too much power. What he had just obtained was the curse of corruption, an authority extremely close to the malicious. With it, all living beings within the fog's range would slowly rot. That might be acceptable if it only affected villains or the dead, but the problem was that killing innocents to gain divinity wasn't something Marac wanted to do. He reflected on why the sacred relic containing his mother's divinity had been inside that incarnation. It didn't seem like a coincidence. What if her divinity was being used to give life to that creature? The headache worsened at the thought, and right after, he passed out. His mother ran to him, crying and babbling in her limited language, asking how her son was. Marac, even unconscious, thought that his body had reached its limit. When he opened his eyes, he realized he had been rescued by Carmen. However, he immediately missed the presence of his mother inside him and asked where his things were. He wanted everything back. Carmen calmly handed her over to him, and Marac felt relieved. The boy explained that he knew there was something important about it. Even when the others told him to throw her away, he decided to carry her with him because of that. Marac sincerely thanked him. He didn't even know how to put it into words. Carmen replied that it was nothing. If not for Marnac's sacrifice, he himself wouldn't be alive. Then Marac asked where they were. Carmen said they were still in Kelton. That's when Marac realized how much time had passed since the battle. He had been unconscious for exactly 10 days. During all that time, no other living being had survived in the heart of Kelton. The only person still breathing in that destroyed place was him. Meanwhile, in another place, Chama Azul was chasing a bandit trying to escape. Without hesitation, she threw a knife straight into the man's leg, stopping his flight. The remaining bandits, lined up, watched the scene in complete terror. No one dared move. The bandit on the ground begged for mercy, saying he wouldn't try to escape again. But Chama Azul ignored the plea. In the next second, he was decapitated. She then prayed for the sacred flame to burn the body and ordered the other bandits to keep walking through the snow. After a long walk, one of the men tried to talk. He asked if she really planned to turn in all those prisoners, and the leader of the line stepped forward, saying they were the infamous Snow Bear bandits. He begged her to take them to prison. Chama Azul replied that was exactly what they were going to do. But the man explained that the Lord of Kelton, the one responsible for the bounty on their heads, had died during the attack by a follower of an evil spirit. Even so, he believed that in about a day, Chama Azul would receive the reward she deserved. He said the cultists and the monsters they created had been exterminated by the priest Marac, but the hero had been unconscious for 10 days because of the intense battle. However, Now he had awakened. Chama Azul grew interested upon hearing the name. It was the legendary demon slayer of Geese. She asked exactly where he was. Was he still in Kelton? Later, at the city tavern, Chama Azul searched for Marac, calling his name. People began shouting, repeating his name throughout the tavern. Marac, 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 but no one knew where he had gone. In truth, Marac was already far from there, traveling with Carmen. During the journey, Marac remembered the conversation he had with Lord Treaton, who had warned him. Chama Azul was looking for him and didn't seem likely to give up easily. According to Treaton, she was one of the most powerful people Marac could meet among humans, rated at 4.5 fingers. Staying in Kelton now that she was in town would be madness. Marac thanked Carmen for agreeing to leave so quickly. Carmen replied that it was no problem. He preferred to slip out quietly as soon as there was a chance, rather than keep drawing attention. Marac thought to himself how much he liked that guy, and it made his mother feel jealous. 2 weeks had passed since they left. They were still walking through the snow, enduring the cold and the silence of the landscape, until along the road, Carmen spotted a carriage. Marac asked if that carriage belonged to the Iramel family, and Carmen confirmed. He said the white camellia flower crest indeed belonged to House Iramel, one of the great lords of the south. Marac suggested they go greet the travelers since they were headed in their direction. But Carmen, noticing that no lord's banner was raised, assumed it was probably just relatives or children in the carriage. He thought it would be better to let them pass. They crossed paths with the carriage without saying a word, but Marac noticed something strange. There was someone tied up inside. The moment he mentioned it, the bandits accompanying the carriage drew their weapons. They said that if the two hadn't seen anything, they could have stayed alive. But now that they had to die. All the bandits charged in to kill Marac and Carmen, but they were killed one by one, heads cut off, arrows hitting eyes with precision. Marac commented that only 8 enemies were left. The group's captain, enraged, shouted for the two to be killed immediately. But before he could do anything, he took an arrow right in the center of his forehead and dropped dead. The others were eliminated one after another. The person rescued from the carriage was a woman who, once freed, began vomiting heavily. Carmen asked Marac if he had managed to find out her name, but he replied that, as he could see, she was definitely not in any condition to talk. He was busy patting her back, trying to help. When she finally stopped vomiting, she asked him to stop hitting her. She said if he kept doing that, she'd end up throwing up again. Even so, she sincerely thanked them for saving her. She introduced herself as Dakia Iramel, eldest daughter of Count Iramel. Carmen, upon hearing the name, thought that if she really was that man's daughter, then she must be a mage. Marac came to the same conclusion, and being both a mage and a noble, he already imagined how arrogant she would be. But Carmen, looking closely into her eyes, told Marac he saw a big heart in that woman. Marac agreed. His mother, on the other hand, got extremely annoyed at that answer. Dakia asked for the names of the two travelers. Even though she could clearly see Marac was a priest, she wanted to hear it from him. He introduced himself as a priest serving the goddess of preservation, and said his name was Marac. Dakia, still having trouble walking, explained that she had inhaled anesthetic gas during the kidnapping, and it was still in her system. She asked for help. Carmen stepped in to offer support. He introduced himself as Carmen Valtos. That made Dakia pause for a moment. She wanted to confirm if he was really a Vitos, and asked if he was sure he wanted to help her. She explained that if strangers saw the black sheep of the Vitos family traveling alongside her, and word reached the capital, it could cause him serious trouble. The least she could do in return was be considerate. Both Marac and Carmen were surprised. A noble, a mage, and still being kind. That was rare. Carmen then wanted to understand better what had led to that situation. Dakia said that, although she didn't have solid proof, she suspected the one behind her kidnapping was her own brother, Derso Irimel, who had always hated her. Recently, she had received a marriage proposal from the Kingdom of Dragon, and since she was next in line to become head of the family, she believed her brother wanted to use the proposal as an excuse to get rid of her. Marac reflected that, as much as the story sounded true, there was a deeper issue. For most noble families, mages were not welcome. They disliked the idea of mages in their bloodline. That was due to 2 main reasons. The first was that mages, by nature, had difficult personalities, and it was hard to teach them even basic etiquette. They tended to be egocentric. The second reason was deeper, an old legend passed down from before the ancient empire. In that story, known as the Age of Twisted Mages, they were responsible for great disasters. Since then, most species in that world had developed an aversion to mages in positions of power. That's why, when Dakia revealed she was seeking one of the 4 Great Lord titles of the Northern Kingdom, Marac thought the mission was nearly impossible. Unless she was truly willing to kill her brother, he couldn't imagine how she planned something so risky. But he kept that thought to himself, since she was telling the story like it was the first time, when actually it was the third. Dakia then asked the two to be honest. She wanted to know if they were really paying attention to what she was saying. Carmen confirmed by repeating what he understood. She suspected people close to her wanted to hand her over to the Kingdom of dragon. Marac assured her they were listening, but commented that she had already told the same story 3 times. While she spoke, Dakia accidentally let the food burn, and Marac offered her his own skewer. Jokingly, he said it was better to focus on the food than to repeat the story again. Later, Dakia made a proposal. She asked them to escort her to Beatos, a region within the Iramel domain. Marac had already figured she would make that request. She promised to pay each of them their weight in gold if they took her there. That caught Marnac's attention. He knew she came from a rich, noble house, but didn't expect her to be so generous. Still, he couldn't decide alone. His current client was Carmen, and escorting Dakia would delay their search for the mother. He had already saved the hand of the mother of corruption from being destroyed. If Carmen decided to take a different path, Marac would respect that choice and follow him, even if it broke his heart. The mother of corruption, with her usual humor, suggested he fatten himself up since they'd be paid their weight in gold. A very practical idea in her view. Carmen, in turn, understood the situation and made his decision. Since they were already involved, he would take responsibility until the end. It was the only way to honor the Valtos name. After a long journey, they finally began approaching a village. Maybe now they could drink something decent and take a hot bath. When they arrived, they found an inn. Carmen informed them that the rooms were at the end of the hall, on the 3rd floor, and asked the staff to prepare a bath. They could finally rest and eat properly. Later, already seated before a real feast, they were ready to enjoy the meal. But not everything was peaceful. In the tavern, some vile men started harassing one of the women working there, the waitress. The innkeeper tried to intervene, asking them not to cause trouble in the establishment, but it was too late. The situation escalated, and soon the whole table was in turmoil. Carmen commented that a fight was about to break out, and maybe they should step in, but Marac replied that someone was already handling it. Even so, they decided to step in. Dakia went straight for the man who was grabbing a woman and punched him. When the others tried to retaliate, the first had his head crushed by Marac, while the second was strangled by Carmen. Carmen grumbled that Dakia could have at least warned them before acting, then commented that now they were officially a group. Dakia apologized, explaining that ever since she was little, she had never been able to hold herself back when witnessing injustice. Marac, observing this, found it curious. She didn't seem to have anger issues. It was her sense of justice that was out of control. Soon after, Carmen handed a small pouch of coins to Marac, who used it to pay the innkeeper for the damage caused during the commotion. The owner thanked them for the help. Later at the inn, Marac knocked on Dakia's door, but as soon as she opened it, he grabbed her, slammed her against the wall, and pressed a knife to her. He spoke firmly, telling her to stay silent so as not to wake Carmen. He said that next time, she would have to ignore any injustice she saw, because they were being hunted and couldn't afford to draw attention. If she acted like that again, he would have no choice but to attack her or hand her over to the enemy. He said he didn't want to get dragged down because of her, and that he would trust her from that moment on. He asked her to nod if she understood, and she did. Marac then stepped back and said it had been a great talk, wishing her good night. As always, his mother complained about the way he handled things. Marac admitted that maybe he had been too harsh with the girl, but he felt it was necessary to solve the issue before it became a bigger problem. He knew Dakia Iramel had a compulsive disorder for justice, and that could endanger everyone. Meanwhile, the news that Dakia hadn't been captured reached the leader of the operation. The nervous messenger asked for more money to continue the mission. The man, irritated, complained about having already paid too much and slapped him, demanding a detailed explanation for the extra cost. Realizing his life was in danger, the messenger quickly responded. He said the reason the plan failed was a priest named Marac, a follower of the goddess of preservation. The leader was surprised. A priest had caused all that? The messenger explained that Marac wasn't just any priest. He had defeated a giant demon in Guise and had recently slain a creature created by spirit cultists in Kelton, earning the title of declared enemy of those entities. The man wanted to confirm if this was the same priest from the rumors, and if the eldest son of the Valtos family was with him protecting Dakia. When that was confirmed, he agreed to pay the additional amount, making it clear that he would not tolerate any more failures. That man was Vadis Draco, the 3rd prince of the Kingdom of Dragon, and the messenger, relieved, hoped he could return home alive and see his family again. Later that night, in his room, Marac reflected on his actions. Now that some time had passed, he felt a bit guilty for having been so harsh. He thought that maybe Dakia was someone who could actually understand the situation. As he fed his mother, she refused the food, and he asked why she was so worried about that woman. After all, she was still just their client, wasn't she? Soon after, Dakia appeared at the door. She entered with her head slightly down and commented that it was strange seeing him eating so late. Marac said he was just hungry, but she sat down, wanting to talk. She asked if he had treated her that way because she was a mage. Marac confirmed. She said she was used to that kind of look. Most people, after suffering at the hands of mages, looked at her the same way. But this was the first time she saw a different look. His eyes were full of hatred, and she liked that. She said she wanted to be a better companion for him in the future. She admitted that if she saw saw another injustice, she wouldn't be able to ignore it, but next time, she would give a warning before acting. Dakia said she only came to make that clear, wished priest Marac a good night, and got up to leave. Before she left, Marac apologized. He admitted that he had been rude and too harsh. Dakia smiled, saying she was glad to see that expression on his face, and asked if they had made peace now, with no hard feelings between them. She said she was looking forward to living out this adventure by his side. As he thought about it, another girl suddenly jumped on Marac, making the situation even more awkward. After all, he was a priest. Later, Marac reflected that, in the end, mages were just people too. He commented to his mother that her foolish son was finally accepting the truth while feeding her another bite. Down in the tavern below the inn, a huge man burst through the door and shouted, demanding they bring him the damned Marac immediately, or he would kill everyone. At that moment, one of the bandits at the camp realized something was seriously wrong with the story. He started to wonder who this priest really was. One of the bandits confirmed that the priest was there, but the woman was not with him. That's when everyone noticed Marac was already in the camp, holding one of the goons by the neck. The captain ordered everyone to lower their swords, and although hesitant, they obeyed. He realized no one had paid attention to the original plan, and now they were in real trouble. Trying to ease the tension, the captain calmly asked if he was really a priest, and commented that the thing in Marnac's right hand looked like it wanted to be released. The nearly dead man collapsed as soon as Marac let go. Marac said he wanted to speak with the leader of the mercenary group. The man introduced himself as the captain of the Redbeard mercenaries, and his name was Sajida. Later, the two were sitting together having a meal, but Marac commented he didn't like the food much. Sajida believed it would help make the conversation smoother, but deep down he already knew he'd have to give up the mission. Marac mentioned that Sajida's comrade had come to the tavern where he was staying the night before and said he wanted to talk, probably about the chaos that happened last night. Sajida grew worried. If Marac had found out that their target was the silver-haired maiden, things wouldn't go as planned. The rumors about the priest said he was terrifying, and just thinking about facing him made Sajida nervous. And in his view, it was all the Vice Captain Pelguin's fault. At that moment, Pelguin showed up, face red, and walking clumsily from drinking too much. He asked if the priest had come of his own will and said he was brave. Then he asked if there was a silver-haired, golden-eyed maiden in Marnac's group. Marac confirmed that yes, there was. Then the vice captain demanded that he hand her over immediately and leave, unless he wanted to die too. But in the next second, it was Pelguin himself who lost an arm. Marac remarked that it was curious. He noticed that he hadn't yet said his name or introduced himself, yet he had already been called Father Marac. That meant they were being tracked. So he asked who had hired them. The mercenaries tried to fight back but failed. The first ones fell with just a few strikes. The next hesitated in fear. Even Sajita didn't step in to help his vice captain at that moment. Marac was preparing to eliminate everyone, since no one seemed willing to give any answers. At the last second, Sajita rushed forward and saved the vice captain with his spear. Marac remarked that he hadn't expected him to get involved. Sajita replied that he didn't want to either, but his bond with the vice captain was too deep to ignore. The fight between the two began in earnest. Sajita tried to distract Marac by throwing the tent over him and ordering everyone to run, but the plan failed. One by one, the mercenaries were killed by Marac, and Sajita no longer knew what to do. While fighting, Marac told his mother he needed to find out who had hired them. That person had to be brought into the light of corruption, where they would receive his benevolent blessing. Even fighting with all his might, Sajita couldn't stop Marac, who used the bodies of fallen mercenaries to block attacks, and then split his enemies in half. The battle remained intense. Sajita told his men to take care of Pelguin, but at one point he took such a powerful punch from Marac that it caused an explosion. Marac commented that it had been a while since he'd fought someone at that level. Sajita had managed to block the blow. Then Sajita shouted for the archers to fire. That's when Marac realized there were hidden archers. He thought it would be a problem if one of them hit his joints, but looking around he saw the archers were fleeing. Sajita's own allies had abandoned him. Betrayed, Sajita cursed those bastards. Marac asked if he still intended to keep fighting, since it was clear he'd been left behind. With no other option, Sajita lowered his weapon and surrendered. He said he would tell them everything. After burying the bodies of his companions, Sajita said he wished Pelguin were alive so he could beat him up for everything. But now he was dead, and it felt strange. Marac asked if he hated him. Sajita threw the question back. Would Marac kill him if he said yes? Marac replied he saw no reason to keep alive someone who hated him. Sajita admitted that made sense. Even so, he said he wasn't good with words, and would have trouble explaining. Life as a mercenary, he said, was like that. Kill or be killed. Often you worked alongside people who had killed your friends the day before. That didn't mean they were close or friendly, but it also wasn't a reason to come at them with an axe. That's why Sajida said he didn't hate Marac. He just felt a little lonely. His mercenary organization was already falling apart anyway. Marac asked what he planned to do now. Sajida said he didn't know. It had been 15 years since he'd been alone. Now he felt lost. The only thing he knew how to do was fight. Maybe he'd go back to being a mercenary. Marac replied that if that was the case, he should at least find a contractor who paid well. Later, they were having a calm breakfast with Dakia, but she seemed bothered. Marac asked if his clothes were stained with dried blood, and she said no, they were clean. Even so, the way she answered made Marac feel thorns in her voice. Dakia asked why he left without saying anything. They both knew that after the talk they'd had the night before, they had promised not to do that anymore. Marac had promised they would discuss everything before making decisions, yet he had gone off alone without telling Dakia. She questioned him, and Marac asked if she had ever killed anyone. When she said no, he explained that was exactly why he had gone alone. He felt he needed to be strict about that, because some fights ended in death. Dakia insisted he could have at least let her know. She said she had slept, woken up, and nearly had breakfast without knowing anything. Marac replied that from now on he'd tell her everything. Dakia then said they were even since the night before she had also gone out without saying anything. She reminded him that Carmen had shown up worried, saying Marac had gone alone to deal with the mercenaries. But she soon realized he had returned and asked who the new man was. Marac said it was a new mercenary hired by the princess. Dakia said he seemed to trust the guy and hoped that wouldn't cause any trouble. Carmen said he was glad to have a sturdier companion and mentioned he would stop by the village blacksmith to pick up the arrowheads he had reforged. Their next outing was scheduled for the next morning. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a light blue-haired girl asked when they would arrive. A blonde man asked if she was sure they were coming to that location. He said if they didn't get there soon, he'd go insane from the whining of that kid. Another man with short hair said he had been tracking their location regularly, and this time he was sure. The girl asked to confirm whether they were really heading to Haradiko, and the man confirmed they were. She said she believed him, but if they didn't show up, he'd be dead. Later, Dakia commented that they had finally arrived in Haradiko, and now she could enjoy a hot bath. At that moment, a man approached Marac and asked if he was the priest. He said he needed him to talk to the trumpeter of rest. None of the guards, not even the local lord, could make that man stop. The trumpeter had to stop calling the undead to that place. The man offered money to Marac to try to solve the situation, explaining that his companions were at their limit. Every night, the dead roamed the area, and they were terrified. Marac said he would try, but warned them not to expect much. He walked away from the group and asked Dakia and the others to just find lodging. Later, alone in the forest, he reflected on that type of priest. Among all the gods, the trumpeter of rest was the most peculiar. The other gods chose their priests and granted them authority, but the trumpeter, on any random day, would give his power to a random human for no reason. These chosen ones would then spend their lives serving the dead. No one knew why. All that was known was that the trumpeters appeared in places full of corpses, blew their silent horns, and wandered around with their army of undead. Many authorities hated the phenomenon, but no one dared attack the dead led by a trumpeter. Facing an army that only grew was suicide. Even Marac preferred to avoid it. For him, the trumpeters were like natural phenomena, solitary, uncontrollable, walking side by side with the dead. As he approached the trumpeter, Marac said he was sure many people had been there, saying the same thing. He asked if it wasn't time for him to leave. He reminded him that, for the living, the presence of the dead was uncomfortable. He questioned why he had been standing in that place for so long, since trumpeters usually just wandered. The trumpeter replied that the worshippers of evil spirits would cause many deaths. Immediately, Marac sensed the danger and ran back to the city. He promised himself that this time would not be like Kelton. His mother soon began screaming inside his mind, asking him to kill everyone. Meanwhile, the little girl who was throwing a tantrum complained that Marac hadn't shown up yet, but the woman beside her said he would be there soon. Then the blonde man confirmed he had seen him. He was rising from the flames again. The worshippers of evil spirits were excited to see Marac, especially the child. Marac thought he didn't expect to meet them again in a place like that. His mother kept repeating, "Kill them all, kill them all." Marac tried to stay calm, but he had no intention of holding back. As his mother knew well, the blonde mage in front of him was an old enemy. He was the one who had murdered Marac, and also his savior. This was a revenge he needed to fulfill. Then it is revealed what happened in the past. Marac always had too many worries. He lived each day as he could, and when he didn't make enough money, he went hungry. On one of those days, amid a strong blizzard and on the brink of death, he found his savior, Shantux. Shantux was a simple man. He wasn't young or old. He was calm but serious when needed. When Marac woke up, Shantux didn't ask questions. He just told him to rest as much as he needed. He was a priest of the goddess of preservation and also a grave digger, living on the outskirts of the city. One day, while helping with the work, Marac asked why he had saved him. Shantux just smiled. smiled and said he did it because he wanted to. Marac never forgot that smile. He kept it in a special corner of his heart. Shantoks always said no one needed a reason to help others. Deep down, Marac wanted to be more like him. After a year of peaceful life and another harsh winter, it was Marac who ended up saving a man who had fainted in the snow, just like Shantoks had saved him in the past. But Marac should never have reached out to that bastard. After being helped, the man quickly recovered, and with a cynical smile on his face, he revealed he was a worshipper of evil spirits. Using his magic, he tore Marnac's body into several pieces. When he regained consciousness, Marac realized that his mother's hand, the one he had somehow stored in his inventory, had escaped on its own. It was caressing his body, trying to heal him. But then he saw the price of his mistake. Right before his eyes was Shantoks' corpse, cruelly murdered by that miserable mage. The mage then said he finally remembered Marac. He commented that he was the same gravedigger from before, but said he had died back then by the mage's own hands. And now that he was alive again, there was nothing left to talk about. He pointed to the clothes Marac was wearing and said they belonged to the priest he killed. He showed the hand Marac had healed years earlier and said he had been using it well for the past 3 years. Marac then prepared to kill him. When the little girl ran excitedly toward him, Marac didn't hesitate and cut her throat. The battle between him and the mage began there. His mother granted a great portion of her power so that Marac could destroy that bastard. He broke the enemy's magical barrier and tore off the hand he had once healed. But to his surprise, the little girl was still alive. She said she really liked Marac, and once again, he slit her throat. He didn't want to waste time with other enemies. The mage then used his retribution magic. He struck the ground so hard that he summoned a shining star that destroyed part of the city they were in. With arrogance, the mage claimed that the divine power he felt coming from Marac wasn't from the goddess of preservation. He even mocked him, saying the priest's clothes suited him, and that deep down, he must also be a worshipper of evil spirits. But Marac told him to shut up and summoned the giant of corruption. The mage seemed impressed by the authority the giant represented, and said that, since he had lost his own left arm, he would take Marnac's. When the giant struck, the mage blocked it easily using magic. Even so, Marac had already decided. That night, he would kill that bastard named Riverkel, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Sajida was clearing a path through the zombies to protect Dakia and the rest of the group. The city had been completely overrun by the horde. Carmen insisted they needed to head to the castle, but Dakia was worried about Marac. Sajida, in turn, said he wasn't someone who would die easily, but even the castle wasn't a safe place at that moment. Carmen said that this time, the collapse of the city wasn't the Lord's fault, since people had simply gone mad. Sajida said it didn't matter because those people needed to die. Then he killed another zombie. To escape that city, they would have to keep killing and moving forward. Sajida took the lead and asked the group to just not die along the way. Finally, Dakia drew her blade, and they all fought together toward the castle gates. In the midst of the battle, Sajida saw a fight in the distance and recognized Marac. The little girl appeared alive once more, saying he was much more fun than she expected. She wanted to see how far Arnkay could go. Another woman appeared and asked why the two of them didn't solve things with words, since they seemed to worship the same spirits. But the little girl replied that, of course not. She had been waiting a long time to meet Marac, and he was already ready to fight. The giant's next punch shattered Riverkel's magical barrier, and Marac finally faced him head-on. Riverkel, dodging the attacks, mocked him, saying he only had swords and fists. He commented that it would be nice if everyone just calmed down a bit. But in the next second, his head simply exploded. Marac was surprised. The spear that had done it was thrown by Sajida, who continued running and fighting zombies right after. Marac stood still, reflecting. He had read somewhere that revenge was an extremely futile thing. Still, he didn't imagine it would feel so empty. That wasn't the ending he wanted. Even so, he offered Riverkel's corpse to his mother. Suddenly, the mage's body began to glow and release a great amount of divine power. Marac used that moment to recover his right arm, the one he had healed years ago. He noticed the two women trying to escape. The taller one was dragging the little girl far away. Marac asked the giant of corruption to throw him far so he could return to the world of corruption and reach them. As they ran, a massive impact hit the path ahead. It looked like a catapult shot, but it wasn't. Something much bigger was coming. It was Marac who broke the silence and asked what was going to happen now. The little girl said she could explain. She introduced herself as Pearly and said the woman next to her was named Baina. The two were part of the secret society of worshippers of evil evil spirits. According to them, they all belonged to an organization called Liberato. Pearlie asked if Marac remembered them, the people he had killed earlier in Kelton. She claimed all those people were also part of Liberato, and that's why they were now waiting for him. When Marac asked how many people were in the organization, the two said they didn't know. Pearlie explained that she had only come there because they said Marac was strong, and also because within the organization, she could do whatever she wanted. Riverkel probably knew that too, since he had been sent by Liberato to lead that mission, and now he was in that pitiful state. Marac then wanted to know what Liberato's real goal was. Benna replied that the plan was simple, to create a world where no one was persecuted, regardless of the god they believed in. Marac asked if, for that, they would destroy an entire village, and Bina said she didn't want that either. The one to blame was Riverkel, who had caused all the problems. She explained that there were certain things they needed to collect, and one of them was with Marac, the sacred relic, the orb that was inside the incarnation's body. Marac figured his guess had been right. With that relic, which held the power of the mother of corruption, these people were trying to achieve something even greater. He said the orb had been broken. Benna didn't believe it, said it was impossible, but Marac confirmed it. He said it was indeed broken, that he had taken the remains and thrown them away in Kelton, and then asked if there was only one orb. The mother of corruption also wanted to know the answer, and Pearlie revealed that no, there were 4 orbs. Upon hearing this, the mother ordered Marac to kill the girls and get the rest. He thought that, as the one who owned the sealed power, the mother must be furious now. If there were 4 orbs in total, he wanted to know who had driven the citizens of that city insane. Pearlie claimed it wasn't her, and that she didn't even know how to do something like that. Benna then asked why the other one kept answering that man's questions, but her answer never came. Her head was cut off before that. Pearlie was shocked by her companion's death, but soon met the same fate. Marac offered both bodies to his mother, but he noticed that Pearlie wasn't dead yet. Somehow she had survived. Even so, things became much quieter after that. That was when Dakia's group arrived. Carmen asked if Marac was the one who had caused all that, since everyone was lying on the ground. He confirmed it. Sajida wanted to know if his spear had helped. Marac said yes, and that he couldn't even describe how useful it had been. But deep down, he hoped Sajida hadn't seen the giant of corruption fighting beside him. So he said they should keep moving, because something much bigger was about to awaken. Carmen, confused, asked what he meant by that. The next moment, everyone saw it. A massive demon made of corpses appeared. Carmen, horrified, asked if that creature's body was really made of bodies. Marac confirmed. That was exactly what he had mentioned earlier. It looked like a sick person's twisted hobby. Even in death, Riverkel had gathered the corpses to form that grotesque creature. It was a disgusting authority, perfect for him. Marac turned to Dakia, knowing she was shaken from having blood on her hands. He said he would confront her later, but for now, she needed to stay focused. Dakia wanted to know how he planned to comfort her after all that. Marac said he would think about it later. What mattered now was buying time to save as many people as possible. Carmen asked if reinforcements were coming. Marac said yes, he was sure of it. But Sajida said they were already there. The one who had brought the reinforcements was the Trumpeter of Rest, who appeared with an army of undead to help fight the demon. The war was becoming even more intense. The summoned corpses began climbing the demon's body and devouring it slowly. Dakia, surprised, asked if that man was really the Trumpeter. Marac confirmed. That's what it seemed like. The Trumpeter said that among the 4 of them, he wanted someone very agile to take a spear and thrust it straight into the demon's heart. Marac asked if he didn't have a sword. The Trumpeter just stared at him for a while until he finally revealed that yes, he had a special weapon. It was a sword that could change shape. Marac took the opportunity to ask if he could make another sword and a few more arrows. While the demon was destroying everything around them, the Trumpeter kept staring at Marac until he finally said he would do it one last time. He created arrows and a new sword. Then everyone was ready for battle. Carmen with his bow and arrows, Sajida with his spear, Dakia and Marac with swords. Marac realized that the sword was very good, extremely sharp. It looked like it was made of bones, and it was imbued with the divinity of the Trumpeter of Rest. Against undead, that weapon would be perfect. The Trumpeter warned that he would paralyze the giant's movements for a while. During that moment, they had to pierce the creature's heart deeply, and if they were useful, he might forge more of those weapons. Marac agreed. Then the Trumpeter blew with all his might, and the demon was completely paralyzed. All the zombies controlled by the Trumpeter of Rest began to dissolve into a kind of acidic liquid. It was as if they were being melted on purpose, corroding the great demon's body from the inside out. Marac watched that and concluded that the trumpeter was decomposing the corpses to mold them again later. He found the act so extreme that he thought maybe the trumpeter was even worse than the worshippers of evil spirits themselves. But when questioned, the trumpeter replied that he was simply dealing with the shells that had been granted rest. He explained that the forged weapons would reveal where the creature's heart was and warned that time was short. Everyone started running. Even so, the demon managed to strike violently. Dakia managed to dodge, but several zombie fangs stuck to the creature's body tried to reach her. Carmen acted as cover, and Dakia said she would work with him to suppress the giant from the base. The two began climbing. Meanwhile, Marac asked Sajida if he could pierce the creature's heart, as Marac would distract the head. Advancing through the bodies fused to the monster's flesh, he wondered why he was focusing specifically on the head. According to the Mother of Corruption, there was a sealed divinity inside. The distorted and disgusting face resembled Riverkel, and Marac wanted to beat it until nothing remained. He swore that this time he would cut that bastard into pieces. When only the creature's eye was left, Marac vaporized it without hesitation. Meanwhile, Sajida had already reached the heart. With a single spear strike, he pierced it deeply and made the entire creature begin to dissolve. The bodies that made up its form decomposed and fell like grotesque vomit. Marac descended to the ground with the orb in hand. He finally felt that he had avenged his dear friend Shantux. As the sun began to rise on the horizon, Dakia approached and asked if he was okay. Marac said he was, but wanted to know where Sajida was. He appeared shortly after, praising the quality of the spear he had used. Then the trumpeter approached and asked to speak with Marac in private. The two walked together to a more secluded place. Marac didn't understand why he had been called alone. He wondered if the trumpeter had noticed he took the orb, or if it was because he was a worshipper of evil spirits. The Mother of Corruption had already told him to kill the trumpeter before, but the trumpeter revealed that a presence was approaching, and Marac knew exactly what it was. It was something beyond human, a part of a divinity. A true god was about to manifest, and this god, the true trumpeter of death and rest, would use the body of his follower as a prophet for only a few moments. When the presence took hold of the trumpeter, he delivered a message to Marac, and it was crucial. Shortly after, the prophet's body fell to the ground, lifeless. Marac asked if the trumpeter still had something to say on his own. He replied that he didn't know what his god had said and didn't want to know. Marac accepted the answer and said they could return. On the way, he commented that, if possible, the undead army could help rebuild Eradicó, maybe by carrying stones and rubble. But the trumpeter replied that helping the living was not part of his role. Even so, Marac insisted, saying that the most important thing at that moment was to rescue the survivors and take them to safe, stable places. The trumpeter, after thinking, ordered his undead to do that. Marac took the opportunity to say he had one more request. It would be great if they could also collect any food that was still good. The trumpeter looked visibly irritated but blew his instrument once again to fulfill the task. When Marac asked if he could request something else, the trumpeter told him to say everything at once. Later, Marac handed over Riverkel's right arm to the trumpeter, stating that there was something special about that limb. After that, the trumpeter left with his army. Dakia commented that she never imagined receiving help from the trumpeter of rest one day. Marac replied that deep down, he was actually a kind guy. He asked for help expecting to be refused, but was surprised. Dakia thanked him, saying his help had been very useful. The Mother of Corruption, hearing this, was overcome with jealousy. Later, in Marnac's room, she was trying to absorb the power of the orb, but was unable to. Marac thought maybe the god trumpeter was trying to say that the next sacred relic was in the capital. If that were true, then he knew that Marac was a priest of corruption. As he looked at the mother, he told her he had met a god that day and asked if she knew that being. The mother said no. Marac thought about what the trumpeter had said before collapsing. It seemed to suggest that his identity would not be revealed. But even so, he had no idea what was about to happen. The Mother of Corruption, furious and frustrated for not being able to absorb the orb's power, threw it out the window. Marac approached the Mother of Corruption and asked what she was doing. She looked very sad, her eyes teary, and even began to cry. He realized she was frustrated, probably for not being able to break the orb's seal, and tried to calm her. He told her not to worry because he was sure she would manage, but he also said that throwing the orb out of anger wouldn't help anything. He gently lifted her into the air and said that no matter how frustrated she was, she would still be the most charming creature that existed. Then he corrected himself, saying no, she definitely wouldn't be charming doing that specifically. But he asked her not to take it the wrong way. He truly believed she was the most charming in the world. Then he hugged her tightly, asking her to promise not to go around throwing things when she was angry. Later in a tavern, some people were talking about the rumors spreading across the kingdoms. They said the worshippers of evil spirits were everywhere, not just in their kingdom, but also in Dragon's Kingdom, the Western Desert, and even the Southern Empire. They mentioned the incidents in Kelton and Eratico, and some began to fear that their own cities might be in danger. Another customer replied that they were too far away to worry. They also talked about a mysterious figure, someone who had killed all those worshippers of evil spirits. They called him the savior of Eratico, the demon slayer, Marac. Everyone raised a toast in his honor, thankful they could drink in peace thanks to his actions. In the corner of the tavern, a hooded figure watched in silence. The blue flame was still lurking, following Marnac's trail. Meanwhile, Hilden, in another place, reflected on what had happened. The worshippers were dead, and he believed he had convinced the Lord of Eratico to even capture the princess. But everyone had failed. The Lord, the assassins, all were dead, and he blamed the worshippers for that. He knew the prince would be furious with the failure, but even more furious if he did nothing. That's why he knocked on the palace door and was allowed in. Elsewhere in the journey, Marac and his group faced a band of criminals. He eliminated them, which left Dakia visibly uncomfortable. Even so, Marac assured her that he would give them a proper burial, and as always, he offered the bodies to his mother. At that moment, Marac had already accumulated 3,379 divinity, saying they had gained much more thanks to the bandits. After the fight, Dakia wanted to talk to him. She said she wasn't trying to judge him, but mentioned that he never let a bandit escape alive. She wanted to understand why. Marac asked if she had asked the same question to the other two. Dakia confirmed. Carmen answered that since they were attacked first, they were just defending themselves. Sajida said he was only doing his duty to protect Dakia as her guard. Marac then explained that, in his case, it was a matter of principle. He believed in people's potential. When Dakia asked if he believed bandits could reincarnate as better people, Marac replied, yes, he believed in that possibility. She wanted to know if it wouldn't be better to spare them then. But Marac said the first time is always harder, and it was more likely they would return to the path of evil than redeem themselves. That's why he preferred to kill them. He then asked if she thought he had the right to judge people. After all, no god had ever been clear about that. But the mother of corruption interrupted, saying that she had given that permission. Marac reflected that the mother had been benevolent, giving him the freedom to do what he believed was right. He continued saying that he didn't kill based on morality, but by taking responsibility for the choices he made. If he spared a bandit and that man killed someone innocent later, the guilt would fall on him. That's why he preferred to end the lives of those criminals, even if there was a chance of redemption. Dakia understood what he meant. Marac admitted he didn't know when he would have to pay for all the murders he had committed, but said it didn't matter how heavy the burden was. That was his choice. He said he had promised himself he would never again let those bastards live. Dakia then asked if he could tell what had happened in the past to make him decide that, but she also said he didn't have to tell her if he didn't want to. Marac replied that he would tell her, but later. That was because the group had just approached a group of merchants along the road. Sajida commented that a merchant group that size probably had a wide variety of items. Maybe they could even resell the equipment they had taken from the bandits. Later, the group was called to a meeting with one of the caravan leaders. During the conversation, the man examined the items they brought and was impressed when he saw Marnac's sword. He said it was made from an exotic metal, an alloy imbued with the essence of technology from the ancient empire. The merchant said he had never seen a sword with so much immortalum in its composition. There was so much that he had barely recognized it. Carmen asked if immortalum was the metal of immortality. The man explained that it wasn't just about immortality, but rather a solid mass of the material, more than twice what he had acquired in over 120 years. That sword was extremely rare, and he wanted to buy it at any price, but Marac refused the offer, saying he didn't intend to sell it. The merchant agreed, saying he wouldn't sell something like that either if it were his. Carmen, taking advantage of the moment, commented that there was probably a reason they had been invited there. The merchant then explained that he would like to hire them as guards until they reached the northern part of the kingdom's capital. He mentioned that he heard they had passed through Eratico, and when he saw Marac, he recognized him as the demon slayer of Guise, the arch enemy of the evil spirits of Kelton, and the savior of Eratico. Marac felt a bit awkward at hearing so many titles. The merchant promised generous compensation, better treatment than the other mercenaries, but Carmen asked for time for the group to discuss the proposal. As he left the tent, the merchant said he would wait eagerly for their answer. Later that night, Marac was giving the mother of corruption a massage and commented that it was good to finally be employed. Now they just needed to find a good place to stay once they got paid. But the peace was interrupted by an unexpected attack. Monsters were invading the camp. Marac immediately protected his mother, and when she returned to her original form, the entire group moved into action to eliminate the creatures. Marac fought without hesitation, while Dakia finally used her magic. But before she could launch her fireball, Marac took down the creature she was targeting and said she didn't need to use magic at that moment. He commented that an ally with uncontrolled uncontrolled magic was more dangerous than an enemy's spear. Dakia, frustrated, replied that she wasn't that bad. She believed that if she aimed properly, she could hit the target. Marac agreed, but reminded her that bats fly, and there was no guarantee she wouldn't hit someone from their own group. She sighed, resigned. After the battle, Marac returned covered in blood, and the merchant approached him again. He asked if Marac still intended to keep that beautiful weapon made of immortalum. Marac replied that it would depend on the merchant's answer, and suggested that he think very carefully. He wanted to know if the worshippers of evil spirits were targeting his merchant organization. The merchant hesitated, saying he wasn't sure. Marac simply slammed his sword onto the table as a warning. The merchant gave in. He said he would trust Marac since he was a well-known figure, and asked if he would keep a secret about what he was about to reveal. Marac confirmed. He said he was there as a mercenary and was willing to keep any secret. Then the merchant asked his subordinate to bring a small box. He explained that the attacks from the worshippers began when they received a certain item and were tasked with delivering it to the capital. Marac commented that, based on the ambushes they suffered, they must have lost many people, yet they continued. The merchant agreed. He said they had received a large amount of mortalum as advance payment and would receive even more upon delivery. He himself didn't understand why the worshippers were so insistent. He had asked the priest involved, but even he didn't know. When the item was revealed, Marac and the Mother of Corruption recognized it immediately. It was a sacred relic containing the Mother's divinity. Marac finally understood why the worshippers had been ambushing the caravan so often. He thought that, even though he had the Mother's hand, the others were still searching for the remaining relics. The merchant asked what he thought of it, if he knew why they were after the object. Marac said he wasn't sure, but he understood the seriousness of the situation. He took the opportunity to propose they discuss the terms of the contract. Since that information had been hidden, he thought it was fair to double the payment for the entire group. The merchant accepted and even joked, asking if Marac had ever considered becoming a merchant instead of a priest. Marac said it wasn't really his thing. Later, everyone was gathered. Sajida commented that, to be honest, he had already seen signs of battle on the caravan guard's gear. That indicated they had been facing ambushes for some time, and since they were heading in the same direction, it was certain the group would end up involved, even if they had refused the job. Carmen then added that despite that, their priest went there and even managed to double the reward. Marac said he had only asked for what the group truly deserved, and Dakia commented that she was happy everyone was safe. Then Carmen told everyone to go to sleep, because the next day they had a long road ahead. At that moment, the Mother of Corruption started to show she wanted something. Marac noticed and asked if she was thinking about stealing the relic now. He said it would be terrible if they were caught, and asked if she was saying it would be a perfect crime, as long as there were no witnesses. The way she said it made her sound like a murderer. He explained that they shouldn't act on impulse, not until they figured out what the merchant was really capable of. Marac reminded her that sacred metal never decays, and he wouldn't let the worshippers of evil spirits get that item. He said the plan was to recover it, absorb the divinity, and return the piece to its place. The Mother of Corruption was very pleased with the plan and called him a genius. Marac was flattered by the compliment. Suddenly, screams began echoing outside. Marac, irritated for having just taken a bath, recognized it as another ambush. A new monster appeared, a gigantic creature that knocked down everything in its path. He recognized the monster as a carpello. He prepared his slayer and rushed at the creature, which blocked the attack with its horn. But Marac took advantage of the opening to strike a precise blow and eliminate it. However, that wasn't the only enemy. Another figure appeared before him. It was Pearly, who said it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Pearly said she had thought a lot about him all this time, but Marac replied he hadn't thought about her at all. He said he had a question to ask, but she teased him, asking what he would do for her if she answered. Meanwhile, the fight against the monster horde continued, with the entire group helping. At one point, Carmen warned there was one last enemy trying to escape. Marac chased it down and pierced the creature with his bone sword, the one given to him by the trumpeter. Pearly reappeared, saying he was late and asking if now he would fulfill her wishes. Marac answered no, absolutely not. He demanded that she answer his question first. He wanted to know how many worshippers were ambushing the group at that moment. Pearly said there were 3 others besides her, but complained that everyone kept acting like she wasn't even there. According to her, they were all very mean. Marac thought she was revealing everything she knew to the enemy, which didn't seem very smart. If he had sided with her, he probably would have left her out too. So he said there were indeed many bad people involved and asked if they knew why they were attacking attacking that merchant group. Pearlie said the goal was to steal a necklace. She didn't know much more than that, only that the person who hired the caravan was also part of Liberato. Marac wanted to know if that was some kind of internal conflict. Pearlie said not exactly, just a heated disagreement. When he asked what the argument was about, she said she didn't remember. She explained that she was neutral in the situation and only did things in exchange for money or materials. Marac asked what kind of materials she was looking for. She revealed that she was a priestess who worshipped the trembling cord. With that, Marac concluded that the figure before him, just like the last time they met, was just a puppet. She warned him that her companions were plotting something behind her back, without informing her. He then asked why she was so kind to him, but Pearlie said that was a very different question from the others, and Marac quickly said he'd lost interest. He asked her to say what she wanted to ask before she left, but Pearlie said she would only reveal it the next time they met. Marac then replied that in that case it was goodbye, and cut off her head. Even so, she kept a smile on her face to the end. Back at the camp, Dakia was waiting to talk. Marac told her she should go get some rest. She replied that she would, but wanted to know where he had been. He explained that he was chasing a monster when he felt the presence of a worshipper of evil spirits. He didn't mention it was Pearlie or that they had talked. He simply said the figure had fled. Dakia approached with a handkerchief and tried to wipe the blood off Marnac's face, but he warned that she would end up staining it completely. Dakia insisted, saying she had bought the handkerchief especially for him, since he was always covered in blood. She cleaned his face gently, while the mother of corruption watched from afar, consumed by jealousy. Later, when Dakia finally went to rest, Marac entered his tent and found the mother transformed. She had stolen the handkerchief. She wanted to clean his face too, just like Dakia had done. When she touched his face, Marac complained that it hurt, but didn't stop her. The next morning, already on the move, the group was following the trail when Marac heard a very specific sound. For a moment, he thought it might be the ambush Pearlie had mentioned. But paying closer attention, he realized it wasn't that. It was something much worse. The sound was coming from an avalanche. Without wasting time, Marac shouted for everyone to run, but the avalanche was already dangerously close. Marac was confused and unsure of what to do, but when he looked at Dakia, he realized only she could help him. He explained that, at the rate the avalanche was moving, everyone would die if nothing was done. However, if Dakia used her magic, they might gain enough time to save the others. He asked her to use her powers, saying this was the opportunity she had long been waiting for. Dakia admitted he was right, but confessed that, no matter how hard she tried, her magic wouldn't be able to stop an entire avalanche. Marac then replied that they didn't need to stop everything. They just needed a few minutes to allow the others to escape. Dakia explained that while channeling mana, she wouldn't be able to move, and once her energy ran out, she would pass out. Even so, Marac promised he would do whatever it took to protect her. Upon hearing that, Dakia took a deep breath, filled herself with determination, and said she would try, but she made it clear she was trusting him, so he better keep his promise. She then began concentrating all her mana, creating a vortex of ice around her. Taking advantage of the cold environment, she cast a powerful spell, using the region's own ice to slow the avalanche with a beam of frost. The effort was extreme. She was so overwhelmed that her power, previously measured by the mother of corruption as 4 fingers, nearly rose to 4.5. But before reaching that level, Dakia lost consciousness and collapsed. Marac approached and said that it had already been enough. Without needing to knock her out, he asked his mother to summon it. The giant of corruption appeared, shielding them with its arms and enduring the avalanche. When it finally passed, the giant began to dig through the snow that had buried them. Marac and Dakia were under the debris, but alive. A rock had fallen on the giant's face, and it asked Marac to remove it. As soon as he did, the giant returned to the portal. Dakia began to regain consciousness and asked if she was still alive. She wasn't sure if she had died, but Marac assured her they were alive, although separated from the rest of the group. Since she couldn't walk, he said he would carry her in his arms. But at that moment, Dakia looked at him suspiciously. She said she had seen everything. She saw him summon that strange giant, which looked sinister. The mother of corruption inside Marnac's mind asked him to kill Dakia. Dakia went on, saying she knew from the beginning that he wasn't a follower of the goddess of preservation. He was different from the others, much stronger. He flew around with a sword in hand, something no ordinary person could do. Marac tried to justify it by saying it was the result of special training, but Dakia went further. She said she knew about the strange hand he kept inside his cloak, that he often talked to it alone. Even if he thought he was being discreet, a careful observer would notice over time. He tried to brush it off, saying those were normal prayers, but Dakia said she clearly saw him shouting for his mother, and the giant appeared, surrounded by dark energy. Marac then interrupted and and said he needed to remind her of something. Silence is golden, and since she was a fair person, he hoped she hadn't seen anything, and would understand this as a necessity. To his surprise, Dakia replied that she didn't care. It didn't matter if he worshipped an evil spirit or not. What she meant was that in the end, he was a good person, sometimes cruel, true, but she could tell when someone was genuine. She said she didn't believe in gods and thought he would only listen to her if he was vulnerable, like now. She explained that she was born a mage and had always received looks of hatred and distrust. That's why she could understand Marac a little. Even if he worshipped dark entities, she would treat him the same way she always had, and she promised to keep his secret. At that moment, even the mother of corruption fell silent. But after a moment, she appeared before them. Without saying anything, she began to hit Dakia's head with her fists, clearly angry. Dakia was startled, asking where that strange child came from and begged her to stop hitting her. Marac asked his mother to calm down, saying he believed in Dakia. He understood his mother's concern, but wanted to trust Dakia since she trusted him. Taking advantage of the fact she was a mage, Marac said he wanted her to make an oath. The mother of corruption gave her a sharp look, making it clear she was watching. Dakia asked what that meant. Marac explained that his mother was just observing to see if she would behave. Then he asked Dakia to swear in the old tongue. She recited the words and swore by her mana. After that, Marac said that since she had sworn, he would answer any question she had. Dakia then asked if he didn't suspect that she might be lying in her oath. Marac said that although he wasn't a mage, he understood the old tongue. Dakia then said there was something she was curious about and asked what kind of woman he liked. The mother of corruption immediately got angry and stood between them, separating them with an angry glare. Marac thought it best to change the subject and suggested they keep moving. Dakia, however, wanted to know if he was also after that relic. She said she would help anyway. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, all the enemies were dead. One of the worshippers who led the group commented that it had been easier than expected. The relic was finally in their hands. She believed the priest had frozen to death in the avalanche they had set up, so she said it was time to return. However, the leader of the merchant guild appeared, furious, accusing the worshippers of touching his items with their filthy hands. The ice mage tried to freeze him again, but it didn't work. In fact, that man was no ordinary being. It was then explained what androids were. Their bodies were entirely made of metal. They were known to love minerals and could even replace parts of their bodies with those materials. That's why they often demanded all kinds of rare metals. Most of them followed mercantile careers, precisely to seek more of these resources. They were a species that grew stronger with time and money. As long as their core remained intact, they kept functioning. The one on the field was a centaur android, ready to exterminate the worshippers. He summoned a cavalry spear, shattered the ice spell, and declared that she would die if she kept fighting like that. One of her allies asked her to hold on just a bit longer, but the mage questioned how his body could be made of frozen steel. The android, however, remained relentless. Even so, the worshippers had a plan. A man with black hair stepped forward and summoned a black slime that trapped the android. The ice mage prepared to finish him. He was hit again, but declared that such filthy tricks wouldn't work. Even as the mage began to panic, the big guy in the group remained calm. He summoned a huge creature that spat acid on the android, causing serious damage due to its metallic structure. The big man explained that they knew who they were dealing with and had prepared well to face him. The android was still alive, but writhing in pain. The battle, however, was far from over. The giant of corruption was running toward the battlefield at over 200 kilometers per hour. The mage panicked and begged someone to do something. The insect summoner declared he couldn't kill that creature. Still, the mage tried to stop the giant. She raised an ice wall and shouted for Shadow to summon quickly. But the giant was already in the middle of the field, throwing violent punches in all directions. Meanwhile, Marac asked if Dakia could walk on her own. She made an effort to stand up but was still weak. Even so, she asked if he didn't need help. She felt a bit guilty for not being in better shape. Marac then pointed toward the battlefield and told her to pay attention. The android was still standing. That meant he wasn't entirely alone. The android advanced against the monsters and pierced several of them with efficiency. Marac commented that he was doing well on his own, but the situation was still unfavorable. They were outnumbered. That was when Marac felt something strange coming from the giant of corruption. Suddenly, the giant hurled a corpse toward Marac. When the body landed beside him, Marac sensed a familiar and powerful presence within it. Upon opening the corpse, he found the sacred relic. The giant then looked at him, gave a wide grin, and raised a thumb in approval. Surprised, Marac offered the gift to his mother. Soon after, upon reaching 13,000 divinity, the humble deity informed them that the next enhanced authority would be the giant of corruption. When the giant received that power, he transformed completely. He slaughtered all nearby enemies with brutality brutality and precision. Marac, watching the scene, had a disturbing look in his eyes, as if he knew exactly what was coming. The giant of corruption now wore a new dark armor, stronger and more menacing. He had become even more relentless. The worshippers of evil spirits, upon witnessing this, were terrified. They were so frightened they couldn't do anything. One of them even wet himself. Shadow was killed instantly. The Ice Mage was captured by the android. In desperation, she tried to call for help from the last ally left, the insect summoner, but he fled into the forest, only to be killed shortly after. A massive knife, thrown with precision by the giant of corruption, pierced his body. The mage realized that was her only chance to escape, but before she could act, the monster's giant hand reached her and smashed her to the ground like minced meat. The android, still standing, faced the giant. That would be his final sight before death. With the merchant's death, Marac and his mother performed a prayer. They extracted the divinity from his body, which raised their total energy to 63,379. Once again, the giant of corruption responded with a thumbs up, as if recognizing their achievement. Marac remarked that the giant might now be able to collect divinity on his own. He then looked at his mother and said he hadn't noticed it before, but she now seemed more eloquent. With each part of the seal that broke, she grew sharper. The mother responded angrily, saying she had always been intelligent, but Marac promised he would do everything to avenge what they had done to her. She knew how precious she was to him. Curious, Dakia asked if the mother was really a goddess, or actually Marnac's long-lost daughter. The mother was so irritated by the question that she flipped her off with a very clear gesture of frustration. Still, Dakia asked if she could make a request. She just wanted to hug the mother, thinking she was very cute, but the mother of corruption became scared. Marac joked that maybe he could convince her with a tasty snack. Dakia smiled and said that next time she would pinch her cheeks. Marac then wondered if now that his mother had evolved, she could say something new. The mother of corruption thought for a moment. After reflecting for a while, she shouted a single word with force. Me. That was the most she could manage to say. Even so, Marac was proud. Later, Hilden met with Prince Fatis, who was clearly displeased. Fatis asked if the group they had sent had really died because of an avalanche. Hilden, full of doubt, thought he couldn't control the weather and hadn't wanted an avalanche to happen. Just that morning, he had already lost a good amount of hair from stress. Fatis mentioned he had heard that Dakia had left the eastern branch. Hilden confirmed it, saying she was now under the jurisdiction of the main branch. The prince replied that they always completed their missions successfully, and it was that same group that captured Dakia the first time. When Hilden asked if he was going to the capital, Fatis confirmed. At that moment, Hilden felt relieved and extremely happy. Now he could get rid of that lizard prince and the damn princess. He just wanted to return to his family. When Fatis heard Hilden's thoughts, he made it clear that none of this changed his plans. He said Hilden would go with him to the capital and would need a guide. Despite promising special treatment, the decision had already been made. Hilden tried to argue, saying he was the leader of the eastern branch and couldn't abandon his position. However, Fatis reminded him that his failures hadn't yet been reported to the higher-ups. He suggested that if those failures were taken to the capital, Hilden knew very well what would happen. Faced with this subtle threat, Hilden gave in. He agreed to accompany the prince and, though worried, was excited about the chance to return to his family. He began preparing for the trip. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the merchant, now in miniaturized form, was telling the story of what he had experienced. Though still alive, he was now small like a toy. Sitting on one of his companion's shoulders, he enthusiastically spoke about the enormous shining armor that had saved him. Marac commented that he had already told that story the day before, but admitted it must have been magnificent. The android, hearing everything, said the gods had saved him, but the giant seemed angry. Whispering, he said that for a celestial warrior, the giant was a bit creepy. Marac casually replied that it didn't really matter. After all, the merchant had been on the brink of death when all that happened. The tiny merchant thanked the others for helping bring him to the capital and promised to reward them once they arrived. The group then continued on their way. During the walk, Carmen said there was something he needed to tell them. At the city entrance, everything had been a bit chaotic, but he said he would explain it soon. However, before he could continue, a guard recognized him. He called him Carmen Valtus and announced his immediate arrest. Carmen himself confirmed that was what he wanted to talk about. He said he would handle the problem alone and would return as soon as he could. He asked them not to worry about him. Later, a great shining dragon landed near the capital. That creature was actually Vatis in his transformed form. After shifting into human form and dressing, Hilden watched from afar, thinking that the capital branch rarely had any real work. Now they would finally know what it was like to deal with Fatis, just as he had. Still, he went on to show the prince the way. Meanwhile, the tiny merchant explained to the group that Carmen Valtus being arrested wasn't exactly new. He had a complicated record. He said that if they went to a guard and mentioned they were there to visit Carmen, they would likely be allowed in. So Dakia suggested they eat something tasty first, and then go visit him. She said she knew a good place nearby. So Dakia suggested they eat something tasty first, and then go visit him. She said she knew a good place nearby. The merchant then handed over the promised reward, 15 coins for each of them, totaling 60 in all. Marac was astonished. Since arriving in that world, it was the first time he had seen so much money at once. He was practically hypnotized by the amount. Dakia, noticing this, asked if it was the first time he had seen so much gold, and said he actually had a cute side. Everyone fell silent at the unexpected comment. Marac, confused, asked what she meant, since he had always been cute. He then added that he deserved an extra reward for returning the item to the merchant. The merchant replied that it would be handled the next day, as there was a process to follow. Later, the group went to visit Carmen, who was now imprisoned. In the capital, Sajida split off from them, saying he had another destination. So Marac and Dakia ended up spending some time together in the city. They walked through various places, tried sweets, and finally reached the guards building. Dakia found the construction beautiful and said it was almost as cute as Marac. He replied that she was a little obsessed with him, but agreed he was cute and said there was nothing wrong with admitting it. He only asked that they visit Carmen soon, before the food they had brought him got cold. Laughing, Dakia promised she would never tease him again. Inside the building, Carmen was being fed by a maid. He greeted them with a smile, saying they had finally arrived. Marac commented that he seemed rather comfortable for someone in prison. Carmen explained that he visited that place fairly often. The woman feeding him introduced herself as Arath Grata, a person with a big heart. Marac said he had heard a lot about her. Dakia, however, wanted to know why Carmen was imprisoned this time. Then a man approached, saying it was because Carmen had stolen something from the vault of Sir Antes Valtus. He said that Annes herself had put him on the wanted list, and asked what he had done with the key he stole. At that moment, Carmen recognized who it was. It was his brother, the vice-captain of the Queen's Royal Guard, a member of the Ice Knights, known as the White Wolf. His name was Setien Valtus. He demanded to know what Carmen had done with the stolen key. Carmen said he had already used it. Setien, surprised, asked if he really had, and if he was hurt. Carmen replied no, casting a glance toward Marac. Setien reminded him that their father always hated thieves. Not only had Carmen stolen something, but he had used it, which made it impossible to return. He said their father used to say that a conquest gained through injustice was worth nothing, and that theft, regardless of the reason, couldn't be justified. Carmen then retorted that rules exist to be followed because they keep things in order, and that his father said the same. But if that was so, why did that rule never apply to his mother? Why did she have to abandon the family right after his birth? He stated that even the poorest man in an alley took responsibility for his own wife, that his father's honor was worse than a street rat's. Every time Carmen asked about their mother, their father would just stay silent, never gave a response like a coward. That's why he stole the key. He wanted to find his mother with his own hands. Setien, moved by his words, said that if that was the case, then he would speak to their father himself. Marac thought Carmen had a good brother. Dakia commented that they seemed close. When Setien turned to the two of them, both looked away. He apologized for letting them witness that on their first meeting and said dealing with his brother was a difficult task. Then, he recognized Dakia as the princess. He said it had been a while since he last saw her, and asked why she was there, and not in Derso. Dakia replied that she was just traveling. Setien said he was sure the smiling master must be worried about her, but Dakia answered that her father never worried about her. Arath Grata asked how long Carmen would be imprisoned. Setien replied that, according to their father's orders, at least a month. However, he would have a direct conversation with him that very day. Dakia asked what they would do in the capital in the meantime. Marac suggested they return as soon as possible, but Dakia interrupted, saying he should never rush them. Before leaving, Setien looked at Marac and asked if he was truly the one known as the arch-enemy of the worshippers of evil spirits. If that was true, then technically Carmen was part of the saviors of Eratico. Marac confirmed. Setien then said that maybe it would be easier to speak to their father that way. He said goodbye, stating that even if it was a late introduction, it was a pleasure to meet Marac, and that if there was an opportunity during his stay, he should visit the Valtus residence with Carmen. After that, Setien left. As soon as he was gone, Marac commented that Setien was quite different from Carmen. Carmen himself agreed, saying his brother was an amazing person and his role model. Dakia noted that he seemed very comfortable fighting with his own role model. Carmen explained that he just needed to get some things off his chest. Then he asked if that snack was for him. Dakia said they bought it because they thought he'd be starving, but it turned out they had worried for nothing, since Grata was feeding him well. all. Then suddenly, Dakia remembered a great place and ran off to tell Marac. After leaving Carmen in prison, the group moved on. Carmen, however, seemed very satisfied next to Grata. For someone in jail, he was doing surprisingly well. Later, at the inn, Marac was reflecting on something he had heard from the trumpeter of death and rest. According to him, there was a sacred relic hidden somewhere in the capital. The problem was, there weren't many good places to get information around there, so he thought about using a special resource, the letter he had received from Lord Tradon. While thinking about it, someone knocked at the door. It was Dakia, bringing something in her hands. The mother of corruption, however, didn't like seeing her there at all. Dakia said she didn't care, since the mother was also present, so it was only fair to share. She brought a special snack, cream bread, the most famous in the capital. She also said she would gladly accept a hug from the mother, but the entity threw the bread away and said only one word, me. Dakia asked what that meant, and Marac explained that she was trying to say she couldn't be seduced by food. The next morning, at the main headquarters of the Blue Flame Island, a man was examining a very poorly drawn sketch of Marac. He thought that if it were any other day, he'd say it was a joke. He remarked that it seemed rude to ask, but wanted to know if the priestess was sure she was looking for a human. The Blue Flame priestess answered that he looked human, though she wasn't certain. She said they just had to follow the sketch. The man didn't quite understand, but decided to remain patient, since it was the Blue Flame after all. Curious, he asked how much she was planning to pay for the application fees. She replied that he didn't need to worry about that. She had captured some wanted criminals along the way, and, therefore, had enough money. The man was surprised to see that she offered 12 gold coins and 33 silver ones. That amount was shocking. The priestess asked if there was a problem, but he simply thought about how generous the members of the Blue Flame were. Meanwhile, Fadis arrived at the underground branch of the mercenary company in the capital. Hilden watched with concern. He knew Vatis would get furious at any moment, and the problem was that he usually took out his anger on others. Suddenly, they saw a woman from the Blue Flame on the floor below. Hilden thought she was very beautiful, but Vatis said he didn't care. He remarked that there were plenty of girls begging for his love, so he didn't need another one. Hilden wondered why Fatis was so obsessed with the princess, but decided not to ask, afraid of irritating him. A subordinate announced they had arrived and told the branch leader he could return. Hilden, annoyed, thought that even though his branch was inferior, it wasn't a mere employee's role to give him orders. When the worker tried to stop his entrance, Fatis lost his patience. He slapped the man in the face and asked how he dared sigh in front of him. He demanded someone with higher authority be brought immediately. Hilden, who had been beaten by the prince many times, was glad not to be the only one this time. He decided to take the opportunity to watch the main branch's staff be destroyed by the third prince. Back at the inn, after the bread was thrown away by the mother of corruption, Dakia offered the snack to Marac. When she left, he told his mother that she had been too harsh. There were many ways to reject someone, and Dakia had bought the little bread just for her. He insisted that his mother was capable of recognizing her mistakes and had a sense of nobility. He asked if she would apologize next time and suggested she try the bread first. The mother tasted it, and liking it a lot, grabbed another one and stuffed it into her mouth. At that moment, Dakia returned, saying she hadn't even tried it yet. When she saw the mother eating and enjoying the bread, she lit up and asked if it was really good. 10 minutes later, Dakia was feeding the mother of corruption, complimenting how soft her hair was. Later at dusk, Dakia walked beside Marac. She said she wouldn't reveal his secret and reaffirmed it with an oath. She asked if their demon friend really lived in that place. Marac replied yes, it was the arranged meeting point. An old man appeared before them, asking what brought them there. When Marac showed an emblem hidden inside a letter, he was granted entry. Dakia wanted to know what that was. Marac explained that he had received it from the demon he met some time ago, along with instructions to use the seal in case he visited the demon's friend. Dakia was surprised. She said she didn't know demons could be so careful. She had no idea there was such a large place hidden beneath the capital. Marac replied that he had never been to the capital before either. Dakia, laughing, said that for a country bumpkin like him, it must be a shock, but Marac thought about his past life and the huge buildings he had seen, so he wasn't exactly impressed. That's when a very suspicious man appeared before them. Dakia asked if she should cast a spell, but Marac asked her not to. If they caused a collapse, everyone would be in danger. He asked if that man was their guide. The hooded figure only nodded and walked ahead. He led them to a door. When Marac opened it, he found a woman sitting there. She asked if there was something he wanted. Marac said yes, he needed her help. The woman, clearly a demon, asked for their names. When she heard his, she was surprised and asked if he was the infamous demon hunter from Guise. The much talked about Marac Marnac. Upon hearing that, Dakia flared up, ordering them to release him immediately and threatening to destroy the whole place if they didn't. Marnac, trying to prevent chaos, asked her to calm down. He said everyone would die if she lost control. The demon, intrigued, asked who that fiery girl was. Marnac replied that it was Dakia. The demon laughed, saying she was just teasing, even if it was over the line. She said she was known as Twisted Curiosity, and as expected, she revealed that she was also a demon. She wanted to know if Marnac served the goddess of preservation. He said no, he worshipped the mother of corruption. She was surprised and asked if he was really a child of corruption. She said she wanted to read his mind. To calm him down, she explained that she wouldn't be able to access much, especially with the body she had at the moment. Marnac just wanted to know if she was still okay. That's when the demon commented that Dakia was different from the other children of corruption. At that moment, the mother of corruption herself appeared, standing in front of him as if to protect him. The demon, surprised, said that would cause many problems. She claimed he was gathering sacred relics for his mother and wanted to know how many he had already obtained. 4, 5 maybe? Marnac asked if she could explain why that was a problem, but she told him to ask his mother directly. The mother of corruption simply said, "I am," and Marnac, interpreting, explained that it meant she didn't know anything. The demon was even more surprised and asked if he had just spoken to his goddess like that out of nowhere, with no consequences. Marnac replied that he talked to his mother every day because good communication was essential for a healthy relationship. The demon said he was a child of corruption who hadn't gone insane, someone who truly kept in touch with his mother. She wanted to know since when that was possible, and Marnac replied that it had been that way since the beginning, since his body was enhanced. The demon reflected that putting all eggs in one basket wasn't a good idea, but maybe his mother had no choice. She said he would have to work hard to make up for all he was receiving. She also said his current situation was like walking a tightrope. If he said much more, the gods above would notice. Marnac thought that maybe the gods themselves were watching, but the demon reminded him that favors from demons always come with a price. She said all she wanted was for him to sleep with her. Marnac was confused, not really understanding, but she explained that she had never done it with a child of corruption before, since they were all psychopaths. However, he was different, even charming. That's when Dakia reacted with disgust, saying that was unacceptable. The mother of corruption also started attacking the demon. She said the mother's punches felt more like caresses, and Marnac, a bit embarrassed, had to admit that unfortunately she was right. The demoness asked him not to take it so seriously, saying she was just joking. She said she only wanted the badge he had used to get there and asked if he hadn't heard anything about the emblem. She explained that they were small tokens meant to add some fun to demons' lives because life should be enjoyable. Marnac agreed. She then remarked that he really was searching for relics for his mother and asked if he wouldn't request her help to find another one. The demoness revealed she was in possession of a sacred relic, but had placed it as a prize in her underground fights. She pulled back the curtains and revealed a large arena, saying he would have to fight to earn it. She had done her part by showing where the relic was and wished him good luck. The arena crowd was ecstatic, all cheering for a fighter called Bigfoot, famous among them. The announcer introduced Bigfoot's next opponent, a newcomer who should be welcomed with applause. It was clearly Marnac, disguised with a terrifying mask, shirtless, posing as just another competitor. The audience got excited at his entrance, and even commented on the amazing somersault he had done. Some considered betting on him until a hooded figure appeared, betting everything on the newcomer. It was Dakia who believed Marnac had to win no matter what. Then the story flashed back to a few days earlier. Marnac had suggested to the demoness that they might recover the relic, extract its divinity, and then quietly return it. But she called him a fool, saying that the worshippers of the evil spirit would notice right away. It was better for him to enter the arena, as it was connected to him and his mother. She asked if he knew about Liberate, and Marnac answered that, unfortunately, yes. The demoness warned he would surely run into members of that group while searching for the relic and recommended that he reduce the number of enemies before that. She also reminded him that they were in the capital of the kingdom, where using authorities was harder, since the priests would notice quickly. Marnac agreed. He said he might lose, but wouldn't die from an attack without divinity. The demoness said she had no intention of killing the worshippers recklessly, but she already knew Marnac had killed several of them so far. He explained that each one had a reason. The demoness replied that he was demanding, and then promised she'd give him a reason. With that, she crushed an eyeball in her hands, creating a vision before Marnac. He was overwhelmed by images of pain, torture, nightmares, and death. He asked what that was, and she answered they were the memories of the worshippers. She asked if that wasn't enough reason to kill them. Marnac wanted to know if it was all true, and she replied that unfortunately, yes. In the arena, the crowd was divided between the newcomer and Bigfoot. Marnac was relieved to wear the mask, a gift from a shape-shifting merchant, while the princess had received a ring that helped controller magic. When Bigfoot told the newcomer to grab weapons and armor, Marac simply flipped him off, provoking him. Bigfoot, angry, asked if he dared face him unarmed and struck with such force that he nearly destroyed the arena. But Marac dodged easily and taunted him again. He kept dodging the attacks with impressive agility and responded with a strong slap across Bigfoot's face, making him even more furious. The fight was thrilling. The crowd said they had never seen anyone as fast as the newcomer and shouted for Bigfoot to wake up. He yelled that he wasn't holding back and charged full force, determined to end it quickly. But Marac dodged once more, grabbed his opponent's head, and lifted him into the air, showing absurd strength. The announcer was shocked. She said he was lifting Bigfoot with ease. The fighter even called for help, but Marac finished the match with a brutal move, slamming Bigfoot into the arena floor like an action hero. The next moment, only Marac remained standing. He had won the fight. But it didn't stop there. He climbed the arena walls with his bare hands and, from the top, leapt into a flip, landing right on top of Bigfoot again, finishing him with a pro wrestling move. The announcer enthusiastically declared the winner to be the newcomer, the Human Slayer. The fight had truly been exciting. Marac then grabbed the megaphone and declared he would kill them all. The crowd went wild, shouting in unison for more deaths. Even the mother of corruption, who only knew how to repeat that word, joined in and said, "Kill." Later, after leaving the arena, Dakia was thrilled and really wanted to buy hot buns from the bakery. While they waited in line, Marac saw someone who looked familiar. Even as Dakia pulled him, he couldn't stop thinking about it. Maybe it was just someone who looked like Iron. It couldn't be her. Why would she be in the capital? Later, in a room, the mother of corruption was trying to mimic the same moves Marac had used to defeat Bigfoot, even imitating the celebration. Marac was embarrassed and asked her not to do that, but Dakia said the mother had done it exactly the same. The demoness was also present and said it seemed like he had done very well. Marac apologized for the chaos, but the demoness said there was no need. She also found it all very entertaining. The last fight had been great and memorable. Until then, she thought he was just a strict priest, but now she saw he could also get excited. She added that she was serious when she said the performance had been remarkable. She said she had talked to Bigfoot and found out Marac had staged the fight. She said he whispered to Bigfoot that if he didn't want to die, he should pretend, but Marac replied that it wasn't planned. He said they both had the same idea and put on a great performance together, executed perfectly. The demoness agreed. She said the show had been well received by the crowd and that she was thinking of adding fights with that kind of spectacle in the future. She said she'd need a new actor, since Bigfoot had decided to stop fighting and become a performer. She then asked if Marac wanted to work with her. He thanked her, but declined. He said he had a bigger goal, to break the seal imprisoning his mother. The demoness was a little disappointed, but understood. Still, she admitted that his idea had been excellent. Marac thought he was just replicating WWE matches he had seen in his past life. The demoness said she even felt bad using it for free, but promised that if the idea worked out, she'd give him a generous reward. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse it. Curious, she asked if there was anything she could do to help in the next fight. Marac replied that everything was fine. His next opponent was a worshipper of evil spirits known as the Skullbreaker. In the arena, the announcer introduced the next match. She said the challenger of the Skullbreaker would be the new star, the rookie who had set the arena on fire, the Human Slayer. The crowd noticed he was using Bigfoot's old weapon, which led many to believe he had killed the fighter and stolen it. When the fight began, Marac asked if his opponent's name was Geeton, and upon confirmation, he told him to get ready. As soon as the match started, Marac tore off Geeton's head in a single move. The fight ended in 1 second. The audience was completely stunned, unable to react. Only the mother of corruption celebrated alone. After that, Marac left the arena in silence. He knew everyone had a role to play, but he refused to toy with someone's life when he already knew he would kill them. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the capital, Vadis was arguing with the leader of Yahello's headquarters, a man named Kantar. He said there were 3 reasons why he couldn't carry out the requested mission. The first was that Princess Dakia had officially visited the capital, unlike the previous time when she came under a false name and could be kidnapped in secret. This time the job would be much harder. The second reason was that she was accompanied by 3 troublesome individuals: the black dog Carmen Valtus, the former captain of the Redbeard mercenaries Sajita, and the priest Marac, the greatest enemy of the worshippers of the evil spirit. Vadis asked what that mattered. He said it would be enough to bribe one of the mercenaries or even the priest to get Dakia killed. But Kantar explained that Marac didn't accept bribes. He was known for doing good and eliminating evil. It would be difficult to convince him to betray the princess. Besides, there were rumors that he and Dakia were getting too close. Shivates, another member of the organization, told them not to spread nonsense, but Kantar insisted. He said information from a reliable informant indicated that Dakia visited Marnac's room every night in secret. Vatis was furious and asked who else knew about it. Kantar replied that only the Yahello organization was aware. Vatis then asked him to tell the third reason. Kantar explained it was because of the White Wolf. The Setian Valtus had been informed that he was protecting the princess. If she disappeared, he would act immediately, and if the Setian were mobilized, they would obey the Lord Black Wolf directly. No one in Yahello wanted to face the Lord of the Enthis Valtus. Vatis thought it would take time to convince that stupid lizard, but in his opinion, there were no excuses on their side. Even as a prince, he still didn't have the freedom to act as he wished. However, Hilden, who had been listening, was already smiling. He knew there was something he could do. Without hesitation, Vatis smashed Kantar's head against the table and shouted, asking if they were acting like children afraid of the Black Wolf. He said he could expose the whole organization, accuse them of kidnapping the daughter of one of the 4 great lords for money, which would force everyone to face the Enthis Valtus personally. Kantar replied that if he did that, he wouldn't be safe either. But Vatis said that wasn't a threat. His father was the Demon Dragon King, and he just needed to hide for a while. He said all he wanted was Dakia, without causing her any harm, regardless of the method. Meanwhile, in Liberatio, they realized that the so-called human slayer was targeting them directly. He was focusing only on eliminating worshippers of the evil spirit. But that day, Liberatio had a plan to act. They would try to steal the sacred relic directly from the arena prize. All members had received permission to use their divine authorities. At the same time, at Yahello's base, agents were ready to blow up the arena wall and storm the place, aiming to capture Princess Dakia. The bombs were set, and the fuses buried underground. The operation leader made it clear that Yahello's name was on the line. They had to find the princess, no matter the cost. The next fight was set between the Redhead and the Human Slayer, this time with no weapons, only hand-to-hand combat. But before the match could start, an explosion shook the place. It was Yahello's assault. Yahello's leader warned his men that the princess was likely disguised, her face covered, but there was no doubt she was in the arena. Chaos erupted. Liberatio saw the confusion and tried to use the opportunity to steal the relic. The Redhead was left confused, not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, a third group also invaded. It was Carmen Valtus, accompanied by knights sent by the Royal Majesty. The whole operation was part of Marnac's plan. Carmen ordered the knights to advance and shut down the illegal arena. That was the official excuse. In truth, he was there to help Marnac. When the knights spotted Yahello agents among the crowd, they attacked without hesitation. Not only them, but Liberatio members were also targeted. Marnac approached, pretending not to know Carmen, to maintain the disguise. He said they needed to capture the men trying to kidnap Princess Dakia, and others in the arena confirmed hearing the same. Carmen, following the plan, ordered the knights to attack the men in black. He said if they resisted, they should be killed. Sajida was also there, and had already taken down one of the enemies with his bone spear. The knights charged in full force. Meanwhile, Marnac tried to escape with the princess. He remarked that the situation was extremely chaotic. The worshippers were running toward the demoness who controlled the arena, and those chasing them were clashing with the royal army. The enemy was hiding, so they needed to leave immediately. Marnac gave his mask to Dakia for her to use as a disguise, but before they could escape, poor Redhead was killed by an Yahello agent with a precise stab. They were ready to capture the princess. Marnac said that from that point on, the enemies would attack him openly. If they were cornered in narrow corridors, they would be at a disadvantage, as he wouldn't even have space to draw his sword. He took the chance while he could and attacked with his blade, piercing the enemies in the halls. When another Yahello assassin advanced, Dakia used her magic, amplified by the ring, and burned the enemy's eyes. After they defeated the two together, Dakia asked if she did well. Marnac replied yes, but said they needed to head straight to the emergency exit. As they fled, Dakia asked if the worshippers weren't chasing the demoness. Marnac said everything would be fine. Unlike other cases, killing a demon who had possessed a body for so long was extremely difficult. Back in the arena, the members of Liberatio were desperate. They said no one had told them the arena's hostess was a demoness. She, unfazed, replied that all they had to do was ask. She would have told them. Their attacks had no effect. One of them commented that, being a demon, she must be paying some price to wield so much power. Even so, the others continued searching for the sacred relic. The hostess acknowledged that they knew a lot about her, but said she also knew that one day men like them would come. So she summoned her demonic power. Her hair transformed into shadowy creatures, and she declared that underground arenas were perfect places to make deals like that. Then she locked herself in her room, surrounded by shadow serpents. Her appearance was truly striking. Meanwhile, the knights were still battling Yahello's assassins. Carmen, concerned, realized his soldiers were inexperienced. He had requested the mission to gain experience, as his brother had suggested, but now he saw things were spiraling out of control. He assumed Marac was still with Dakia, so he decided his priority was to protect the soldiers. He ordered the troops to regroup quickly. He told them to abandon the idea of defeating the enemy and focus on a defensive formation. He appointed another soldier as temporary commander and said that from now on, survival was the top priority. Then he called Sajida to join him on the front lines. They decided to focus on eliminating the enemies directly. Meanwhile, Marac and Dakia were still fleeing. He knew they were being pursued because his face had been recognized. When another assassin appeared, Marac killed him without hesitation, took his knife, and threw it toward other enemies, creating an opening for Dakia to slice their throats and then blow them up with her fire magic. It was a complete massacre. Dakia returned the mask and said it was hard to fight while wearing it, but new enemies appeared. They were surrounded on all sides. Marac asked if she could bring down the ceiling. He would protect her. She summoned her magic and caused a huge explosion. Marac grabbed her wrist and hurled her up to the next floor. But there were enemies there as well. The assassins said that if he handed over the princess, they would forget what he had done to the others. Marac replied that Princess Dakia was worth her weight in gold and asked if Yahello could offer more. The enemy said their client would pay double. Marac found it impressive, but replied that he didn't believe they could pay for something that smelled as good as Dakia. She turned red when he hugged her. The assassin told him to stop playing around and said he was cornered, with no chance of surviving. But Marac said there was an old saying, even a rat will bite when it's cornered. Imagine two. Then he finally summoned his slayer, the Sword of Immortalion. That was the last thing the assassin saw. Marac sliced men in half, tore off arms and legs, turning the place into a true bloodbath. When only one enemy was left, he said it didn't make the slightest difference. He would kill him too. Meanwhile, the demoness hostess had already killed all the remaining members of Liberatio. The last one, terrified, commented that she was absurdly strong and asked how long she had been alive. The demoness replied that she had been alive since the first seal of corruption. She said she wouldn't try to explain much more than that. Then she asked if the priest was from the Needle of Stitching and remarked that the inside of his head looked all frayed, must be the work of his master. She asked him to respond. Not only she, but all her snakes demanded an answer. Under pressure, the priest used his divine authority as a last attempt to survive. The hostess asked if he really was going to summon part of his god. She commented that humans nowadays truly worked hard for that. As he was consumed by divine power, she said she was beginning to understand their motives. She now knew why they were collecting the sacred relics that sealed the corruption. They were trying to bring a part of God to earth, completely disrupting the balance. She asked if she was right, but before he could answer, the Needle of Stitching itself interrupted him, telling the demoness to shut up. He called her a filthy demoness. The priest was already in his authority form. Meanwhile, the few surviving Yahello assassins were in shock over what Marac had done. Even so, one of them said he was just an enemy and told the others to attack him. Marac then said he would leave those for Dakia. It was time for her to test her own power. Dakia charged forward, burning everything around her, including Marac, but he simply ignored the flames. Even with his whole body on fire, he didn't care. His regeneration was as fast as the damage he was taking. Finally, they cleared a path with another explosion and managed to escape into the forest. Outside, Dakia declared that she never wanted to go near that place again and asked if Marac was all right. He said yes, he was fully healed and even his hair had grown back. Then they came face to face with a powerful figure with blue hair. She had just killed one of the Yahello assassins. It was the Blue Flame herself. Marac panicked when he saw her and ordered Dakia not to do anything, just to run, no matter what happened. But the Blue Flame, without hesitation, drew her sword. With a single strike, she brought Marac down. She asked if he really thought he could defeat her. Did he really think she would go easy on him? She said that this was the fate of her one true disciple. Then it was revealed what had happened in the past. After the death of Shantux, Marac began a journey in search of the sacred relics that contained his mother's divinity. After a long time, he finally found one of those relics. The problem was that it was stored in the sacred flame sector, inside a protected warehouse. At that time, Marac spent his days washing clothes in the river and eating whatever he could find. He spoke to his mother and asked for patience. He said he knew she was demanding, but he was trying to come up with ways to find the relics. The only power he truly had was the line that the living could not cross. The guardian of the relic was a high-ranking priestess, none other than the Blue Flame Flame, whom he would later come to know as Pridea. On their first meeting, Marac didn't even know she was the Blue Flame. She simply approached and asked for his help with something. She said she would reward him, and Marac accepted right away. Half an hour later, he had already solved everything for her. That was when he realized that woman was actually the guardian of the sacred relic. She paid him for the help, and since then, they developed a strange relationship. She brought clothes to wash once a day, and he washed them for a silver coin. A few weeks later, Pridea said she had no more money. She had spent everything her predecessor had left behind. Then she stated that she would have to learn to wash her own clothes. Marac, however, said he could keep helping even without payment. He had nothing better to do, and in truth, he liked her. He thought Pridea had been the only one not to discriminate against him for being strange, and considering all the coins he had already received, it was no big deal. Pridea thought it over and proposed something different. She said she could no longer pay with money, but asked if he would like to learn fencing with her. Marac, excited, accepted immediately. That would be amazing. At that point, all he had going for him was being in good physical shape, but he was terrible at combat. He was excited about the lessons until he discovered the training would be severe. He took one beating after another. He thought that in that world there were specialists, high-level fighters who mastered martial arts to the point of transcending them. They were extremely rare in the nation, and Pridea, the Blue Flame, was one of them. Her teaching method was simple: hard training and pain. He took beatings and learned. After another day of bruises, Pridea told him to return at the same time the next day. But this time, instead of washing clothes, he would need to clean the entire house. Marac then carefully asked if that back room wasn't for storing relics. Pridea wanted to know why he was curious, and he brushed it off, saying he just wanted to see what a sacred relic looked like. She replied that just looking wouldn't be a problem, and decided to show him, but only this once. Upon entering, Marac thought he didn't even know what the relic he was looking for actually looked like, but he felt a spiritual pinch from his mother. The chalice beside him was the sacred relic that contained her power. He kept training, or rather getting beaten up by Pridea for a long time, until one day she said that was enough. She would be gone for a while, and he would have to clean the entire house while she was away. It is then explained that Marac lived with the master for 3 years, doing household chores and receiving food and shelter. He liked that stability, but realized he had only learned to survive. He had not become a true swordsman. He understood that he could not learn any more from her. He had to pursue his main mission, to complete his journey and avenge Shantukes. So he decided to flee. He entered the storage room, stole the sacred relic that held his mother's divinity, successfully extracted its power, and escaped. It was from that first relic that Marac received the authority of the Giant of Corruption. With it, he was finally able to communicate with the Mother of Corruption, who, until then, hadn't spoken to him. She didn't say, kill everyone back then. That only started afterward. In the present, Marac asked how Pridea knew he was still alive. She replied that she didn't know. She said that even after beating him every day for 3 years, he recovered. She figured maybe he was the type who could grow another head even if decapitated. And now that he was there, it seemed she was right. Besides, she had spread wanted posters with his image, even though they were very poorly drawn. When Marac saw the drawing, he was surprised by how bad it was. When he showed it to Dakia, she was horrified. Pridea remarked that the fact he had shown up was proof the plan worked. She told her disciple that she didn't care about his appearance, but about her own ego. That was why she decided they would resume training, until he became a specialist. Marac asked how long it took her to become a specialist. Pridea said she trained every day without rest for 30 years. That scared both of them, but she said he was talented, so probably 27 years would be enough. Marac thought that by then, all his main missions would already be over. Besides, he thought it was unfair to be compared to a genius like her. Meanwhile, in the arena, the knights had defeated Yahello's assassins, but suffered heavy losses. Of the knights, only 24 remained. 3 were gravely wounded, and 11 had minor injuries. 16 had died. Carmen thought for sure his brother had not expected such an outcome. He believed they should have brought the elite forces. Then they heard a loud noise. It was the priest of the needle, now transformed. Carmen realized that, although smaller, he resembled a powerful demon, similar in power to the one from Erdico. He immediately ordered the soldiers to gather the survivors and flee. He asked Sajida to hold the creature off to buy time. Sajida's first move was to strike one of the creature's eyes with his knife, then charge forward with his bone spear. He managed to strike with force, and Carmen took the opportunity to land a deep cut. However, the creature regenerated quickly, growing with each wound, like a lump of rotten meat. Carmen felt this would not end well. The creature then unleashed a massive ice explosion. Sajida was hit, but managed to break free from the ice and continued his assault. He was furious, bloodthirsty, stabbing his spear multiple times into the creature's living flesh. The monster then fired several needles that pierced the bodies of the assassins, both alive and dead. Carmen warned Sajida to retreat, but one of the needles hit his leg, forcing him to cut it off. With that opening, falling, the creature dropped a pile of debris on them. Carmen was hit by several needles and was seriously injured. Meanwhile, Marac and Pridia heard the explosion coming from the arena. Marac asked if she shouldn't go see what was happening. She replied that she had met a certain man on the way there. He would arrive first, so she was not going to hurry. Marac wanted to know who it was. In the arena, Carmen was still crying for help when his father appeared. The Black Wolf, Entis Valtis. As expected, he saved his son immediately, asking if he could walk. If so, then he should protect the soldiers, because he would deal with the monster. Carmen obeyed, taking Sajida and the others away. At the same time, Alicia was in her demonic form, demanding the return of the stolen relic. A violent battle began, as if two colossal monsters were clashing. Alicia was furious. The Black Wolf decided to act and tried to cut off the head of the needle creature, but was stopped by Alicia, who feared he would break the relic. She launched her snakes at him, but they were all easily cut down. She thought that if it weren't for this man, she would have already recovered what was hers. Maybe she had no choice but to give up. Still, she believed Marac could help her. At that moment, Pridia appeared and began exchanging sword blows with the Black Wolf. The attacks were fast, and he realized she emanated a killer energy. Pridia was physically stronger than he expected, managing to throw him far. Entis asked why she was doing this. She replied that she was curious to see how the strongest swordsman of the North fought. Entis said that if that was all, they could fight later. He needed to protect the capital. Pridia mocked him, saying it seemed his only talent was talking. That irritated him. He summoned his bloody aura, and Pridia, her blue flame aura. The clash between them was catastrophic. While Alicia watched in despair, unsure how to get involved in that fight, Marac appeared. He was in his human slayer form. Alicia thanked him deeply. Marac said he didn't need thanks, only instructions. Crying, Alicia explained that the sacred relic was inside the monster. She said there was something very important left by her daughter in that relic, and Marac needed to retrieve it. He wondered if the relic was mixed with that much divinity, as he cut off rotten, deformed arms from the creature. He said it would be hard to find, but Alicia replied that she trusted him. Marac commented that it was easy to say. At that moment, the mother of corruption appeared in her child form. She introduced herself as Mati. Marac asked if she was sure she could find the relic, but emphasized the danger. He picked her up and said that if it got too risky, she would have to return to hand form immediately. Alicia also promised to help. She inflated her snake body and began to squeeze the needle creature in a powerful constriction. Constriction is how snakes kill their prey, crushing bones, like a boa constrictor would. Marac warned the mother of corruption that things would get wild from that point on, so she needed to hold on tight. As he climbed the creature, the bodies attached to it tried to grab him, making the path to the top even more dangerous. He was surrounded by a horde of monsters, so he activated the text of corruption. With so much power, he didn't even need his sword. His punches alone shattered everything in front of him. During the climb, the mother noticed something and said the relic was at the top. Marac replied that he'd love to kiss her forehead for that, but first he needed to focus and hold her tight. He kept killing creatures until he finally told Alicia they had found it. He said it was near the neck. Alicia thanked him deeply and said she would now devour everything except that part. With the strength of her constriction, like a snake crushing its prey, she broke almost the entire body of the creature. Then, in a burst of pride, she commented that he was no longer a stupid little boy and asked how he dared do that to her. Meanwhile, Marac finally located the relic. Using his own arm, he pierced the creature's flesh and pulled out a small chest. However, he barely had time to react. He was surrounded by cadaverous hands, perhaps attracted by the relic or for some other unknown reason. The mother warned that there was no time to lose. When he replied with a "let's go," Alicia thanked him again and told him to get down immediately. The mother of corruption returned to her hand form, and Alicia, in fury, declared to the god of the needle, who watched from afar, that she would never forgive him. She swore he would pay for that forever, until her last breath. As Marac fled, Alicia sank her fangs into the needle creature's body. The royal soldiers were also retreating, trying to escape the fight. In the distance, Marac saw that reinforcements from the kingdom were arriving. This was a problem, as the battle was far from over. Demon against demon, Pridia against Entis Valtis. Suddenly Pridia stopped fighting. Entis asked what she was doing. She said that now he could continue what he was doing, because the reason she was fighting him had just fled. Entis warned her she would have to answer for that, but Pridia replied confidently, saying she didn't think she would lose to him. Entis ordered his knights to arrest her, accusing her of obstructing justice. Pridia, as a specialist, recommended that they not provoke her. A soldier approached cautiously and explained that he needed to arrest her, but asked for her cooperation. She began searching for something and said she had put it somewhere. Then she showed a paper temper that shocked the soldier. However, it was just a poorly drawn image of her disciple, handed by mistake. Then she handed over the correct document. Pritia had a privilege of total immunity. According to the document, regardless of what she did, the Kingdom of Im could not hold her accountable for her actions. She explained that she would never present a false document. It even bore the official seal. When the soldier asked where she had gotten something like that, she said she had killed a cultist of evil gods many years ago. As a reward, the king granted her that privilege, calling her the savior of the kingdom. And now she had to go, as there were still other places she needed to be. Meanwhile, Marac was running as fast as he could. On the way, he was intercepted by Alicia, who hugged him tightly and almost kissed him. The mother, very jealous, immediately separated the two. Then Alicia hugged the mother as well, thanking her many times and giving out snake hugs and affectionate kisses. The mother of corruption, however, nearly fainted from so much affection. Later, with everything calmer, Alicia offered tea and cookies. Marac drank the tea, but as usual, tasted nothing. The mother, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Marac, interpreting her reaction, said she thought it was illegally good. Then he handed the much-desired box to Alicia, saying that what she wanted was inside. Then he asked where her daughter was. Alicia explained that her daughter had died a long time ago, back in the time of the Old Empire. She said Marac didn't need to be sad about it. Since her daughter was human, she didn't have the same longevity. If she were still alive, she would be suffering a lot. Marac asked if the child's father was human, but Alicia said she never had a husband. When she took over that body, she was already pregnant. She explained that she would show the contents of the box only to him and to the mother. Inside, there were only memories of her daughter. She said that demons usually avoid having children in the bodies they possess. Their goal is simply to enjoy the world before they leave. But when they give birth, they end up creating bonds and attachment. And that attachment turns into sadness, which doesn't match the brief existence they intend to live. That's why they avoid it. Marac asked why she had the child then. Alicia replied that it was out of curiosity. Many demons do it at least once. In her case, her daughter's name was Scylla, and she was incredible. She said that the sword Marac was carrying when they met, the one with strange teeth, had been forged by Scylla. She never wanted to brag about it, but now thought it was important to tell him. She also said she knew a secret about that weapon. Placing the sword on the table, she recited a spell. A system screen appeared revealing the true name of the human body she possessed, Alicia. The sword was the sixth creation of the greatest blacksmith of the empire, her own daughter, Scylla. Marac asked if the sword had other hidden features. Alicia said she didn't know, but since it was made by her daughter, it might be connected to other inventions of hers. Scylla always loved mechanisms and transformations. Marac wanted to know if Alicia didn't want the sword back, since it was a memory of her daughter. But she said the most important thing for her was what her daughter had given her directly. The other creations had been made to be used by others. If she kept them just out of fear, they might break. They would never fulfill their purpose, and she knew her daughter wouldn't like that. Suddenly, the mother asked for something, and Marac explained that she wanted to know if there were more cookies. Alicia said yes and told her she could go to the kitchen to get more. Alicia looked at the mother of corruption and said she was very cute. Even so, she could barely express her gratitude. Then she asked Marac if he didn't want to try something while the mother was away, promising excellent treatment. Marac thanked her, but rejected the offer. He asked her never to say something like that in front of the mother again. Alicia, however, replied that if one day he changed his mind or got curious, he only had to say so. Last time it had been a joke, but now she was serious. Then she asked what kind of reward he would like to receive. At that moment, the mother of corruption returned with the cookies and was demanding something in return. Marac, translating what she was saying, explained that if Alicia was really grateful, she should give enough gold coins to match the number of cookies. Alicia found it funny. She said she loved how realistic the mother was, even being a goddess. But she explained there was a problem. The arena was in terrible condition and would probably be expensive to repair. Besides, Alicia preferred not to pay her saviors with money since it disappears too easily. She wanted to give something more special. She said she had thought about following the group and helping them on their journey, but she didn't like battles very much. She was sure a river of blood would follow them no matter which path the son of corruption chose. Then she remembered something and ran off to get it. Marac asked the mother if she wanted cookies to go. She said she would ask. Soon after, Alicia returned with a small pouch and explained that she had kept that item to sell it to the right person, but now decided to give it to him. It was a key to the ancient ruins. According to her, more than anything else, that place held another creation of her daughter, the great blacksmith Scylla. Later, Alicia prepared a bag with cookies to go, and said she had added a few other little things too. The mother, already in her hand form, thanked her a lot. Marac asked if they would see each other again. Alicia replied that after so much chaos, her eye was malfunctioning, and she would be away from the capital for a while. Marac said that in that case, it was a farewell. Alicia asked him to keep being kind to the mother of corruption, so she could keep that beautiful smile on her face. Marac replied that he already intended to do that, even if she hadn't asked. As she left, Alicia kept thinking about the items stored in the ruins. She was sure it would be extremely useful to Marac. If the mother of corruption regained her full divine powers, the gods of the heavens, especially the one who desired her daughter's gift, the needle of stitching, would pay for everything they had done. Later, Marac met Dakia and asked where his master Predia was. Dakia replied that she hadn't shown up again. She also said she had received a message from Carmen saying they were at the hospital. Not just them, but all the other soldiers too. Sajida and Carmen weren't fatally wounded, but the treatment wasn't going well. Marac said it was time to visit them. Carmen, being treated by the Grata, received them. He asked if they were already there, and Marac said he looked perfectly fine. Carmen replied that he couldn't be sad and miserable over a simple injury. That would disgrace the name of the Valtus. He said it was nothing but a few broken bones and bruises all over his body. Nothing a healing priest couldn't fix. But the real problem was Sajida. Even though he said he was fine, Marac wanted to examine his ankle. He realized it was a mix of divinities, probably from evil gods. That was why the healing priests couldn't use their powers. Marac asked the mother if she could handle it. The answer was yes, but only by absorbing the divinity from the relic. The problem was that this couldn't be done in the capital. They would be too exposed. They needed to go to the ruins, an isolated area, where the divinity could be contained. There it could be safely extracted. Carmen said the divine powers were weakening their bodies. They were told the healing process would take time, at least a few months, possibly years for full recovery. The Grata explained that this was the case for Carmen, but for Sajida it would take even longer. They were looking for someone capable of neutralizing those evil divinities. With luck, the treatment would be sped up. Carmen regretted that things had come to this point. He found it hard to keep escorting Dakia, but she reassured them, saying they should focus on recovery. She was fine. Marac said that in that case, he and His Highness would leave the capital for a few days. They would search for a way to drive those powers out of the wounds. Dakia, curious, whispered and asked what he meant by that. Marac replied that he would explain later. Carmen, in turn, commented that Marac was always the best, and that he felt a little embarrassed seeing him go so far for them. Even so, he was looking forward to it. He felt he needed to say something in private. He then winked at the Grata, who took Dakia out of the room. Then Carmen told Marac that there was no one with a heart as big as Dakia's. He said he should take the chance, because it seemed like she liked him too. Sajida added that he already thought they were a couple. Marac denied it, saying there was nothing between them. The mother of corruption was freaking out, and Marac emphasized that she had been with him the whole time. If anything had happened, she would have seen it. But Carmen insisted. He said that now they were alone, and it was the perfect opportunity. Marac, however, said they should focus on healing first, before thinking about anything else. Later, Dakia was excited about the journey, but also a little apprehensive. She wasn't sure it was a good idea to enter the ruins in that situation. Even so, she believed everything would be fine because she would be by Marnac's side. At the inn, Predia was already waiting for them. She said Marac was late. She had been waiting an eternity for her disciple and told him to sit right beside her, but he didn't. Marac sat on the other side of the table. Predia explained that she had been delayed because she had to stop by the palace. The Queen of the Northern Kingdom had asked a favor. It seemed that the worshippers of evil gods were going crazy in the northern region of the capital, and since the request had been made so politely, she couldn't refuse. Then, Predia said he should pack his things because the two of them were going north together. However, Marac replied that this time he couldn't go with her. He was heading in the opposite direction, and there was something important he needed to do. Predia, a little disappointed, asked if even after all the shame and hardship they had gone through together, he still refused to do what she was asking. She said he was very harsh with her, and that she didn't understand how he could treat such a beautiful lady that way. Without warning, she started crying, saying she had worked so hard for him, her one and only true disciple. Marac, suspicious, replied that he wouldn't fall for those fake tears again. Predia then confessed she thought it would work this time and commented that a woman's tears were a powerful weapon. But at that moment, Marac noticed she was about to draw her sword. He asked her to place her hands on the table, warning that if she knocked him out and dragged him away again, he would be really mad. Predia sighed and dropped the sword, saying she would never use such a violent method, although she had just done so moments ago. Marac stated that in any case, everything he said was true. He really couldn't go with her at that moment, but he promised that once he finished what he needed to do, he would would return to her. Pritia then accepted the decision with a proud tone, saying she would do so as the merciful and beautiful master she was. She said she intended to wait for him, but only if he was strong enough not to be defeated by others. That left Marac confused, and he asked what exactly she meant by that. Pritia explained that the hotel they were in had a spacious backyard, and that he should grab his sword and follow her immediately. Outside, she said the conditions were simple. She would use only the same level of strength he had, and he should try to kill her with everything he had. Marac hesitated, thinking the situation would become complicated if he used the text of corruption right then. But even so, they began trading powerful blows. He remembered that she always attacked in one way before throwing a punch to the chin, but this time she tricked him. She didn't punch him at all, just invited him into a serious fight. The two kept exchanging quick attacks for quite a while, until she managed to pin Marnac's sword into the concrete floor. Then Pritia asked her disciple what he thought was the most important factor to become a specialist. Marac replied that it was maximum skill with the sword, maybe combined with a body trained to the limit. But Pritia disagreed, saying those were only the most basic requirements. While saying that, she kicked him in the face. She said that if it were just that, she would have become a specialist just 5 years after starting her training. Marac complained that she was pretty arrogant sometimes, but Pritia replied that she was only telling the truth. She explained that the most important factor was the mind. A true specialist has the ability to infuse any sword with their will and aura. Even if it seems impossible to defeat him, he can still be beaten, but only if his mind is fully devoted to it. She commented that Marac seemed obsessively dependent on something, so she asked directly what it was. Marac thought he could never answer that. He couldn't reveal he was a priest of an evil spirit, much less that with each rebirth, his dependence on that authority grew stronger. But Pritia, watching him closely, said he knew exactly what she was talking about. She was happy to have met him again, but her heart had grown cold the moment their swords crossed. Marac thought that happened because he was still far from becoming a true specialist. Pritia explained that it wasn't a motherly feeling. It was like she had raised a child with all her effort only to see a damn snake take her place. Marac found that oddly specific, but Pritia said that as long as he remained dependent on that entity, she would receive nothing but resentment if she tried to separate them. That's why she wouldn't force anything, but asked him never to forget that. Then she gave him a ring, an ancient relic she had found in the sacred flame sector. She said that whoever wears the black ring can always get close to the person wearing the white ring. Marac accepted and put the ring on his finger. Then he asked how she could be a specialist and also a good priestess. Pritia explained that no one becomes a priestess just by faith. A god must grant that authority, sometimes even without the person wanting it. And even specialists see the gods as a kind of object. They are influenced by deep emotions tied to the gods, just like she still saw him as her disciple, even after seeing him use the power of an evil god. That's why he needed to become a specialist, to learn how to tell the difference between his real emotions and those imposed by the divinity that followed him. Marac then asked if she had always known he was a worshiper of an evil god. Pritia replied that she wasn't an idiot. He wanted to know why, then, she considered him her disciple instead of choosing someone more talented who listened to her more. Pritia said the answer was easy. She had been raised to be the sword of the sacred flame sector. She was always alone and didn't even realize it until she met Marac. The 3 years she spent by his side were the happiest of her entire life. She felt great pain and sadness when she lost him, and now she couldn't go back to the old days without him. That's why she needed him. He was important to her. When they were together, she felt truly happy. Meanwhile, Hilden was scolding the assassins who had failed their mission, only the ones still alive, of course. One of them shouted that it was all the traitors' fault, and in anger they all started chasing Hilden, who had to flee desperately. He screamed for help, saying he would kiss the butt of whoever saved him. That was when an explosion hit the corridor he was running through. Vadis appeared just in time and saved him. Hilden asked if Vadis had come to save him. Vadis, with his usual sarcasm, replied that he wasn't there for a picnic and told him to shut up and move. He threatened that if Hilden actually tried to kiss his butt later, he'd die anyway. Later, Marac and Dakia were already standing before the entrance to the ruin, the one that opened with the key Alicia had given them. Dakia noted that the men there looked like mountain bandits and suggested distracting them with fire. But Marac explained that would cause a forest fire, so they would first try to solve everything through conversation, asking her to prepare her magic just in case. When they approached, Marac put on his preservation priest expression and said he had received orders to deal with the bandits. The guard replied that if they wanted to enter, they would have to hand over all their weapons. Marac refused, saying he wouldn't do that without being sure they weren't actual bandits. The guard then said they couldn't enter. But Marac, with help from the mother of corruption, noticed something strange. The man had used only 3 fingers to assess the situation. That marked him as a mage. When confronted, insulted, the man asked how he figured that out, and Marac requested someone more reasonable. The mage got offended, thinking he was being called an idiot, but before he could do anything, Marac knocked him out with a strike. At that moment, Dakia had already prepared a spell so powerful it summoned a storm, threatening to strike everyone with lightning. Marac, surprised, asked what she was doing, and Dakia replied that since he had already taken down the guard, it was obvious they were going to fight the rest. Marac tried to explain it was all a misunderstanding, but was interrupted by the arrival of a woman from the unicorn tribe. She said she loved rainwater, but quickly looked at them suspiciously, asking who they were. Marac again introduced himself as a priest, and said the girl beside him was Dakia, daughter of the young smiling master. The woman introduced herself as Fosarina, captain of the Royal Archaeologist team. She thanked Dakia for making it rain since their mages weren't very good with water magic. She apologized for the knocked out guard, saying she would have fired him if he weren't a mage. After that, she wanted to know how they had found that place, since ancient ruin excavations were kept secret. Marac explained they had found the location thanks to the coordinates hidden in the key. Fosarina, surprised, asked if he really had a key and whether she could go with them. Marac replied that it probably wouldn't be possible. Fosarina resigned, said she knew she wouldn't be able to anyway, but asked that once they finished what they had to do inside, they'd take her to where the key led. Marac thought for a moment. She then asked if he knew much about ruins from the old empire. Marac replied that he only knew what any ordinary person would. Fosarina explained that ruins were usually divided into two types: those sealed in an isolated space, only accessible with a key, and those buried underground which could be excavated. She said the team's interest wasn't in items, but in understanding the relationship between the two types of ruins present there. With that, Marac allowed her to join them. She was extremely grateful. Marac then asked if, after coming out exhausted from the ruin, they could rest there. Fosarina assured him that wouldn't be a problem, and confirmed that was the entire Royal Archaeologist team. She said they didn't have enough budget to send many people, and that buried ruins rarely contained important relics. With that, Marac concluded that number of people wouldn't be a problem. This time it was Dakia who used the key. Being a mage, the archaeologists were excited, especially Fosarina, and Marac was the first to enter. Dakia commented that the place was beautiful, with an impressive view, but that they needed to get started. The first thing Marac did was extract the divinity from the relic in the center of the hall. He gained 16,379 divine energy and consumed 10,000 to awaken a new authority. He was rewarded with a massive blade and felt that he had finally obtained an authority capable of strengthening his attacks. It was the sword that corrupted all, the sword of corruption. But as soon as he touched it, his hand was corrupted, and he realized too late that his arm was also starting to suffer. He wondered how he would use it like that. Dakia, concerned, asked if his hand was okay. Marac replied that he would recover soon. At that moment, the Mother of Corruption appeared in a larger form than before and hugged him. Marac commented that she had grown a lot and said she didn't need to worry so much about him. Dakia then had an idea. She suggested that the Mother herself wield the sword, since she was agile and her body didn't decay. Marac found the idea interesting and agreed to test it. When the Mother of Corruption held the blade, she also felt her hand burn. She even cried because she had been hurt. Marac said it wasn't her fault, and Dakia questioned if it wasn't strange that the goddess of corruption herself got hurt by the authority that bore her name. The mother, with effort, learned another word and said "you." Dakia replied that she didn't mean to offend her. Marac supposed that maybe she still hadn't recovered all her divinity and was happy to realize she had learned another word. She then added, "I can kill," and he explained that she didn't need to do that. Just being there already gave him strength. Dakia asked if he had recovered and said they could try again. The Mother of Corruption, determined, summoned her Giant of Corruption, equipped with weapon and armor. Marac, watching the scene, hoped he was now ready. The Giant, prepared for battle, asked if he could hold that sword for at least 1 second. But even he, upon touching it for just a moment, lost his hand, just like Marac had. The Giant of Corruption fell to his knees, crying in pain after losing his hand. Marac felt sorry for him and apologized. Even so, it was time to move on and enter the ruins. Later, the big guy was destroying everything in his path, and Dakia realized that, for now, her role was just to observe. The Giant of Corruption was easily handling metal golems, defeating one after another, until a much larger enemy came through the door. Dakia thought about using magic, but Marac preferred to wait and see how things would unfold. Besides, those giants seemed to be immune to magic. When the giant golem approached, the Giant of Corruption remembered the time he had been beaten by something similar. But instead of fear, he now wanted revenge. He felt stronger and ready for the confrontation. Meanwhile, the Mother of Corruption cheered beside him like a true cheerleader. Watching it all, Marac thought it had truly been worth strengthening him. Suddenly, the mother took one of the orbs from Marnac's pouch and extracted 10,000 divinity from it for him. Marac said she was already strong enough to be called a goddess, and he was so so proud that he started spinning in the air with happiness. Dakia, watching the scene, commented that they got along really well and asked if the two of them could also get along like that. Marac replied that he thought they already did and wondered if he was the only one who felt that way. Dakia became shy. Marac thought she already gave him all the help he needed in battle, and that was enough for him. Meanwhile, the Giant of Corruption won the fight, destroying the golem's core and roaring in victory. Marac decided not to use any more divinity for now. He would save his new authority with the Corruption Sword for an emergency. He asked his mother to return to her small form and continued with the group through the ruins. Soon after, they encountered another formidable enemy. It was so powerful that it launched the giant far away with a single blow. It was clearly a mecha, a massive robot built for war. Marac realized that opponent would be a serious problem. Without hesitation, he activated the Text of Corruption and warned Dakia to hold on tight. He then dashed away at full speed, avoiding direct confrontation. The Giant of Corruption stayed behind, returning to battle on his own. Concerned, Dakia asked if it was okay to leave him behind, but Marac said the giant would come back on his own after stalling the enemy. Up ahead, they found massive doors. The Mother of Corruption warned that something was behind them. It was an army of killer robots, all armed with swords. Marac drew the Slayer and said the right side would be Dakia's responsibility. After a long battle in which they defeated all the robots, Marac praised Dakia, saying she did very well. However, since she had used a lot of magic, he suggested she rest. Dakia insisted she could still stand, but suddenly the big golden robot reappeared, ready to fire its weapons. Marac pulled her behind cover and they protected themselves. The robot kept shooting until it seemed to run out of ammo, but then something unexpected happened. The robot activated a powerful magnet, pulling back all the bullets it had fired. Surprised, Dakia asked what they would do now. Marac asked if she could hit the robot's weapon with an explosive spell. He said if she did it at the exact moment before it fired, the impact of the explosion would be maximized. When the right moment came, Dakia launched a fireball and hit the target, causing a huge explosion. She then told Marac to leave the rest to her. The two of them kept running while Dakia continued launching fireballs. Marac realized she was probably low on mana. Then they reached the doors guarding the relics, but realized that path led nowhere. Marac asked Dakia to cover him while he inspected the door. He knew they didn't have much time before the robot caught up. He drew the Slayer and struck the door, but only managed to scratch its surface. In the next instant, the door regenerated on its own, and the system announced there were no shortcuts. That's when Marac understood. There was no choice but to defeat the robot. He turned to Dakia and said she would have to follow his instructions exactly. He used the Text of Corruption again, warning that it would be the last time and that she had to endure it. The robot was beginning to recover the bullets again, so Marac threw the Slayer directly into the enemy's magnetic field, creating an opening for Dakia to make another big explosion. He knew this would be the last spell she could cast before her mana was completely drained. Without wasting time, Marac ran with the Corruption Sword in hand, even though his body was already being consumed by the dark energy. He managed to drive the blade into the robot's skull, even as his body fell apart. The Text of Corruption tried to keep his body intact for a few seconds longer, but just as the blade was about to reach the robot's core, Marnac's hand vanished. The sword was then grabbed by the Mother of Corruption herself, who, with her last strength, blew up the enemy's core. Marac collapsed to the ground, his body nearly completely destroyed. The Mother of Corruption did everything she could to hold him. After some time, Marac woke up and asked if she was okay. She was right beside him, perfectly fine. He asked if it was her who had moved him and Dakia there, and concluded that he definitely needed her in his life. She cheered excitedly in her special way. Marac said that without her, they never would have defeated that enemy. Soon after, Dakia also woke up, asking if she was still alive. Marac replied that she was and helped her get up, and finally they realized they had reached their destination. That's when the ruin system activated a new question. What is eternally charming? Marac looked at the Mother of Corruption and commented that, as expected, like mother, like daughter. It was a riddle, and the correct answer was Alicia, because she was what could be considered eternally charming. When the doors opened, a hologram appeared before them. It was the image of Ceylon, the greatest blacksmith of the old empire. Marac thought that first they faced a machine gun, and now they were standing before a smart hologram. The old empire looked more and more like his old world. The Ceylon hologram said they had managed to defeat the guardian she had created, and and that it was incredible. Curious, Dakia asked how he had figured out the answer to the riddle. Sillon explained that he answered with the name of the mother because that was exactly what she asked. It was obvious, she said. If they entered there with the key left by her mother but didn't know her name, then there would be no reason to forgive them. Marac understood and said that was what he meant by like mother, like daughter. If they had gotten the answer wrong, the result would have been disastrous. Sillon acknowledged that the journey had not been easy, so she allowed them to rest. Inside the complex, there was a building with several rooms. While Marac was drying the small body of the mother of corruption after her bath, Dakia also came out, relaxed, saying it felt like all her exhaustion had been washed away. She had never seen so many gears together before, but the ancient language texts explained everything in detail. Even her clothes had been washed during the bath. She commented that her grudge against Sillon had already been cut in half. Later, Sillon appeared again and asked if they had rested well. She said she had recovered the items they left behind and repaired what was broken. Marac noticed that the white ring, the one Pradia had given him, had also been fixed. Now maybe his master wouldn't be so angry with him anymore. Then Sillon asked them to follow her so she could deliver the items they were looking for. They were led to a large corridor that looked more like a throne room. Sillon asked which of the two would receive the piece, but then the mother of corruption appeared and declared that she was also part of the decision. Laughing, Sillon asked which of the three would be chosen. Marac said it would be him. Even so, Sillon said it wouldn't be fair to leave the other two empty-handed, so she would create whatever they wanted as a reward. To do this, she made 2 copies of her hologram. The piece Sillon handed to Marac was the last item she had created, a bracelet to be worn on the dominant hand. It adjusted automatically to the user's body. As soon as Marac put it on, an inscription appeared on the bracelet, registering him as the user. To activate it, he only had to shout, "Activate." He found it kind of pathetic, like something out of a bad anime, but still shouted. Instantly, his arm was covered by an armor made of nanotechnology. Sillon burst out laughing, saying he didn't have to shout anything, just press the button. But since he had done that, she took the opportunity to explain. The bracelet, called Number 1, responded to the user's brainwaves, as if it read their mind. To fire, he just had to imagine a small cannon being launched from his hand. When Marac thought about it, a cannon really did form on his arm. It was extremely powerful. Sillon explained that it was a mana cannon, which didn't use physical ammo and recharged automatically using energy from the environment. It could hold up to 3 shots, but each took about 20 minutes to recharge. Sillon also explained that if he had another item forged by her, he could integrate it into Number 1. That was when Marac drew the Slayer. The bracelet absorbed the sword and transformed it into part of its system, functioning as an additional module. Now he had the Slayer integrated into the prosthetic, and also a dagger embedded in the hand. Sillon commented that Number 1 was the result of her efforts to fuse mana and divinity. It was totally immortal, resistant, and capable of self-repair. Marac wondered if with that he could use the Sword of Corruption. He drew the sword and wielded it with the prosthetic arm. Although the aura of corruption was present, his arm didn't decompose. However, a system message appeared. 70 seconds until permanent restoration failure. Marac thought 70 seconds was a long time. Enough time to kill that giant robot. Now, with Number 1, maybe he could use the Sword of Corruption without self-destructing. Later, he met with Dakia and his mother. Dakia had received a necklace that helped control mana, similar to the ring she used before, but with no capacity limit. It could also transform into a mask to cover her face. Marac asked if she didn't like the reward, but she said that wasn't it. She asked him to hold out his hand and showed that she had also received a ring just like his. Marac explained that with the 2 rings, they could always know where the other was, and in case of danger, the ring could create a protective barrier once a day. He thought maybe his mother had been jealous of the ring given by his master. That was actually kind of cute. He started shaking the mother of corruption, saying he loved the gift. Sillon then said that now that everyone had received their rewards, they could leave, or if they preferred, they could stay a while longer. Dakia said that for her, they could already continue the journey. The fatigue had disappeared after the bath. Sillon then informed them that, since they were leaving, she wanted to keep the key used to open the ruin. For a moment, Dakia remembered the promise made to the leader of the archaeology team, but she was standing before Sillon, the creator of all that. It was better to give her the key. As Dakia extended her hand with the key, a huge stone hand suddenly appeared and pushed the 3 of them away. They were thrown toward another portal. Before they vanished, Sillon said that if they managed to gather all the numbered pieces created by her, something very interesting would happen. She asked them to do their best. Shortly after, they were expelled from the portal without warning. Marac didn't didn't expect to be thrown out like that. But soon, he smelled the strong scent of blood in the air. Immediately, he took off his shirt and put on the mask, preparing to act as the human slayer. Meanwhile, the archaeology team was running down a dead-end path, being chased by a horde of monsters. It was clearly an ambush. One of the archaeologists tripped and fell, but Fosarina ran to save him. She angrily asked where Tran, the group's mage, was, and ordered them to locate him with magic immediately if they wanted to live. Then she told them to deliver the message to that bastard without delay. Armed with a huge hammer, she was ready to smash the bats attacking them, and she really managed to take down many of them with her impressive strength. The cultists behind the ambush were surprised by Fosarina's power, but one of them, wearing stone armor, was already approaching from behind, holding the hammer with the intention of attacking. Even cornered, Fosarina didn't surrender. She struck with all her strength, but ended up being restrained by another cultist. One of them, a bald man, approached and asked where the relic was. Fosarina replied that she didn't know. Then the other cultist, the one who had restrained her, was suddenly killed. The human slayer had arrived, equipped with the new weapons created by Sillin. The bald one tried to use his power to stop him too, but Marac activated the text of corruption. The divine energy he released was so intense that the enemies didn't even see their own deaths. The woman in stone armor was sliced in half, melted by the blade of corruption. Then Marac asked how many cultists were still alive. The bald one, desperate, used all his power thinking he had finally defeated the enemy, but when the dust settled, he saw that Marac was completely unharmed. Frightened, he asked what kind of creature he was. At that moment, a celestial narration began. From the heavens above, 4 stars had fallen to the earth, marking the beginning of a holy war. Those who followed the will of the heavens were to strike down the fallen and serve as guides of divine will. That was the command of God. The 4 stars gathered warriors who came to be called the Crusade of Annihilation, whose mission was to destroy the fallen gods. They obeyed without question. To them, it was all for the greater good. Back in the battle, Marac grabbed the bald man by the neck and asked again how many were left. After a punch, the man could barely breathe. He said there was another group besides theirs. Marac dropped him to the ground. The other cultist, the one still alive, tried to act like she was going to teach him a lesson, but the moment she touched the corruption blade, her body turned into a melted, limp corpse. Marac commented that it was a perfect death for her. He then turned to Fosarina, helped her up, and asked what the next target was. She was surprised by his kindness, thinking he was actually nicer than she had imagined, though still a bit odd. She said she didn't know who he was, but he could help her if he wanted. Marac simply introduced himself as the human slayer, and Fosarina replied that she actually thought that was kind of cool. Looking at his abdomen, she remarked that if he helped her team, she'd do whatever he wanted. Marac, annoyed, asked where she was looking. Fosarina said it was an accident. He then said that if she didn't want to be the next victim, she should take him to the enemies. He just wanted to find new things to kill. Before leaving, Marac absorbed the divinity from the defeated bodies, gaining another 2,000. He noticed that the corruption sword didn't absorb divinity from corpses, so he would have to refrain from using it if he wanted to keep gathering divine energy. Finally, he told Fosarina that from that point on, he would be running as fast as possible. If she didn't want to die, she would need to guide him precisely to the next target, and he made it clear he wasn't doing this for her. Fosarina climbed onto Marnac's back with a cheerful smile, as if completely at ease. Meanwhile, the mage from the archaeologist group was focused, trying to open a magical passage so they could escape. Another horde of bats appeared, but he finally managed to open a hole. However, not everyone passed through at the same time. The mage stayed behind to protect the others, creating a magical wall that shielded them, even crushing one of the creatures' heads. He thought the group had survived thanks to the captain's sacrifice, but in truth, Fosarina hadn't sacrificed herself. She was alive, clinging to the priest. Meanwhile, a girl from the cultist group asked if the archaeologists had escaped that mess. She wanted to know why it was so hard to capture them. One of the men replied that the team seemed to be much stronger than expected. Another woman turned to him and asked if he was sure the relic was really in that place. He swore it was, since their superiors had tracked its location. The girl who questioned him was Jamel, and the woman beside her insisted there were still doubts about the accuracy of that information. Jamel replied that they couldn't keep searching blindly, especially after rumors that another group had already used a relic to create a perfect incarnation. The black-haired woman stated that as the leader he should know that. The man said he understood, but decided to keep chasing the archaeologist for now. He asked Jamel to open the door. Praying to her dark god, she conjured a magical portal in the cave wall. However, before they could pass through, they noticed the bats were fighting each other. That indicated the other group was likely in trouble. Jamel commented insisted that the other group was full of weirdos and that she didn't want to help them. But the leader insisted their mission was to recover the relic, so they needed to focus. The three decided to go help. Meanwhile, Fossarina was still clinging to Marac, grabbing his private parts a bit boldly. She asked with interest if he liked archaeology, saying she could get him a job right away, admiring the priest's well-toned body. But Marac told her to get her hands off him and said that, given the situation, it was strange she wasn't more worried about her companions. Fossarina replied that she didn't even know if they were alive, so there was no reason to be sad. Then she pointed in a direction and said they had probably gone to the ruins, the place where Princess Scyllin had died. Hearing that name, Marac was surprised. Princess Scyllin. He didn't know she had been royalty. Fossarina then explained that it was Scylin's laboratory and fortress. In the old empire, everything worked well under the rule of her mother and Emperor Yongo. But when the time came to choose a successor, Scyllin rejected the throne. Power then passed to an adopted son from another noble family. At first, there was no conflict, since Scylin's rejection seemed final. But when she created the Immortalion, things began to change. Fossarina said that from that point on, everything was just theory. The empire, built after the end of the Transgressor Mage's era, had no real enemies. Thanks to the Immortalion, Scyllin became very famous. The emperor, uncomfortable with that, expanded the military to try to maintain his authority. That was seen as a threat. A revolutionary group then emerged, aiming to remove the emperor and make Scyllin the empress. But she didn't want to rule. Her disinterest only made people want her on the throne even more, believing she would be a better leader. In the end, civil war broke out. Revolutionaries and the imperial army both vied for Scylin's support, since only she knew how to create the Immortalion. The emperor believed his sister would support him. The revolutionaries believed she would side with the people, but Scyllin declared neutrality. That decision made both sides see her as a threat. She became a target, someone who needed to be eliminated rather than persuaded. Both sides attacked the laboratory but were caught off guard. The soldiers created by Scyllin were far too strong. Marac reflected that it really did seem true. Unable to overcome her defenses, the two armies made a cruel decision. They began attacking innocent civilians to force Scyllin to surrender. That enraged her. So she decided to end the civil war for good, exterminating both sides, whom she considered the root of the problem. Historical records say an endless army of cold metal emerged. The androids sided with Scyllin, and to face that overwhelming power, the Emperor and revolutionaries joined forces. They used all their resources to create the experts, special soldiers. A squad of them was sent to the laboratory. In the end, it's said they managed to assassinate Scyllin, but Fossarina said no expert returned alive, and there are no records of what really happened. Since then, the laboratory became a restricted area. No one could enter again. The civil war resumed, and eventually the empire was destroyed. Marac asked if Fossarina knew anything about the numbered artifacts Scyllin supposedly created. She replied that she had never heard of them. Then it was shown what had happened to one of the experts. She had been defeated by Scylin's own mother. The truth was that Scyllin hadn't died in the laboratory. Alicia, Marnac's godmother, had helped Scyllin fake her death. It was only after that she began creating the numbered items. Marac asked if what Fossarina had said was really true. If it was, they weren't allowed to be in that place, and yet she had led all her subordinates there. Fossarina replied confidently, saying that everything had been erased by time except the instructions to create Immortalion. At that moment, distant screams caught their attention. The group of archaeologists was almost completely defeated. Machines advanced against them, unbeatable and relentless. Just as one of the archaeologists was about to be killed, a huge explosion hit the robot. It was a shot from bracelet number 1, used by Marac. He looked at the bodies on the ground. 6 people were dead, probably because of the relic he had taken. Fossarina grew desperate and demanded to know where the others were. One of the subordinates said the walls had moved on their own, separating everyone. They hadn't even touched anything, and still, the robots had appeared. That robot was still standing. Marac decided to finish the job. As he exchanged blows with it, he noticed its body was made entirely of immortalum, the same material as his sword. Still, this robot didn't seem as strong as the one he had fought before. He struck a direct blow to the enemy's head. When the robot fell, Fossarina tried to stop Marac, grabbing his arm and ordering the subordinates to hold him back. But he pushed forward, certain that if both his sword and the robot were made of immortalum, one would consume the other. The difference was that his sword, Slayer, had a self-regenerating saw. He activated the mechanism, pierced the machine's head, and destroyed it. The mother said something, and Marac agreed if they could sell all that immortalum, they would make a lot of money. Suddenly, smoke began to rise from the robot. It was as if it were melting. Marac understood immediately. Scyllin had probably done that on purpose, so her enemies couldn't reuse the material against her. Meanwhile, Dakia was silently observing everything, closely following Marac. He ran ahead, asking everyone to follow him, but no one could keep up with his pace. Upon entering the ruins, he felt someone inside, fighting against Ceylon's army. He broke everything down to get in. Actually, the archaeologists were rooting for Jamel, but she was at her limit. She said she was going to die. Marac didn't understand what was going on. Why was a worshiper of an evil spirit protecting archaeologists? Even so, she was the one saving the group. Jamel asked for help, but the archaeologists said they had no weapons. Marac saw an opportunity to learn more about the Liberatio organization. Later, the archaeologists finally got motivated to help, but Marac appeared, making it clear that the woman was the target of his assassination. He threatened anyone who tried to touch her. The archaeologists, confused, asked if she was a monster. Someone replied she wasn't a person, but looked like one. Marac began to destroy Ceylon's robots. His sword wasn't very effective against their shields, but a point-blank cannon blast could kill any of them. Jamel tried to warn Marac about an enemy above him and helped him in the fight. When the last robot fell, it started to emit an emergency message, ordering the deployment of an advanced artifact. Marac was confused, but soon Fossarina appeared, saying she had felt divinity in his body. He realized that the magical artifact was coming through a different path, not the one they had used before. He told Fossarina to gather the team and get out of there. They would only get in the way of the fight. Fossarina hesitated, saying there were still 20 people left. She knew she shouldn't ask, but still asked if Marac could save them. He said maybe. For her, that was enough. She decided to leave with the others. Jamel tried to escape with them, but Marac stopped her. She said she just wanted to leave and ask more questions to the archaeologists, but Marac threatened to kill her if she said another word. She froze, crying, while he told Dakia to leave. She ordered the archaeologists to go back. Jamel noticed that even Marnac's tone of voice had changed. She said she hadn't seen or heard anything and tried to escape, but he grabbed her and warned that he would kill her if she used divinity. He asked how many people were in Liberatio. Jamel replied she didn't know. Everyone was divided into small groups, and no one knew the total number. Marac then asked how they found the relics. She said Liberatio possessed a relic that worked as a map. Only the higher-ups had access, and so far they had managed to obtain 4 relics. Marac remembered he had heard that before. A worshipper had said they had 4 relics a long time ago. He asked Jamel not to lie. She explained that the map had been damaged due to the war between the factions and now showed dozens of coordinates at once. She said there were 2 factions within Liberatio. Derso's faction, which wanted to summon the gods to Earth, and Karsos' faction, which wanted to bring them down. Each faction had 2 relics, and according to rumors, Karsos' faction had recently managed to bring down a god. Marac, astonished, asked if that was true. Jamel said she wasn't part of any faction, so she couldn't confirm it. Then something slammed hard against the door. It was the final artifact, a killer robot sent to eliminate all invaders. Jamel asked if she could use divinity now. Marac thought the safest thing would be to kill her right then and there, but something was bothering him. Jamel had protected the archaeologists and hadn't even tried to attack him. He remembered the words of Shantux, who would have asked him to let her live. Being saved by that bastard was awful, but even so, he decided to trust her, just this once. Jamel invoked her stone power, while Marac charged at the machine. His attacks did no damage as before. However, something unexpected happened. The robot stopped, knelt before him, and declared that he was the successor. The robot introduced itself as Terzio, the third knight, offering his respects to the successor. He said that if it was his will, he could guide him to the laboratory administrator. Marac commented to Dakia that they had told him this was Ceylon's laboratory and asked if Terzio wasn't planning to ambush them along the way. The knight swore by his own title that such a thing would never happen. Marac then suggested he go ahead, and Terzio replied it would be an honor to guide him. As they walked, Jamel asked what would happen to her now. Marac thought he didn't really want to kill her, but keeping her alive would also be risky. The mother suggested he worry about that after killing her. Dakia asked if Jamel wanted to go back to her old companions and said she could leave if she wanted, but Jamel replied that she had already left that behind. She said she didn't even know who they really were anymore and was sure they would understand her decision. Dakia then whispered to Marac that she thought Jamel would fall for that speech. He replied that they couldn't just let her roam free, but he also didn't want to kill her. Maybe they could put her to work doing tasks. Besides, he still had more questions to ask. Dakia asked if it was fine now to use their real names. Marac said yes, removing his mask. When Jamel saw him, she asked if he was really Marac, the priest. He asked if she knew him, and she immediately confirmed. She said he had caused great damage to Liberate, and that his face was posted everywhere. Everyone knew who he was. Then she asked if he intended to kill her too. Marac replied that actually he didn't. Relieved, Jamel begged not to be killed. She repeated it more than once. He said he might let her live, and she promised to swear loyalty to him. But Marac said that first, they would keep moving. Terzio led them to to the laboratory administrator. To everyone's surprise, the administrator was also a machine. Its appearance resembled something strange, like an ancient mechanical face. The administrator explained that its visual sensor was broken, so it couldn't see. It said that if the successor was truly there, he should present proof. Marac showed the bracelet number 1. The administrator then stated that the mother had not abandoned him. Marac said there was something he wanted to confirm. He asked if anyone who had entered there had ever left. The administrator replied that there were still 24 people alive inside the lab, a duo and a group of 22. Since the latter were holding out well, the damaged soldiers were having difficulty dealing with them. That's why Tertio had been activated. Marac ordered that no one was to kill the 22. They had to leave alive. All focus should be directed at the remaining duo. Jamel then asked if they couldn't let that duo go as well. She promised to behave, but the mother insisted they should be killed. She was ordering him to kill them all. Marac asked her to calm down. He thought Jamel was far better than the other worshippers. She even cared about her former companions, even in that situation. So he decided they could all leave, as long as they didn't cross paths with the other group. The administrator accepted the request and said that before that, the successor should take something. It was a piece of armor, just the leg section, left behind by the mother a long time ago. Marac absorbed the equipment with bracelet number 1. He now had leg thrusters. He thanked the administrator, but the machine replied that thanks weren't necessary. They were merely following the orders left by the mother. Marac thought his mother was right. He truly didn't expect to be this lucky. Still, he felt the soldiers there were not in good condition. He asked why. The administrator explained that all were damaged due to the attack by the ones who tried to kill the mother. In the battle against the expert squad, all the knights were destroyed except for Tertio. 99% of the soldiers were also lost, and even the last remaining knight wasn't in good shape. Marac concluded that if they were there, it meant they had defeated the experts. But the administrator corrected him. They had survived, not won. They used the fact that they were living beings to their advantage, and locked up the soldiers until they starved to death. Marac thought that was a brilliant strategy. Then the administrator made a request. He wanted permission to rebuild an army using the former soldiers. He said the mother was against it, but the most important thing was who was in control. Marac thought that those soldiers would obey him no matter what. The administrator said he would give Marac an entire world, if that was his wish. Marac thought he would have many enemies ahead, more than he already had, and that it would be good to have an army. So he gave permission to rebuild the soldiers. Finally, he asked how long that would take. The administrator explained it would take a few hundred years to rebuild the army. But Marac pushed back, saying that number was needed for a complete army, and they couldn't just reduce the amount. The administrator asked how many soldiers they were talking about. Enough to conquer 1/8 of the empire? However, Marac reminded him that the empire had fallen. With that, the administrator considered reducing the size of the forces and promised to rebuild the army in 50 years. Even so, Marac demanded it be ready in just 1 year. The administrator said he would love to deliver the army immediately, but with the damaged facilities and no available resources, they would need at least 20 years just to begin reconstruction. As they talked, the administrator activated some commands and managed to restore its visual sensor. It said it had been a long time since it had seen that room. It asked if the successor was in such danger that everything needed to be rushed like that. That was when it understood that Marac had enemies. It said it understood and would begin working immediately, offering the laboratory so Marac could rest. But Marac refused. He said he couldn't stay, as there was still much to do. The administrator warned of the dangers outside and promised to make him comfortable there. It placed a chair in front of him and tried to persuade him, saying that if a year was too much, maybe he could stay for 11 months. It begged him not to abandon them. Marac, thinking alongside his mother, considered that 11 months wasn't that long. However, he knew that the main mission was the biggest problem. The situation was even more complicated because he had rejected his master's techniques. Besides, Liberatio had brought down a god, and he couldn't just let the world continue in that state. Meanwhile, in another region, a man was begging for mercy. He was being executed by Liberatio and finally succumbed to death. One of the hooded figures laughed, saying it was ironic since that man had once been a god. Another replied that such words were blasphemy, but the first insisted that the true blasphemy was using relics to bring down gods from the heavens. Even so, the other said that the man was still a god, as a powerful divinity could still be felt emanating from him. But his companion answered that, yes, maybe he had power, but he wasn't a true god. He lacked dignity. To him, a true god needed presence and glory, things that being didn't have. They discussed rumors that the orders were gathering warriors, but one of them said he knew nothing about it as he was handling the crusade of annihilation. Still, he said they could ignore those warriors. They didn't know how to use the relics properly. The worshippers only needed to keep doing what they always had. Suddenly, they felt a massive pressure in the air, and one of them smiled, saying that everything would soon be complete. They had already decided where it would happen. happen in the Northern Kingdom. Meanwhile, Marac informed the machines that he needed to leave as there was something important he had to do. However, he couldn't ignore such a grand inheritance and promised he would not abandon them. The administrator said he trusted him and allowed him to continue his journey, while he would take charge of building a strong army in his absence. He added that he wouldn't stop at the continent, but would dominate the entire dimension. Tertio then asked to accompany Marac, saying he could be useful. Marac commented that the android's size drew too much attention, but Tertio replied that it was no problem, as he could shrink his body. He said Marac could even carry him in his pocket if he wanted. The mother of corruption murmured something, and Marac replied to her in thought, saying that his pocket would always belong to her. Then he asked Tertio if he could shrink to human size, and the robot confirmed. He then adjusted his body accordingly. Marac agreed that in that form he could come along, but the administrator pulled Tertio back into a machine, saying he still needed repairs, which would take another 3 hours. Additionally, they had recovered the soldiers previously destroyed by Marac, and he asked if he could take them with him. He mentioned he was thinking of selling the Immortalion, since he needed money and was just an ordinary person. The administrator, curious, asked if he was truly ordinary, since he seemed so concerned about money. Then he explained that the Immortalion was far too precious a resource to be sold. He suggested instead that they collect gold and gems while mining for resources. If they were patient, they could gather all the gold and precious stones from that continent. Marac asked if the laboratory could move, and the administrator explained that it could. The facility was capable of traveling across land, water, and even air. Though most of its functions were currently disabled, Marac thought that was amazing and decided to leave the laboratory in his care. The administrator thanked him for the compliment and asked him to rest until Tertio was ready. Dakia didn't fully understand what was going on, but congratulated Marac. Jamel, on the other hand, thought she could use that man to become rich. Later, the group was ready to depart. The administrator explained that Tertio would be able to defeat anyone who wasn't a specialist. He also said that as soon as they had the time and resources, they would make him strong enough to fight even specialists. To help, they installed a communication device in Tertio, allowing Marac to stay in contact with the laboratory whenever needed. The administrator said he might call on him from time to time, and Marac confirmed he would respond. Finally, the administrator declared he would make the world kneel before them, and Marac showed he was looking forward to it. Later on, Carmen and Sajida were already prepared to leave in full strength. They thanked Marac deeply, who simply replied that he had done what needed to be done. Then Carmen asked if they weren't going to introduce the new group members. The first to introduce himself was Tertio, who identified himself as the third knight in service of the successor. Carmen looked at him curiously and asked if he was an android, but Marac explained that not exactly. Technically, Tertio was a relic of the ancient empire, something much older and rarer than a simple automaton. Sajida, interested, commented that he would like to duel with him when they had the time. Tertio replied that he would only fight with the successor's permission, and Marac said they were free to go ahead. At that moment, Jamel also introduced herself. She enthusiastically stated that she would work like a dog for the group. Carmen, surprised by her dedication, asked if Marac had done something bad to her, but Jamel replied no. She said that Priest Marac had made her reflect deeply, not through violence, but through the use of money, or rather, through his generosity. Meanwhile, the Annihilation Crusade was also beginning its first expedition. The group was heading toward the Northern Kingdom with the mission of killing the fallen god that dwelled in that region. The Crusade warriors were prepared for yet another holy war, aware that they would soon be entering combat once more. At the same time, Marnac's group was discussing recent events. Dakia commented that everything seemed very suspicious. It had only been a week since they left the capital, but they had already heard rumors of disappearances around the city of Betis dozens of times. She raised the possibility that her brother might be behind it. Marac considered that normally it would take 2 to 3 weeks to reach Betis on foot, so they still had enough time to investigate calmly. He also mentioned that the Smiling Master was in Betis, and Dakia needed to share something important before it was too late. She revealed that her father, the Smiling Master Kalto Irimel, had not been in full mental health for some time. This surprised everyone. Carmen asked how long this had been happening. Dakia replied that it had been about 3 years, and since then, the one acting as leader was Douglas Martin, someone very close to her father. He was considered an honest man, always praised by Kalto. Even so, Marac found it strange. He commented that someone not in their right mind wouldn't be able to name a successor. However, Dakia explained that there was an old document declaring that if anything happened to him, Douglas Martin would be appointed to rule for 5 years. At first, many were suspicious, but over time they stopped doubting because he had been doing an excellent job. Jamel asked if there was someone else behind all of it. Dakia said that possibility had been considered, considered, but it wasn't the case. Shortly after, a feast was brought to the table, and Marac suggested they continue the conversation later. However, he noticed some rumors coming from the back of the tavern. A man was questioning the owner about whether he had seen suspicious people in robes. The owner looked at their table and pointed to the group, saying there were people in robes there. The man thanked him with a coin and said they would be staying around for the night. Jamel panicked when she realized what was happening and whispered that they were coming their way. The man approached the table and introduced himself as Admicheo, a member of the Annihilation Crusade. At his side was Tatiana. Marac responded with a calm introduction, saying he was a priest of the goddess of preservation, responsible for the everyday lives of people. Admicheo apologized for interrupting their meal, but something at that moment caught Marnac's attention. The mother of corruption whispered in his mind that she couldn't tell how many fingers those people had, which was unusual. Marac suspected they might be dealing with something beyond human, and thought that even the crusade could be involved with dangerous forces. Before Admicheo left, Marac said he had heard of the crusade and asked why they were there. The man replied that they were searching for worshippers of evil gods. That made Jamel nearly collapse. Admicheo continued explaining that these worshippers were responsible for the recent incidents and were causing chaos in the region. Marac, pretending to be on the same side, agreed, saying these worshippers should be destroyed, but also asked how they could be identified with certainty. The knight then explained that the gods themselves had sent emissaries to help, and 4 angels had descended upon the earth. At that moment, not only Jamel panicked, but Marac also grew alarmed. He knew that these divine incarnations were brutal manifestations of violence. Admicheo remarked that a holy war alongside angels was something glorious, but Marac understood that this could mark the beginning of the true main mission of his journey. Later, Marac was resting, gently stroking the head of the mother of corruption, when Dakia entered to discuss future plans. Jamel, observing the scene, thought the two were romantically involved and imagined that he might be trying to take control of the Iramel family, which made her happy since she saw Marac as a great source of money. Still petting the mother's head, Marac asked Dakia what exactly she wanted to talk about. Dakia revealed that since she was young, she had wanted to become the head of the family. She wanted revenge against those who despised her for being born a mage and wanted to prove them all wrong. She had always worked hard, studied intensely, and even trained her sword skills. She couldn't say that she sought her father's or brother's approval, especially the latter, who had always hated her. According to her, this happened because their mother died during Dakia's birth. When their father had to choose between saving his wife or his daughter, he chose the daughter, and her brother never forgave her for that, calling her a monster for killing their mother. Marac said it clearly wasn't her fault. Dakia replied that she expected to hear that from him. After their father's fall, her brother took over the family, and had since done everything to keep Dakia from gaining power, as if he wanted to keep her in a lower position, something that had been happening since they were children. Dakia's arranged marriage had been part of a plan orchestrated by her own family. Most of the Iramel family members agreed with it. For that reason, Dakia decided to hide, hoping the engagement would be annulled over time. Even if she returned now, she knew she wouldn't be able to do much against the collective decision. Marac asked if that was why she believed her brother had planned the kidnapping. Dakia replied that it didn't matter who it was. She knew it was all connected to that forced marriage. She admitted she felt a little guilty for thinking that way, but didn't want to marry someone she didn't even know. Marac questioned why she had asked for help, if, even after returning, there would be nothing to do. Dakia explained that she couldn't defeat her brother, but kidnapping the daughter of a smiling lord was a serious crime. She thought that might be enough punishment to annul the engagement. Now she no longer knew if she really wanted to become the head of the family just to prove everyone wrong. She didn't feel ready to lead anyone yet, and also didn't think it was bad to be wandering around with Marac. She asked what she should do in Betis. Should she face her brother or just take her money and disappear with Marac? Marac said no one is born knowing how to lead. If she became the head of the family, it could bring problems, but he believed she had the potential to become a great leader. The Dakia he knew wasn't someone who passively accepted her fate. Dakia said he was being too kind, and that she didn't want that. Marac replied that he wasn't there to give answers. That was a choice she had to make on her own. He said she would regret it far less in the future if the decision was hers, and added that, besides, he wasn't wise enough to give such important answers. But he knew she was smart enough to find her own. Dakia then wished him good night, left the room, and said that if Marac ever needed her, he only had to call. His opinion would always matter to her. After she left, Marac resumed massaging the head of the mother of corruption, just the way she liked. Meanwhile, Jamel, still awake, listened to everything. In silence, she thought that man was her path to wealth. 10 days passed. During the journey, Dakia asked if they were getting close. Marac said he could see Velared just ahead. Carmen commented that it was good to hear that because they had been without food for 3 days. Marac replied that they had made up for it by hunting and that there was no need for so much drama. When they arrived at the village, Marac said it had been about 10 days since they had seen signs of civilization and that everyone needed to rest. He suggested the group look for an inn. However, as they walked through the streets, the mother of corruption felt something strange. She couldn't see how many fingers anyone had in that village, which meant something was wrong. Marac warned his group that they needed to stay alert because that village was not ordinary. Later, already inside an inn, Carmen asked if this had something to do with the worshippers. Marac confirmed it did. He didn't believe everyone in the village was a demon, but something there was not normal. Dakia suggested they split up and investigate until sunset, then meet again at the same place. Carmen agreed, saying they couldn't ignore what they were seeing. If it really was connected to the worshippers of evil gods, they had to act. Since the village was large, they split into 3 pairs: Marac with Jamel, Dakia with Tio, and Carmen with Sajida. Carmen thought the division was fair, but Dakia was visibly disappointed. Later, Dakia asked if Marac still didn't trust Jamel, and if that was why he had stayed with her. She also admitted she was a little jealous. Marac confirmed that was exactly it. He didn't want to have to worry about Jamel anymore. Dakia said she understood, but asked that next time the two of them be paired together. During the investigation, Marac received several strange responses from the villagers. They spoke of bizarre incidents, of people disappearing. Some were so paranoid they could no longer sleep or work. They even warned Marac to be careful. Jamel commented that everyone seemed to say the same thing, and Marac noticed no one appeared to be lying. Jamel asked why he thought the village was connected to the worshippers. How had he come to that conclusion? Marac replied that his goddess had sensed something suspicious. Jamel was impressed and asked if he really communicated directly with the goddess. She said that was incredible, since divine messages were usually confusing and incoherent. But Marac told her to pay attention and be careful because she was speaking too loudly. Jamel replied that if anyone had overheard, she would simply eliminate them. Marac gave her a light smack on the head and made it clear she could only kill someone with his permission. The sun was already setting, so they went to meet up with the others. Marac said they would visit the miller before it got dark, since millers often collected taxes and might know things common villagers didn't. The miller confirmed that many people had gone missing. Marac found it strange that he said the exact same thing as everyone else. But in the middle of the conversation, something unexpected happened. The miller's head split open, revealing several tentacles. Marac reacted immediately, activating the power of his bracelet. With a single punch, he brought the creature down. While observing, he thought about how everyone mentioned disappearances, but no one had said who exactly had gone missing. When the miller revealed his true form, he died. Marac reflected that perhaps that monster was the reason the villagers' fingers couldn't be detected. It was probably a parasite. He began to suspect that everyone in the village who had vanished or been captured was infected by this parasitic creature. But before he could investigate further, Marac sensed a very powerful magic in the distance. He immediately recognized it came from Dakia and wondered what kind of situation she was in to use such a high-level spell. Dakia was facing a grotesque, completely deformed creature. When Marac tried to approach, he was intercepted by other parasitic creatures. However, using the power of his cannon, he destroyed them all with ease. He looked at Jamel and said they needed to hurry. The two ran toward the place where Dakia was. The situation was critical. Dakia wasn't facing just one deformed creature, but a whole army. The being before her presented itself as an entity chosen by God. He praised Dakia's eyes, saying they made his heart race, and said he was glad she hadn't been infected by the parasites. Dakia, standing firm, asked what he wanted and where he had gotten so much power. The being replied that he had been chosen by God and only wanted one thing: to have her in his arms. Without hesitation, Dakia exploded the creature's head, but within seconds it regenerated. The being said he had always dreamed of holding a woman with silver hair in his arms, and then released a viscous and disgusting mist filled with parasites. He introduced himself as the 4th disciple of the fallen god Koroth, also known as the Despised. Terzio appeared and placed himself in front of Dakia, ready to protect her. He said the enemy was faster than expected, then picked Dakia up in his arms and ran so fast she almost threw up. He said he would stay behind to hold the creature off and that she needed to use her magic while he bought time. He was confident he'd be fine because his body was made of immortalium, and he was a sword to slay the enemies of the successor, not a sword that runs away. Dakia promised to find Marac as soon as possible. When Koroth tried to reach her, Terzio sliced off his arm. The disciple mocked her, saying she wouldn't escape, that the city now belonged to him, and that his eyes were everywhere. Dakia, furious, replied that he would die as soon as Marac arrived, and that he wouldn't wouldn't live long enough to keep talking nonsense. Korath then turned to Terzio and asked if he was really the princess's knight and if he thought he could stop him. Terzio replied that he would not only stop him, but kill him right there. He then launched an attack with his blade, but the strike went straight through Korath's arm, as if the enemy himself had created an opening in his flesh just to counterattack. Even so, Terzio activated his thrusters and managed to slice off the creature's arm. He said that as long as he was there, Korath would not get past that point. He fired several times, trying to hit the enemy, who kept dodging by flying, until finally, one shot pierced Korath's chest. Even wounded, he laughed. He said Terzio thought he was strong, but had no idea what he was dealing with. But at that moment, parasites began crawling out from inside Terzio's metallic body. While the villain delivered his arrogant speech, Marac arrived. Without warning, he drove the sword of corruption straight into the top of the creature's head, which slowly began to decompose. Dakia then said she had warned him he would be finished the moment Marac arrived. Marac noticed the rate of corruption spreading inside the creature's body was very low. He calculated that he had only 56 seconds left to maintain the effect, which might not be enough. He ordered them to find Carmen and Sajida immediately, and told Jamel to take Terzio far away from there. Meanwhile, he would continue holding Korath's decomposition with his power. Jamel carried Terzio in her arms and promised she would go with the princess. Marac stayed behind and said that the current distance was enough. He used the power of the well of corruption, transporting only himself, Terzio, and Korath into the closed space of the ability. All parasites inside Terzio's body were destroyed, but he remained intact, being made of immortalium. Marac ordered Terzio to get up because the fight wasn't over yet. Korath managed to move again, but his body was overwhelmed with pain. He asked what Marac had done to him. Marac replied that he didn't need to explain anything to a creature as ugly as him, and that he would die right there. He told him to accept his death with humility, but Korath, still suffering, mocked him again. He said that with Marnac's power, it was certain that if he died, the whole kingdom would fall soon after. Marac then called out to his mother. Before Korath could attack again, the giant of corruption appeared to protect Marac, catching the blow and hurling Korath to the other side of the well. It was the first time Terzio had seen the giant. The two bowed to each other. Korath, even while decomposing, still tried to fight back, but when he attacked the giant, he was met only with a smile. The giant seized the opening and delivered a brutal strike that seriously injured the enemy. Even so, Korath managed to retaliate. He said he would now show the true power of a disciple of God, but Marac replied that this would not happen. He asked his mother to amplify the authority of the sword of corruption. Marac then pulled his new corruption sword from a portal. He knew he had only 20 seconds to wield it. The more powerful the sword, the less time he could keep it active, but he thought that would be enough. Korath, mocking, said he wouldn't be hit again by that stupid sword. Marac asked if he had ever fought properly before, and said he had no intention of letting him transform. Then he simply said goodbye. In the next instant, Marac had already sliced Korath in half. Finally, everyone exited the well. Marac commented that he understood his mother's disappointment at not having extracted divinity from that disciple, but explained that he was more interested in something else. Meanwhile, another giant creature was attacking the city. The Knights of the Annihilation Crusade were struggling, unable to contain the monster. It was a grotesque, winged moth that laughed at their efforts. She introduced herself as Adora, the venerable worshipper, and mocked them, asking if they really thought they could stop her. Admicheo reflected that it had been good to find a disguised disciple, but he never imagined it would be such a powerful and airborne enemy. Adora mocked their faith, asking where all that ambition was now. She said they might as well ask for help from those pathetic gods they worshipped. But at that moment, a hooded figure appeared through the flames. Her body radiated power. She declared that she would turn Adora into a pile of ashes. She was the fourth star, an envoy of the gods. Admicheo, relieved, said that finally the fourth star had appeared to protect them. Adora, however, continued her taunts. She asked where the gods were when she had begged for help. She said all of them were sick, only watching chaos unfold, without acting. The fourth star, without another word, hurled her flaming spear, piercing the creature's neck. She almost killed her right then and there, but as expected, the attack stopped there. Adora, realizing she couldn't withstand that level of power, abandoned her previous form and revealed her true appearance, far more monstrous. Even passing through the flames, her skin burned along the way, but she remained alive. Then Admicheo heard the sound of a horse approaching. A new ally arrived. It was a creature similar to a centaur. He leapt and managed to catch Adora, who was about to fall from above. Still wounded, she swore she would have her revenge. The centaur confirmed that Korath was dead. Adora asked if the relic fragment he had carried had been lost. The centaur replied yes, someone had taken it, and it was now in Marnac's hands. He also said they had done something very interesting with his mother's relic. Days after the invasion by the fourth disciple, Marac reflected on what had happened. He thought that although he hadn't captured Koroth, he had recovered part of the divinity, but there was still something he didn't understand. How could the Mother of Corruption's relic contain the divinity of another god? He considered that perhaps part of the relic had been stolen, or maybe it was capable of absorbing other divine powers. If that were true, perhaps it had never been necessary to split her power to seal the gods in the past. He decided to leave that thought aside for now. They would learn more once they found the next fragments. At the moment, what mattered was that he now had exactly 13,876 divinity. Meanwhile, Dakia was not doing well. She recalled the massacre in the village, and it deeply shook her. Marac understood her reaction. The village was under her family's authority, and it was natural that she felt partly responsible. Dakia said she should ask her brother why the territory was in such a decayed state. Marac asked if she shouldn't ask Douglas Martin instead, but Dakia replied that she trusted Martin was doing his best. What was strange was her brother's silence. Someone who had always been bold and eager to take advantage of situations. Jamel, excited, announced that they had finally arrived in Betis. Carmen commented that they had arrived much faster than expected and could take the opportunity to get drunk that night. Jamel, laughing, said she would drink until she turned into a dog. Marac asked if that included her as well. Dakia said that since it was already late, they could announce their arrival the next day, and since Carmen was offering to pay, no one objected. Meanwhile, in a tavern in Betis, Hilden was getting drunk next to Vadis. The latter, impatient, asked when that bastard would arrive. Outside, Carmen asked Dakia if she had any bar recommendations. He had been there for work before, but never had time to enjoy himself. Dakia replied that she didn't go out much in Betis either, and felt a bit embarrassed not being able to help. Carmen, always cheerful, said he knew a lot of people and would ask around. Dakia commented that she envied that energy he had all the time, but Marac said he wasn't so sure. He remarked that no matter how cheerful someone seemed, everyone had a dark side. Dakia then asked if he knew something about Carmen that nobody else did. Marac, laughing, replied that he couldn't tell anything without Carmen's permission. Eventually, they found a bar. Everyone was in high spirits, toasting. Shouts praised the great priest Marac. He thought a toast was fine, but didn't understand why they were doing it in his name. Jamel was already completely drunk. She downed the last mug and collapsed face first into her plate. Carmen, laughing, said she drank everything they gave her. Then he turned to Sajita and commented that they still had a long road ahead. Marac was surprised by Dakia's resistance to alcohol, as she handled much more than he expected. Even though she was trying to flirt, Dakia soon confessed she was about to throw up. Marac took her to the back restroom, but upon opening the door to the hallway, he came face to face with Fatis, who immediately recognized him as Marac. Meanwhile, Dakia was vomiting into a barrel, saying she would never drink again. Then she hugged Marac, saying she felt better but still asked if he could carry her to her room like last time. Fatis, seeing this, became furious. Marac tried to ask if there was anything to discuss with him, but Fatis accused the priest of trying to seduce a princess. Even with Marnac's denial, Fatis insisted he was lying and had to be restrained by Hilden, who held him back to stop him from doing something stupid. Fatis shouted that he must have tricked Dakia with that stupid smile. Hilden tried to remind him that acting like that in public would damage his reputation. Marac realized this might be a good chance to leave. Meanwhile, Fatis struggled to break free, shouting that he would kill Marac. That's when the priest finally remembered who that boy was, the Prince of the Dragon Kingdom. It was a wealthy nation from Terion Tropos, located in the eastern part of the continent. The royal bloodline of that kingdom was made up of draconic humans. Starting a journey as one of them brought great bonuses and instant respect. Knowing that this prince had such a bad impression of him was reason enough to leave Betis as soon as possible. Marac wondered if Dakia would abandon her social position for someone like him. He also considered whether the gods would notice the presence of the Mother of Corruption and send angels to destroy him. With all of this on his mind, he went to the counter and asked for some napkins and a glass of cold water. He thought about the dragon prince, the liberation, the angels, and wondered if maybe he himself was the one pushing that world toward its end. When he returned, he saw that Dakia had fallen asleep on the counter. Shortly after, a specific figure entered the bar. It was Iramel, Dakia's brother. From the beginning, Marac felt that stopping for drinks on the first day in Betis wasn't a good idea. But after all, he wasn't the narrator. Causing problems is always good for a story, he thought, and the author of this one really seemed to know what he was doing. Maybe the characters were a bit dumb, but that was part of the charm. Marac figured Iramel was there to meet with the prince. As he passed them, Iramel simply commented that Dakia hadn't changed at all and silently went upstairs. The next morning, everyone was gathered for a meal. Jamel still had her face stuck to the table. Dakia was still nauseous, and Carmen complained about the hangover, saying Sajita was a monster. Even though he seemed fine, Sajita was actually just barely holding it together. As soon as he had a chance, he fell face first into his soup, accidentally flinging a fried egg into Tertia Dacio's face. Carmen, laughing, said the victory was his, but then collapsed on the table too. Marac commented that everyone had gone a bit overboard. Dakia asked if Marac wasn't busy that day. He replied that he had nothing scheduled, and anyway, the others would probably need help too. Just as Dakia was about to invite him on another task, Jamel woke up complaining about the smell of alcohol. She wanted to know how much they had drunk, and Marac said they had actually drunk more after returning to the inn. Jamel decided she would go back to sleep. Marac suggested maybe everyone should use the day to rest. Dakia asked if she also smelled like alcohol, and Marac replied that yes, quite a lot. Then Dakia commented that maybe it would be better to go to the bank later, as she still needed to deliver the promised gold to everyone. Later at the bank, they were informed that the vault Dakia was trying to access, registered under the name of the Aramel family, was blocked. Dakia explained that it wasn't the family vault, but her personal one. Still, the banker replied that it was Douglas Martin himself who had forbidden access. Given this, Dakia decided they would have to pay him a visit. Marac agreed to accompany her, and later the two went straight to Martin's office. He commented that it had been a while since he last saw the princess, and said that since she seemed well, he assumed her time away had been enjoyable, which eased his heart. Dakia replied that it had also been a while since she had seen the acting lord. Martin asked her to just call him Sir Martin as before, and asked if there was any problem with him now. Dakia replied that if he was feeling that, maybe it was because he was feeling guilty about something. During the conversation, the mother of corruption mentally cursed everyone in the room, and Marac was relieved she couldn't speak out loud in that situation. Martin then asked if the reason for the visit was access to the personal vault. He said he had blocked access precisely because, if he hadn't, she might never have returned to the estate. Looking at Marac, he asked if that was Father Marac, priest of the goddess of preservation. When he confirmed, Martin asked if that was all. He reminded him that Marac was also known as the demon slayer of DECAY, the arch-enemy of the evil spirits of Kelton, and the savior of Eratico. He was a famous man. Marac, with modesty, said the rumors were exaggerated and that he had probably done much less than people said. Martin praised his humility and said that, great or small, his deeds were all for good. He then informed Marac directly that the smiling lord wanted to see him. Meanwhile, Hilden was calmly drinking his tea. But Fadis was still furious, throwing pillows everywhere. He complained that he should have killed Marac when he had the chance, and asked why Hilden had stopped him. Hilden replied that if he had done that, they would never have achieved the desired results. What he really needed was the princess's status. But if rumors about a possible relationship between her and that priest began to spread, he would have to break off the engagement because of public image. Vatis was clearly irritated. He said he fully understood the situation, but it was still unbearable to see his fiancée in another man's arms. He asked Hilden if he could kill the priest discreetly, without anyone noticing. Hilden replied that it was not the time yet. They needed patience, and he acknowledged that Marac was very strong. According to the rumors, he was not someone to be underestimated. Soon after, there was a knock on Fatis's door. It was a subordinate bringing the report he had requested. He informed him that Princess Dakia had returned to the mansion. Vatis immediately stood up, determined to go see her. Hilden, noticing his reaction, asked what he intended to do. Vatis said he just wanted to see his fiancée. He commented that he didn't even get to speak with her last time. Hilden insisted that he wouldn't get what he wanted acting like that. Then he asked the messenger if the princess was alone. The man replied that of course not. Marac was with her. Upon hearing this, Fatis completely lost his patience. He complained that the bastard was always at his fiancée's side. Meanwhile, Marac was somewhere else, attending a meeting with the Smiling Lord. He wondered why the head of the Iramel house wanted to see him personally and alone like that. Douglas Martin hadn't explained anything to him. Although many said the Lord had gone mad, Marac didn't think he was insane. The man didn't seem out of his mind. The Smiling Lord calmly turned to Marac and said there was no need for introductions. Marac commented that he had heard he wasn't doing well. The Lord replied that he had recently recovered his sanity and needed to have an honest conversation with him. He said he had used the powers borrowed from Douglas Martin to investigate the priest. He discovered that Marac was a hero who had appeared as suddenly as a meteor. He also mentioned that he had learned about the close relationship between him and his daughter. Marac tried to defend himself, saying it was all a misunderstanding and that there was nothing between them. But the Lord insisted, saying he had received reports that Dakia went to his room every night wearing very comfortable clothing. Marac thought to himself that it was just because Dakia liked to play with the mother of corruption, but he wondered how the old man had found that out and how he was supposed to explain it now. To his surprise, the Lord said that after hearing all of this, he had concluded it would be best if Marac took his daughter away. He declared that he would support the two of them so they would never need to worry about anything again, as long as they left Betis immediately. He would personally handle the engagement with the Prince of the Dragon Kingdom. Marac refused the offer, thanking him for it. The Lord asked if there was anything better than marrying such a beautiful princess. He explained that, in Beatus, no one supported Dakia because she was a mage. No one wanted her to become the leader of that estate. Even so, Marac replied that If Dakia wished to become the lady, he would support her, and if she chose to leave with him, he would accept it as well. But that decision wasn't his to make, it was hers. Marac stated that if the Lord truly wanted his daughter to leave the estate, he should tell her himself. However, the Lord explained that this was exactly why he couldn't say it. He knew his daughter well, and knew that the more she was pressured, the more strength she would show. If he told her to go away, she would probably do the opposite, and try to take command of the house, even if that wasn't what she truly wanted. That's why he wanted Marac to convince her otherwise. He said he knew very well that being lord of a property wasn't as good as it seemed. Marac then made a request he admitted was a bit rude. The Lord replied that he had already been rude enough, so he didn't mind. The priest said he had heard that the Lord hadn't been paying attention to his daughter for a long time. He asked why he was suddenly making that offer. The Lord replied that he didn't need a specific reason. His mind had changed. He had changed his mind. He asked Marac to take her out of the city as soon as possible, because that would be the best for his daughter. Before they said goodbye, the Lord made one last request, that Marac not tell anyone he had recovered his sanity. He said the priest should leave the room, saying that he had trouble communicating because of the Lord's madness. Marac accepted the condition. As soon as Marac left the room, the smiling Lord called out to three figures hiding in the shadows. Their names were Kalto, Iret, and Dora. The Lord said the preparations were almost ready, and they only needed to wait a little longer. When Marac returned, he found Vatis bothering Dakia. She was clearly stating that she had no intention of marrying him. When she saw Marac, she smiled and apologized to Vatis, saying she was leaving. As expected, Vatis became even more irritated upon seeing the priest again. He ordered him to stay away from his fiancée immediately, but Dakia repeated that she would not marry him under any circumstances. Vatis, confused, asked what was wrong with him. He wanted to know why she didn't want him. Dakia replied that it wasn't something he lacked, she simply didn't want to get married. Trying to insist, Vatis asked if they could at least have a meal together. Dakia replied that she already had plans for today, for tomorrow, and for all the following days. She would always be busy. Marac, watching the scene, thought that her response had been a bit cruel. But Vatis, still trying to turn things around, asked if she would like to attend a performance by a theater company that had arrived in Beatus. He said he had heard that a famous singer named Dora was with them and asked if she wouldn't like to meet up with him to see the show together. Dakia replied that she had already seen many shows and they were all the same, so she wouldn't watch any new performances from now on. Vatis, insistent, asked if she was rejecting him because of Marac. She denied it, saying it had nothing to do with him. But Vatis disagreed. He said it had everything to do with him, since she went to his room every damn night. Even the mother of corruption got annoyed with Marac, but he thought she had no reason to be jealous, since she was always present when Dakia visited him. Marac tried to explain to the prince that it was all a misunderstanding, but Vatis said he could see through that facade. He believed the priest was clearly excited to see the princess getting closer to him. Dakia then lost her patience. She said that was enough. She stated that there was nothing between her and Father Marac, and that he wasn't that kind of person. On the contrary, he was someone good, who always lived for others, who never hesitated to help and save people. She reminded them that he was the one who saved her from her kidnappers, and that she couldn't just sit by while he was being insulted like that. It was at that moment that Dakia swore aloud by her full name, Dakia Iramel, that the engagement between her and the Prince of the Dragon Kingdom was officially annulled. She declared that this vow would remain valid as long as the Iramel flower had not withered. Vatis, shocked, asked if her entire family would have to fall before she reconsidered the marriage. Turning to Derso, he accused him, saying that this wasn't part of the plan. Derso, who had been calmly observing everything, replied that Vatis had always been impatient. He scolded Dakia, saying she shouldn't swear in the family's name so lightly, especially considering her position wasn't that strong, due to being a mage. Vatis reminded Derso that he had promised him the princess, but Derso denied it. He said he had only mentioned that Vatis could win her over if he managed to. Then he asked why Vatis was complaining to him when it was he who had failed. He followed up with a threat, saying that if the prince raised his voice again in his house, he would report all of his actions to the Demon Dragon King. Vatis, silent, called for Hilden and left. Dakia, outraged, said that Derso was the one who had suggested the kidnapping, but he denied it, claiming he had only instructed Vatis to protect her. Even so, he accused her of always complaining without thinking of the family's interests. He declared that if he had really wanted to kidnap her, she wouldn't be there, alive, talking to him. He said she should be thankful for his mercy. Finally, he ordered her to leave the city with that man. He gave her a deadline of 3 days to leave Beatus. Later, Dakia was furious and asked Marac if she could destroy Derso using her spells. But Marac said that if she did, her brother might end up dying as well. For the first time, the mother of corruption said something Marac agreed with. Both Dakia's father and brother were asking her to leave Beatus. That didn't seem like a coincidence. While they were thinking about it, Dakia saw Jamel being arrested. Shortly afterward, Tercio came running to meet the successor. He informed him that someone had reported Miss Jamel as a worshipper of evil spirits. Not long after, they were all in prison. Dakia commented that she had heard the worshippers had been acting recklessly lately, but she didn't expect Jamel to be arrested so suddenly, without any evidence. She concluded that the Knights of the Annihilation Crusade must be nearby. Marac asked what she thought happened to worshippers after they were captured. Dakia replied that they were probably handed over to the Crusade and then tortured to reveal information about Liberatio. Marac reflected that, to identify worshippers not using divine power, they were probably detecting residual traces of divinity in their bodies. If that were the case, he had an idea. Maybe he could save Jamel, though it would be difficult, but he knew he would need the help of the Mother of Corruption. Meanwhile, Jamel was crying alone in her cell. She thought she had only become a priestess by chance. It wasn't something she truly wanted, and she didn't deserve to be condemned for it. She began to doubt her choices and wondered if trusting Marac had been a mistake. She thought that if she tried to use her powers there, she'd probably die before getting out. But then, two familiar people appeared before her, Giselle and Zarn, former worshipper companions. Jamel was relieved and happy to see them alive, but quickly grew suspicious. She asked why they were there and whether they were the ones who had reported her. Giselle replied that yes, absolutely. She called her a traitor and said Jamel had lived comfortably beside that cursed priest while they struggled to survive. Giselle said she was once worried about her, but now saw she didn't need to be. Jamel tried to defend herself. She said she had tried to save them, that she had even begged the robots to stop attacking them. Giselle, indignant, asked how that priest could have helped. She said she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Controlling robots? That was impossible. Jamel firmly stated that was exactly what had happened. She explained that after separating from them, she found an excavation team, but she was attacked by silver soldiers, and since she needed to question the archaeology team, she chose to protect them. That was when Marac appeared and defeated all the soldiers to help her. Giselle wasn't convinced. She said there was a flaw in the story. If Marac could control the robots, why would he fight the soldiers? Jamel explained that this happened before he gained that power. She said a silver soldier, twice the size of Zarn, had appeared. That was the moment Marac received the ability to control the automatons. But Giselle didn't believe her. She said Jamel was lying, that she liked to play pretend. She called her words lies and sarcastically asked if it were all true, why didn't Jamel join them after leaving the ruins? Why did she choose to stay with Marac? Zarn, who had been silent, finally spoke. He said he believed Jamel was a traitor, yes, but not without reason. He had been observing her since the day they arrived in Betis. He stated that Marac didn't do anything to force her to stay. She remained by his side because she wanted to. He said she had become the priest's little pet. Trying to defend herself, Jamel said Marac had told her he would kill her if she ran away. That's why she was nice to him. Then she suggested that maybe they should all leave together. Marac wasn't a bad person. In fact, he was like a thread of hope for others to dream of a better life. However, Giselle didn't agree with that. To her, it didn't make sense to follow someone who could put them in danger. She questioned if they wanted everyone to become traitors too, because no hope was worth that much. She said Derso was already in the hands of Liberatio, and that betraying the group wasn't an option. Zarn lost his patience and told everyone to stop talking. But Giselle, determined, warned Jamel that even though they had grown up together, she couldn't tolerate a traitor. Liberatio did not forgive betrayal, regardless of the circumstances. Then she drew her weapon to kill Jamel right there. Zarn also pulled out his gun, ready to do the job himself. At that moment, a tiny knight riding a rat appeared, slicing the bullet in midair with his blade. It was Tercio in his miniature form. He shouted in outrage that they were trying to harm a friend of the successor. Zarn, confused, asked what was going on. Giselle recognized him as the legendary knight, even though he was the size of a child, and accused Jamel of being out of her mind. To prove otherwise, Tercio assumed his true form, revealing a gigantic body more than twice the height of Zarn. Giselle was impressed and admitted she had underestimated the situation. Tercio approached Jamel and asked if she was hurt. She said no, that he could focus on the fight. The knight then declared that the two traitors had to die right there. Anyone who hurt the successor's friends was a direct threat to the successor. It was that simple. Giselle immediately activated her power, but Tercio would not let them escape. Even with his absurd speed, Giselle and Zarn managed to vanish into the shadows, narrowly escaping. Tercio lamented the failure and apologized for not being able to eliminate the enemies. Jamel thanked him, saying that regardless, he had saved her life. Then she asked how he knew where to find find her. Terzio explained that the successor was nearby and that he had come just to inform her of that. Then, he shrank again, mounted the rat, and disappeared just as he had arrived. Jamel was left thinking. Something didn't make sense. Giselle had used her powers, but she hadn't felt any divine energy emanating. That was concerning. She decided she needed to tell Marac. When Marac arrived, Jamel greeted him with relief, saying she knew he wouldn't abandon her. She wanted to know where he had gotten the keys to release her. Marac explained that he had borrowed them, since the guards were asleep and the princess was distracting them at the entrance. As soon as the doors opened, Jamel ran to hug him. However, she was abruptly stopped by the Mother of Corruption, who slammed her to the ground with a direct strike, as if it were a wrestling move. Marac apologized for the violent reception and introduced the girl before him as the Mother of Corruption. Jamel, surprised, asked if she was really a goddess. She said it was an honor to meet her, as she had never seen a real goddess before. The mother, shy, hid behind Marac, and he asked her to return to her smaller form quickly. Before that, the Mother of Corruption asked Jamel to kneel and receive a bit of her blessing and healing. Then, she climbed into Marnac's lap and transformed again into a small hand. Marac asked Jamel not to tell anyone about what had happened. Jamel, in turn, warned that Giselle had appeared and revealed that she was using powers without showing any divine signature. Marac replied that they could discuss it better after leaving the place. Jamel still wanted to know what the mother had done to her. Marac explained that she had removed the remaining divinity from her body. Now Jamel would no longer be detected unless she used her powers. She was impressed by the goddess's strength. Marac mentioned that Terzio would continue following Jamel, just for safety, and then they left. Later, Jamel reunited with Carmen and Sajita, who were still recovering from their hangovers. Furious, she began hitting them with pillows. She said that while she was in jail, they had spent the whole time drinking. At that moment, Dakia appeared and asked if Marac would go with her to the bank. Marac wanted to know if it was about the payment for the mission, the one where he had to protect Dakia Marac, the eldest daughter of Kalto Iramel. Perhaps he thought this would be the last page of their journey together. At the central bank, Dakia brought the full agreed payment. Since carrying gold would be too heavy, she handed over a check that could be cashed at any bank in the Northern Kingdom. Marac mentioned that the last two checks should go to Sajida and Carmen. That's when Dakia invited him on a date, handing him a theater ticket. She said she wanted to see the play with him in 2 days. Marac was surprised. He thought she didn't like plays. Seeing her embarrassed, he accepted and said he was excited since it would be his first time at the theater. Dakia was thrilled. Later, at the tailor's shop, Senzino was moved to see Marac wearing new clothes. He said he looked perfect. Marac questioned if it was really necessary. Dakia insisted it was, since it was his first time going to a play and he needed to look presentable. Marac worried about the cost, but Dakia explained it wasn't a problem. She had invested all her money in shares of the Rockley's merchant group when it was still a small company. Now, that group operated in both the Northern and Southern empires, and she had a lot, really a lot, of money. She had returned to Durso with a plan to use all that gold to secure her position as matriarch. Her father and brother had no idea. Marac thanked her for the clothes. Dakia said that now that he was well dressed, they could attend the play. In the Grand Theater, surrounded by elegant people, Marac and Dakia watched from the balcony. No one knew, but the singer who appeared on stage was actually the venerable Adora. When the play began, Dakia got very excited. The Mother of Corruption, also watching, asked Marac a question. She wanted to know if he liked Dakia. Marac answered yes. After all, how could he not like someone so intelligent and beautiful? But when she asked if he loved her, Marac hesitated. He said that in truth, Dakia scared him a little. Then he thought about Shantux, the man who had saved him, his only true family, the one who had died for him. In that moment, all his compassion seemed to dissolve, and during that long journey, something had begun to form in his mind. A new idea was emerging. Maybe that world was secretly wishing for the resurrection of the Mother of Corruption. That was why Marac felt compelled to fulfill his duties as priest of corruption, even if it meant destroying what he cherished most. However, he was getting stronger every day. Amidst his thoughts, he imagined the death of someone he loved as much as he had loved Shantux. He thought of Dakia. The simple idea made his body tremble. He grew nervous and tried to push the thought away because he didn't want to even consider losing her. Dakia, noticing his tension, tried to get him to focus. She said that this was the most important moment of the play. However, she wasn't talking about the play itself. When the singer reached a high-pitched falsetto note, the venerable Adora, the Mother of Corruption, warned Marac that something was wrong. He quickly activated the corruption script engraved on his body and embraced Dakia, covering her ears. The other people in the audience weren't so lucky. Everyone who heard the song directly had their heads explode instantly. From the stage, Adora saw that there were 2 survivors in the audience. At that moment, her plan was put into action. A massive portal opened in the sky above Betis, and everything began to collapse. A knight of Martins came to report a problem. The entire city of Betis had had been surrounded by a giant barrier. Martin, observing the situation, was not impressed. He simply asked where the princess was. He said he had entrusted that knight with protecting her. The knight, ashamed, replied that she was at the singer Adora's performance and that he would accept punishment for his negligence. Martin simply confirmed that the worshippers were behind all of this and without hesitation slit the knight's throat. He commented without emotion that it was a shame, a young man with a bright future being destroyed by the hands of an old man like him. He said the boy would have lived longer if he hadn't abandoned his post. Then he opened a secret passage inside his office and appeared before an entity. He said the princess was still in Betis. The entity, a great tree called Calto, replied that it already knew. There was nothing more to be done. Iret, another important figure present, said there was a problem. According to the plan, Adora should have already absorbed a large amount of divine ingredients, but that had not yet happened. Martin then commented that he had heard the princess was at her performance, and Iret concluded that Marac must have been there as well. She seemed curious, excited to finally see with her own eyes who Marac really was. In the theater, when everyone had been killed by Adora's song, Marac was protecting Dakia, stating that she was also a worshipper. The mother of corruption examined Dakia with 2 fingers and classified her with a very low level. For Marac, that was inconceivable. Someone with so much power being rated so low. He began to suspect there was a way to deceive even the mother of corruption. Knowing that battle was inevitable, Marac decided it was better to take the initiative. Before Adora could use her voice again, Dakia fired an energy blast into her face, asking how she dared attack the innocents of Betis. Standing before the enemy, Dakia, Princess of House Aramel, focused her power as she raised her mask. Adora complained that it was an unfair way to start a battle, saying Dakia had a strong temper. But Dakia did not retreat. She had already prepared another spell and this time cast it at point-blank range, hitting Adora with a sword made of bones. The creature mocked her, daring her to block the next blow, but Marac saved her just in time. He asked Dakia to stay calm, as that opponent was not ordinary. Still, Dakia replied that now everything was fine. She said she would show what happens to those who dare attack Betis in front of an Aramel. Adora, laughing at her boldness, tried to speak again, but was interrupted by another blast, this time from Marnac's cannon, followed by a fireball from Dakia that hit her directly. Completely burned, Adora revealed her second form. Despite that, she still grumbled, saying they should have listened when someone spoke. Dakia, furious, replied that she didn't even deserve to be treated as a person. At that moment, Dakia was overcome with rage. She knew better than anyone where that woman's power and privileges came from. It was the people of Betis who sustained it all, and she, as princess, had failed to protect them. Now, all she could do was avenge them. But Marac tried to bring her back to reason. He reminded her they were facing the venerable Adora, and promised he would tear her apart for everything she had done. He then asked the mother of corruption to bless Dakia, ensuring she would be protected from the cursed voice of that creature. Adora, enraged, said she could no longer stand seeing the two of them together. But before she could act, Marac was already behind her in a surprise attack. Adora barely dodged and called him a coward. However, her counterattack failed. She hit her head on the theater ceiling, and Marac mocked her, saying even her intellect was like that of a moth. He reminded her that, even though she could fly, she was trapped in there, limited by the space of the theater. He said he had even liked her music, so he would show a little mercy, asking if she preferred that he cut off her useless wings or rip off her head at once. Adora, irritated, swore she would destroy that arrogant man. She used her huge tongue like a whip, smashing everything ahead. But Marac wasn't alone. Dakia had already prepared another spell and hurled a fireball straight into her face. The creature grew even more furious from the hit. They both hid just in time, and Marac acknowledged that the mother of corruption was right. He should have ended that battle already. Since the exit was behind the moth, he knew he couldn't escape that place without defeating her. He thought using the corruption sword was not a good idea. He also ruled out summoning the giant. There was only one option left: Dakia. Then Marac said he needed to ask her a favor. Later, while Adora searched for the two, they revealed themselves by choice. She said it was a wise decision since they would die either way. Marac managed to deflect the moth's tongue strike, but he was struggling as the attacks were fast. Even so, he endured, buying time for Dakia to build up her magical power. Earlier, he had thought she was the only solution. With his own abilities, he couldn't get out of there. He explained that, as she knew, a spell used the ancient language. The more ancient words responded to the mana, the more powerful the spell became. However, the stronger the invoked mana, the greater the user's mana consumption. That was why Marac needed to buy time. While the enemy was distracted trying to kill him, Dakia concentrated her power. That was the plan, and they were executing it exactly as agreed. For Marac, All he had to do was protect the princess. She would not suffer the same fate as Shantuk's. He would never forgive the worshippers for any of it. But then Adora struck Marac hard. A violent blow tore out one of his eyes. She said it was the end for him. However, Marac, even bleeding, began to regenerate. He declared it was her end. With his next blow, he trapped the moth's tongue and forced her mouth open, creating the perfect opening for Dakia's spell, which she had just finished preparing. She launched a powerful lightning spear that pierced the creature's mouth and burned her from the inside out. With the battle over, Marac commented that the mother of corruption had been right. That was a perfect moment to use divinity. But Dakia collapsed, exhausted. He rushed to help her. Before completely losing consciousness, Dakia pointed upward. Someone was watching. It was Aret, who calmly descended, ignoring Marac, and went straight to Adora's body. Coldly, she said that was why Adora should have accepted her training all those times. At least Adora wasn't dead yet. What Aret truly wanted was a direct duel with Marac. Marac asked why he should accept. Aret replied that she had been very kind to him so far. If she wanted to, she would have already torn Dakia to pieces. Seeing he had no other choice, Marac approached Dakia, checking her condition. She seemed to have recovered quickly, even after using so much mana. Marac asked her to pretend to be unconscious. He would buy time, and if she saw a chance, she should run. Aret said he was wasting time. She wouldn't attack Dakia while he was alive, but if she killed him, she would take Dakia's head as a reward as well. In response, Marac equipped the Zaire sword and said he wouldn't listen to cheap provocations. He had no intention of running or avoiding the duel. Aret smiled, saying she liked him. Then the fight began. Swords clashed, and the sound of steel echoed through the ruins of the theater. Marac thought he couldn't use his authority there, as the Crusade of Annihilation was approaching. Even so, he resisted with everything he had. At one point, Aret asked if that was all he could do. Then she threw him violently to the other side of the theater. Marac, shocked by her strength, wondered how someone could be that powerful. Before he could fully recover, Aret charged forward, breaking through walls to reach him. She said she was a little disappointed with the fight. She wanted him to at least use one authority. Taking advantage of an opening in Marnac's defense, she slashed his chest, leaving him on the ground for a few seconds. She said the rumors about him were exaggerated, but of course, he got back up right after. Looking at himself, Marac complained that his clothes were ruined. He said this as his body regenerated, which made Aret realize he wasn't human. Marac replied that he could say the same about her. That made Aret even more excited. She said now it was truly a worthy duel. The two began exchanging intense blows, matching each other in strength and skill. At the right moment, Marac fired his cannon at point-blank range, hitting her directly. Without giving her time to recover, he advanced with the Slayer sword and struck her with a precise thrust. By now, the theater was almost completely destroyed. They had taken the fight outside. Aret asked why he wasn't using his divine powers. She mentioned hearing he was a priest. Marac explained that he didn't want to reduce the theater to even worse ruins. He also said he suspected Aret was connected to the events happening in Betus. Aret admitted it wasn't exactly her plan. Her only goal was to have an honorable battle. Marac countered, saying he saw no honor in pushing innocents to their deaths. He said her concept of honor was far too cheap. Aret, indifferent, replied that she didn't care about the weak. She was a warrior, not a saint. To her, the weak existed only to be crushed. Marac, very calmly, said he knew she had no talent for combat. He noticed it right away, because he knew truly skilled warriors. He said she had no talent in movement, reaction, or judgment. He had trained swordsmanship for only 3 years, and even so, if it weren't for her physical capabilities, she would already be dead. He asked if that was why she had become a priestess, because she had no talent to be a true warrior, and, in a cowardly way, sought another path to gain strength. That deeply angered Aret. She then remembered the most difficult moments of her life. Aret was a senior, an experienced warrior, but had been defeated by a rookie. Everyone began to wonder if that boy was a genius or if Aret was actually weak. She questioned it herself. She had never been the best at anything, and when facing true talent, all the effort she had made, all the experience she had built, and the desperate desire to win seemed useless. After that day, she gave up training, something she had never done before. She disappeared for weeks. The knights searched for her, worried. They said there were rumors that Aret would retire after losing to a rookie. They insisted the boy was a genius, someone who could defeat any of them. But Aret didn't care anymore. In her mind, nothing mattered. No matter how hard she tried, she would always be crushed by those born with talent. Little by little, she let herself die inside. Her life began to fade, until, on the brink of death, a man appeared. He introduced himself as Desperatio, one of the 6 prophets of Liberatio. He said he had finally found her, but was saddened to see her so close to the end. He only asked that she listen to him. Desperatio said he knew who she was. Aret, 37 years old, had begun training as a knight at 12. She had wielded a sword for over 20 years, but had encountered a barrier she could never overcome. She had decided to announce her retirement, although deep down, It seemed like she would never have gone much further anyway. The prophet said that people often repeat that hard work never betrays those who truly try, but in his view, that only applies to those who already have talent. He said everything Irette had done up to that point had only served to decorate the path so that the geniuses could shine brighter around her. Shaken, she asked who he really was. Desperacio replied that it didn't matter. What mattered was that she had one last chance to make all her effort worthwhile. He said that if she survived what he offered, she could achieve everything she had always desired. Desperate, Irette accepted. After that, she returned to the training grounds. She was far more powerful. When she faced the genius boy again in a new duel, she realized too late that she had killed him. The other knights were shocked. They asked why she had done that since it was only training. The truth was that the boy admired her, but something had changed inside Irette. She began to hear voices. Images and thoughts invaded her mind. The voices mocked her. They said they knew she was just average, even with all her effort. Now that she had appeared with such power, it was obvious something was wrong. They said that no matter how strong she got, she would always be a loser. Consumed by paranoia, Irette went insane. She began killing everyone in the training grounds as if possessed, and so, in the present, completely corrupted, she screamed at Marac to shut up. She said she had tried more than anyone. She thought she had the right to do what she did. Marac, calm, asked if she even knew what a guilty conscience was. She said she would rip out his tongue before he could keep talking, but he told her no one was left. There would be no reinforcements to save her. The crusade was occupied too. She was alone, and he wasn't going to die in that place. The one who would die was her. At that moment, Irette finally realized Marac was a worshipper of evil spirits. He invoked the corruption script, and his body was drastically empowered. The energy surrounding him made him monstrous. He declared that now he could use his powers without restriction. With all his strength, Marac shattered Irette's blade. When she tried to punch his face, he barely felt it, as if it were only a tickle. He said she was now showing her true and shameful face. To be fair, he dropped his own sword and decided to continue the fight without weapons, just as she had wanted. His first punch was enough to knock her down. She was being crushed. Marac didn't stop. He kept punching her face, saying she talked so much about honorable duels. But this wasn't a duel anymore. It was a beating. Her face was already completely disfigured. Marac asked if it had been worth it, provoking so many innocent deaths. Once again, he told her plainly that she had no talent. That enraged her. Irette activated her authority, assuming the form of a false god. But even in this new appearance, Marac called her dishonorable and said even her form was hideous. She swore she would kill him. But Marac, with a gesture, opened a massive portal. He summoned the Giant of Corruption, saying it had been a while since they'd seen each other. He said he had other things to do and ordered the Giant to take care of that woman. The Giant of Corruption, as soon as it appeared, began to grow stronger. It created a kind of necromancer mage inside its own mouth, and by concentrating its power, generated a realm of the dead. Now Marac had an army on his side. Irette shouted that she was sick of those cheap tricks. She said those things would never hurt her, but the skeletons began to speak to her. All of them seemed to know her past. They reminded her of everything she had done, poisoning her mind with guilt. She begged for it to stop and asked for a fair fight. Marac replied that if she was afraid, she could run, but she couldn't escape her own past. She would be crushed by guilt and death slowly. Later, Marac went to meet the princess. He said the battle wasn't over yet. The giant was still there, fighting fiercely against Irette. Since the princess was weak, Marac carried her in his arms. Dakia asked what he would do next. He said he was thinking of asking the mother to handle the rest, but first he needed to take care of something else. A moth was still alive, pretending to be dead. Adora, desperate, begged for mercy. She said she didn't know what she was doing, but Marac said that wasn't a good enough reason to let her live. Any excuse she gave would be useless. For him, it would all end there. However, Adora said she would reveal everything that was happening. She said the true culprit was the head of the Iramel family. She said she knew what his goal was. Dakia, alarmed, asked who her real father was, and just as Adora was about to reveal everything, someone appeared and pierced her head. The one who appeared at that moment was Durso Iramel, delivering the fatal blow to Adora. He commented that he was sure he had sent her far away, yet there she was. Dakia, still shaken, asked what kind of show he was trying to put on. All he had done was deliver the final blow to a monster she and Marac had already defeated. In other words, he just stole the victory. She pointed out that he hadn't even killed the creature. It was still alive. Durso replied that she hadn't changed at all. He asked if that stubbornness was common among mages, or just part of her foolish and stubborn nature. Dakia, already exhausted, said she was leaving. Even if he asked her to stay, she wouldn't. She revealed that she had wanted to say this for a long time, but never had the chance. Now she would make it clear. That disgusting position of head of the family could stay with him. She also said he was unbearable and unpleasant. Maybe that was why, even being old, he had never married. Women would approach him and quickly realize how intolerable he was. Durso Yahello replied that he was glad she had finally realized her place, but explained that she had misunderstood everything. In reality, she had never had a chance to become head of the family. Dakia argued that he always acted like it was her fault, when in fact, he was the one who made everyone around them victims of the mages. He had even gone so far as to blame her for their own mother's death. She said she was tired of that childish resentment. She called him a jerk and a real bastard. Derso, unfazed, said she was being rude. He told her to stop crying and leave the city. Then he handed Marac a strange object, like a parasite, saying that by using it on the barrier, they could escape. He said he wouldn't answer anything else and ordered him to take that crybaby with him. But before they could leave, Irette reappeared, destroying everything around her. Right behind her, the giant of corruption struck her back with force. The two of them continued fighting violently. Derso ordered everyone to get out immediately as the building would collapse. He told Dakia never to return. She replied that she would do whatever she wanted. Meanwhile, Marnac's army and the giant fought Irette. Marac realized they were out of time. They had to get out of there. However, the mother of corruption was pressuring him to take the divinity from that body. He said he would do it, but Irette stopped them. She wouldn't let them escape. Marac saw that he wouldn't be able to dodge the next blow, but a barrier protected him. He remembered the ring he had received from Silon, which activated one barrier per day. It had saved him. Taking advantage of the opening, Marac tore off Adora's head to extract her divinity. Then he told the giant they were leaving, but Irette, even wounded, still wanted to stop them. They ran until they reached a safe spot where they could no longer be reached. At that moment, the mother of corruption appeared in human form. She approached to collect the divinity from Adora's head, which she desired so much. But when she touched the head, it disintegrated. Marac noticed something was wrong. Some of the divinity had leaked, but the contents seemed unstable. He said he didn't want the mother to touch something unknown. It was better to seek divinity through other means than take risks. The mother understood and embraced him gently, asking for a bit of rest. Marac then asked Dakia how she was feeling. She said she was better but regretted not having cast a spell in her brother's face. Marac replied that maybe there would be another chance. Dakia asked if he would stop her since Derso was part of her family. But Marac said Derso seemed strong, so he wouldn't get hurt easily. She commented that he was hard-headed, but she felt a little better after cursing him so much. Marac noticed that she only called Derso her brother when he wasn't around, as if she were ashamed to admit it in front of him, or as if admitting the relationship meant admitting inferiority. Soon after, Marac noticed something strange. Speaking with the mother, he mentioned that the connection to the giant had been cut. He no longer sensed Irette's divinity. Perhaps she had returned to her human form, or had died. Either way, they had other things to deal with. Dakia asked where everyone was. Using the tracking system in his prosthetic, Marac detected that 3 was to the left. She figured that must be Tercio. Marac said they needed to hurry, but Dakia would have to stay somewhere safe. He could no longer carry her. She agreed, saying it was true. If he carried her, he wouldn't be able to use his hands to fight, so she decided to walk on her own, even if slowly. Later, they reached the Forest of Death, which had grown within Derso's own territory. Marac noted that the monstrous tree hadn't yet noticed their presence. It must have been because of the item Derso had given them. Dakia used the moment to ask if he was bothered by how much she depended on him. Marac replied that of course he wasn't. In fact, he was usually the one putting her in difficult situations. She thought he was always so thoughtful with her. Marac smiled and said everything was fine. Dakia thanked him. She said it was a shame he wasn't only kind to her. Even so, she had made a decision. When all of that was over, she would leave Derso behind and go with the priest. Of course, only if he wanted her company. The mother grew jealous, but Marac explained that if she chose to follow him, it would be a journey filled with danger. Her life would constantly be at risk. Without hesitation, Dakia said she trusted him. He had always tried to protect her and would keep doing his best. The mother, still jealous, murmured nearby. Marac asked her to be more understanding, at least for the sake of their shared goal. He told Dakia that he still had some reservations about mages, but that a mage like her would always be welcome by his side. She replied that he couldn't take that back after saying it. Then, before they moved on, she asked him for a favor. And if you enjoyed this chapter, don't forget to subscribe to the channel because there's much more to come. Every click on that subscribe button helps keep this story alive, with more battles, revelations, and twists. Leave your like, comment your thoughts, and share it with anyone who loves a good dark fantasy tale filled with magic, betrayal, and real action. Hit the bell icon so you don't miss the next chapters. Marnac's journey and his allies is just beginning, and you can be part of it. See you in the next video. Until then,